on the commentary today, as always, alongside me in the lovely Three Sisters commentary box. First time for myself here, not the first time for myself, colleague Howard Mitchell. Howard, how are you doing this morning?
I'm fantastic, mate, and I'm very glad to be indoors right now, albeit
Yes.
it looks very humble, this comms box from the outside. It's just a little shipping container, but it's quite cosy inside. Anyway, it's a new circuit for the BUKC. We're here at Three Sisters, just outside, actually just inside of Wigan, yes. I think, is it actually? And it is, as you can see from your pictures right now, it has been raining. And it's only recently stopped, in fact.
Apologies, everyone. This is, of course, my fault. Being a Yorkshireman, every time I come across to the historical county of Lancashire, it rains on me. So, my bad.
Yeah, can't take you anywhere. It's just, yeah. But yes, difficult conditions, not the conditions you choose to learn a new track, which is the situation for a lot of these drivers. We've spoken, Andrew, to a lot of teams recently from some of the more northern unis who have come over to this circuit and raced around in some of the corporate carts and stuff that they have to offer here, just to get an eye in for this circuit. But for a lot of drivers out there, this is their first time going around Three Sisters. It's a circuit used for full road cars as well as karts, so nice and wide, and you can bet that they will be going very wide in these damp conditions to try and find the grip on the wet line.
Right, as we are all getting ourselves awake, let's go for a grid then for the first of the 6 sprints races that we will have this morning. Remember, same as always, each team has 4 drivers. Drivers will compete in 1 race, so each team will be in 4 out of 6 races. The best 3 performances count towards their round score. Team who has the most points in the round gets 60 points for the championship. So your grid then for race 1, Huddersfield B are on pole position alongside Birmingham B on the front row. Swansea A and Leeds A are on the second row. Coventry A and Newcastle A is row 3. Nottingham B and Nottingham C are on row 4. Huddersfield A and Oxford Brookes B are on row 5. Southampton B and Southampton C on row 6. Cranfield A and Coventry C on row 7. Exeter A and the University of Wales Trinity St David's Swansea A on row 8, Oxford A and Loughborough A on row 9, Brighton B and Coventry B on row 10, Aston A and Nottingham A on row 11, Swansea B and Loughborough C on row 12, Southampton A and Warwick A on row 13, Northumbria A and Kingston A on row 14, Brookes C and Nottingham Trent A on row 15, Exeter B and Warwick B on row 16, Brunel A and Oxford Brookes A on row 17, Edinburgh A and Birmingham A wrap out the 36 kart field.
Good for a start this time round, Andrew. So it'll be into the right-hander at Paddock Bend for the first time in the BUKC.
Absolutely. Here we go then. Round 3 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2019. Eyes on the lights, they're red, they're green, we're racing at Three Sisters for the first time. It's a fairly even start. Andreas Gutsold on the inside for Birmingham B. James Johnson, you can see in the green and white suits, had a good start from P3 for Swansea, but it looks to me, Howard, as if the number 39 of Birmingham B is to the front straight away.
Yeah, great start from Andreas Gutsold from second on the grid. Looks so far like everyone's got through cleanly, I'm delighted to say. There's a bit of bumping and barging. And as I say that was commentator's curse. We've got a few karts spun round going into the lunar bend area of the circuit, but I think all of them, apart from the 41, have been able to just turn it around.
Yeah, we'll catch those karts as they come through on timing as to who's fallen down the order, but here we are on lap 1 then. Birmingham B in the Premier class didn't have the greatest of times at Bookmoor Park a couple of weeks ago. They lead, but the number 14 of Leeds A on the attack straight away. The 18 is up to 3rd place as well. Sorry, down to 3rd place. That was your pole sitter, Huddersfield B. Let's count them through as Matthew Hurst looks for the move on Andreas Gutsold and gets the move done, Howard.
Nicely done. Is he able to hold on to it on the wet conditions? Because, of course, taking the inside line is not necessarily the optimal, but I think he's managed to hold on to it, which can't be said, I'm afraid, there for the 47 Exeter B kart. It was Swansea B, by the way, who was the only kart who ended up not only spun round at Lunar Bend, but also on the grass, and so lost time recovering it.
Key kart, though, is one of those 6 that was held up at the start. Warwick A, so very successful team at Bookmore Park last time out. One of our championship contenders, straight away in race 1 on lap 1, are in trouble.
Yeah, and also included in that was Kingston A, UWTSD, Swansea A, Loughborough C, Exeter B, and the aforementioned Swansea B.
Early stages then. There is the Leeds A kart. Now, I am hopeful for Leeds today. They've had a good bit of running here at Three Sisters over the past couple of weeks. They were here for the Northern Karting Cup a couple of weeks ago. Some of their team members. They're pretty confident going into today. You can see the number 3 there of Huddersfield A just passed through your shot. They're starting to make their way up through the field, up to 5th place now. And I think I spotted it was Jack Linus at the wheel of that kart. Yes, it is. Yep. Jack, who won 2 races out of 2 at Wilton Mill in the qualifier event back in November. Had a quiet day at Bookmore Park, but he's coming back to the fore here.
Matthew Hurst pulling out a fair old gap at this point. Andrew, he's set the fastest lap of the race last time round, and he looks to be about setting it again here. Of course, it's stopped raining now, critically, so the track will begin to dry out. The sun has come out. In fact, in some ways, it's a bit in the driver's eyes over as they head down the Conrod Straight to this corner, in fact, that we're looking at now. I can see Sam Cobb working his way back up through the field for Warwick A there after that spin near the start.
He is indeed. Coventry A, another one of the key teams in the championship this year, number 20. They're up to 3rd place now in this one, as there's a couple of karts going side by side into turn 1. That's Paddock Bend.
Change for second out there, Andrew, I can see. Not on shot at the moment, but I think Andreas Goodsold has just lost out to Ryan Williams of Coventry A.
And they come past us on Conrad Straight. Yes, indeed, Williams has got ahead of Goodsold. So Coventry A up into 2nd place then. And a penalty for Birmingham A.
As for bump and pass, which is going to be expensive for them, now that's an interesting one. Who would that have been a bump and pass on? Would that have been the move for the lead at the very start?
No, because it's Birmingham A, so it's the team, that's right in the middle of the pack.
Yep, fair point.
So Birmingham A, who were making their way through the field, they're up to 16th at the moment, but one of those overtakes hasn't been clean, and that's been given a penalty by the stewards. 20 minutes and 53 seconds to go in this one then at the moment. Looking very, very good for Leeds A, and Matthew Hurst out front there by 4.5 seconds over Coventry A's Rayan Williams. Andreas Goodsold for the Birmingham B team. Just wrapping out that top 3 at the moment. But Jack Linus really on a charge now in P4. You'll see him with the black and blue helmet in the number 3 kart. He's really started to make his way up towards the back of Andreas Goodsold there.
Fastest lap of the race is plummeting, Andrew. They just keep getting quicker and quicker as the conditions improve. But 2 laps ago, I think the fastest lap was a 58-second. Now it's 56.9.
Change for 3rd place. Oxford Brooks B are on the scene now. This is something we did not see at Bookmore Park. It was a very quiet day for the Oxford Brooks teams, but the number 2, last year's runner-up in this championship, we're not quite sure which drivers in there at the moment. They've come up from P10 on the grid and are now sitting in P3, and I see Jack Linus going for 4th place now. Not able to make it done there on the Birmingham B kart, but Huddersfield A really looking to get a good result in this first race of the day here in that number 3 kart.
Yeah, absolutely. Distinctive black and blue helmet of Linus there, and this is the distinctive blue helmet of Ryan Williams of Coventry A, who is coming under increasing pressure here from Brooks B, who goes for the pass. It wasn't quite on there as they head through the final section of the lap. Really difficult conditions here. Can you rely on the grip on the conventional inside line? Has it dried out enough for that? Probably not quite at this stage. And there's the move for second, and Linus has also got himself up into a position where he could challenge as well into Paddock. So Williams for Coventry has got to be careful here. He's now in the sandwich, as it were. He's got to attack and defend. Although Brooksby looked to be getting on with getting up the road and trying to hunt down Hurst in the lead for Leeds?
It is Jack Ransom at the wheel of the Oxford Brooks B car. I can tell that with the yellow gloves.
Ah, yes.
So last year's rookie driver of the year, a big part of this Oxford Brooks team, and this is the kind of circuit that he does enjoy. Nice, fast flowing corners. Now, can he do anything? There's plenty of time to go, of course. Can he do anything about that lead for Matthew Hurst in the Leeds A car? 7 seconds clear. Definitely looks like these three, though, Howard, starting to pull away from Birmingham B there in 5th.
Yeah, and just picking up on what I was saying a lap ago, it also looks very much like they're starting to take the conventional dry line as Linus has a little look at Williams. Huddersfield battling against Coventry for 3rd place here. Goodsall still, as you say, keeping in touch with them, but coming under pressure from Newcastle and Cranfield.
And the crucial thing right now, Brooks B quicker than Leeds A by to the tune of about 0.4 of a second. So at that kind of pace, they will close in. A couple of other drivers out there to keep note of. The number 1, Jamie Zyra, starts the day for Oxford Brooks A. They're starting to pull their way through the field. They're into the top 10. Just displaced Loughborough A as well, and that's Piers Pryor who's lost a position. Now, that's not something we often say. Piers Pryor losing a position. So Jamie Zyra will have liked that move there. Here's the battle for 3rd place that we're looking at. You can see Jack Ransom starting to pull away there in the Oxford Brooks B car, really pushing hard. And Jack Linus trying to find his way past Ryan Williams. He's up the inside on Joey Dunlop corner, and he's going to make it stick. Oh no, on the grass a little bit is Williams there, but Linus is through, and Huddersfield A are up to 3rd place.
Closing in is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th that we were talking about a moment ago. Birmingham B now has Newcastle A right on their tail. You can just see them in the back of some of the shots down the straights. And that's significance of that, by the way. There it is. So the 39 is Birmingham B and the 19 is Newcastle A. Newcastle with the black number plate rather than the red ones that you see amongst many of the front runners as they go for the move. The black plate denotes that they're part of the clubman class, so they are the clubman leader. Goodsall tries to get it back for Birmingham B, but I think Newcastle A have the job done. Do they? No, they're still side by side coming into the final complex. This is one of the things that Three Sisters allowed you to do with the width, and Goodsall's back up the inside. Will he be able to keep it tight on the exit of Joey Dunlop corner? Yes, he will. But Pirali of Newcastle A is going to look to the inside into turn 1 again. Good little battle going on there over 5th place. There is the number 2, your 2nd place car, Brooks B. Then is the 20 of Coventry. Then is Huddersfield A, as there is a penalty for Brooks B. So that will be expensive as the battle over 5th gets a little bit tasty there. Who was that going sideways briefly there?
It's the number 49.
It was the 49. And so I think Cranfield may have benefited there.
Yeah, that's Cranfield A now, I think ahead of ahead of Newcastle A.
And I think ahead of Birmingham B as well.
They are now. They've got back through. Andreas Gutsold tries to fight back there as they go through the corner with no name and into the valley.
Yeah, this is similar to the technique that Gutsold used a lap ago against Newcastle. And now coming into the party is Nottingham C. So Newcastle A, from a clubman's perspective, need to be careful here because that is effectively the battle for leading class. So yeah, Brooks B picked up a cone penalty on that last lap, as have Loughborough A, who have also... Oh, what's happened to Loughborough A out there? They just lost 3 positions on that last lap. Currently running in 16th. Obviously one of the teams that we've got an eye on with a view to the championship. So Piers Pryor, Andrew, not having a typical performance by his standards at this stage.
No, quite surprising. But then again, we've mentioned already through not just the Bookmore Park Day, but on the BUKC Radio podcast, just how open this championship is. It's not going to be your typical kind of BUKC season where you see teams getting themselves into dominant positions and fighting down to 2 or 3 teams to go towards the end of the season. This is a wide open BUKC this year, and teams are going to have good days and bad days.
And speaking of which, that is Birmingham B trying to hold on, trying to get past, Cranfield A. And gets the job done. So that's 5th place changed around there. You can see at the back of the shot the 39 now ahead of the 49. The 49 has a little investigation of just how slippery the curb is and deduces quite correctly that it's very slippy and decides to get back onto the tarmac. as there's a curb warning for Brooksby. They've got to be careful here. They've already got that one penalty. So that cone penalty, bear in mind, it's done by positions this year, not by time.
Moved by Patrick Kaserick, the number 50. Nottinghamshire trying to go up the inside of Newcastle A. That's a great move.
Lovely.
A really good move there by Patrick, and that is going to be Nottinghamshire up to 7th place, but also crucially, Howard, into the lead in Clubman.
Yep. That was a change of lead in the classes. Important to note that the classes don't denote any difference in machinery. They're all in the same carts, but still a class that we like to keep an eye on.
Moved there by Nottingham A, the number 5, going past the number 38 of Southampton B, so that should be Nottingham A up to 17th now.
BUKC has caught onto the back of that Nottinghamshire Newcastle battle as well, and has just got past Newcastle A for 8th. Here's your leader. This is Matthew Hurst for Leeds A, doing everything he needs to do. But the important point to bear in mind is because the penalties have changed from times to positions, he's got to be careful getting things like a curb warning that we just saw on screen, because it doesn't matter how big that gap is that he's got now to the Brooksby cart, or in effect it's actually Huddersfield, because we know Brooksby has a penalty to be applied for cones. So it doesn't matter how big your lead is. There's a cone penalty for Huddersfield B. I rest my case. These get expensive, so Huddersfield B now will lose positions in 14th place, which won't put them behind Loughborough, because I think Loughborough have also got a penalty to be applied as well. Have we mentioned the Warwick A one that was bump and pass a few minutes ago?
No, I don't think we
I
have.
don't remember mentioning that, so that's going to be 4 positions off the top of my head. And there's a penalty for Southampton A for bump and pass as well. So you've got some of these teams working their way up perhaps from the back of the grid, who need to take it more cleanly.
The surprising thing for here, this is all Brevity. Oh, who's that off? That's someone off down at Joey Dunlop corner.
Oh, and someone's gone cross country at Luna. Sorry, that's off camera, but yeah, it's interesting out there at the moment, isn't it?
Yep, we'll just track who that was. It might be the 47 again that's had an issue. The beauty of these new Club 100 carts.
Well, they're about to cross the line. It's Brighton B.
Brighton B, the number 95, who had that spin down at turn 8. So this is the long right-hander here that brings you back past the pits. There's Jamie Zyra in the fluorescent yellow and black overalls. A lot of drivers out there with wetsuits on. That makes things a little bit tricky for us in the comms box. Oh, another penalty coming in.
That's Southampton A again.
For South. Oh no, sorry, that's a repeat. That's a repeat of the previous penalty.
Battle for 5th is closing up again, Andrew. Just slightly up the road from the battle we're looking at now. So this is the one of Brooks A in 10th, working his way through the field as we were discussing. But if you're watching live time, so here it is, the battle over 5th place. Cranfield A in the 49, Brooks C in the number 9, who've progressively been working their way up through the field, and as far as I've been able to tell, Andrew, have been one of the few to do so without picking up any penalties. Now looking to take 5th place off of Cranfield.
Southampton B, the number 38, have a penalty. This is for forcing a driver wide, as the move being looked at there into turn 1 through the S's. We didn't quite see if it was pulled off. We'll capture it as they come back round, and yes, the number 9 did get ahead, so Oxford Brooks C moved past the number 49 of Cranfield A. They're up to 5th place.
Yeah, we don't have the driver for that one. Usually if we don't have the driver, it means they're not eligible for points, but there's been a bit of movement around on the teams for this round.
Yeah.
Which means that's not necessarily the case. Either way, Brooks C now up to 5th place, although Cranfield don't entirely look like they're going to take that one without a fight. But Brooks C's pace has been very impressive as we're into the final 10 minutes of this race, and another penalty for Rory Smith in the Birmingham A cart to compound his, I believe it was a bump and pass, the earlier one. So that's going to be about 5 positions worth of penalties. Now, admittedly, this was the, I don't want to use this phrase, but in quotations, the throwaway one, as in they were from 36th on the grid, so it was literally go far forward as you possibly can. On paper this would be their drop race, but they may be confirming that with all these penalties.
Still not really what Birmingham A wants.
No.
They of course won the Saturday qualifier, but didn't have a particularly good sprints round at Football Park a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and it was Rory's. Well, there was the race that Rory led, of course, where he had a radiator issue, and that was the one that got away from them. That would have turned the day around for them. But yeah, not the start that they needed. Here's your leader.
So effectively, the lead we're looking at is the 9.124 seconds to Huddersfield A, because we know that that driver there, the number 2, Jack Ransom, has a cone penalty. So even if he was to overtake, that cone penalty would relegate him back behind the Leeds A cars.
But the critical thing in terms of the psychology of this, Matthew Hurst probably doesn't know that or hasn't clocked that. Because as a driver, when you're looking to the digiflag that doles out any penalties or notifications at the start of each lap, you're more focused on whether your number's up there. You're not really thinking, oh, now, who was the 2? Is that the person behind me? And his gap has been so great that he might not know. The point being, if they start battling, it could allow Huddersfield A to close the gap themselves.
Yeah, very good point indeed. 8 minutes in this race to go. No +1 laps in this format. It will literally just be time expires and then the race will end on the lap that the drivers are on, that the leader's on. It's the number 103 that the number 14 is going past there, so that's the 103 Southampton C car to 33rd position.
Yep.
Got to say, this is impressive though. That's the 103 going a lap down. Not that many drivers on a new circuit, slippery conditions, have fallen off. We've only got 4 karts that are off the lead lap now.
I think this is, in some ways, Andrew, seeing the results of the licence system introduced this year. I have to say, the standard out there, considering the challenging nature of the conditions, and as you say, a new track for many, yeah, this is definitely impressive stuff. As all the 103 is going to bulk Jack Ransom there, and he's going to run very wide. Yeah. Now, I wonder if he didn't maybe know that it was a leader behind him and just felt like defending. Should say that Ransom in that Brooksby car has the fastest lap of the race. We should keep stressing, has a penalty to be applied, so even if he took the lead here, it would not be, the lead on the road would not be the net lead come the end of the race.
Saying that though, that it was Jack Routley at the wheel of the car, saved that quite well, because I imagine he locked the rear axle there, but did what he needed to do, got off the brakes, kept it pointing in the right direction, and lived to fight another day. Yeah,
and it's often the thing in these, you know, if you're going to miss the apex or you're going to run wide, just accept it. Don't keep turning in until you spin round. Just come off the brake, relax, and then try again. Is often the way. Traffic here coming into play in the lead battle, albeit a lead battle that's somewhat artificial, as we've been saying. But right on the tail of Matthew Hurst of Leeds A is Jack Ransom, the Brooks B driver.
6 minutes to go then. Leeds A are in the lead here at Three Sisters. The most northerly we will come this year. Can Jack Ransom get past? Won't be for the win, of course, because we know he has a penalty. But still, it is crucial though, because it would guarantee second place in this race ahead of that driver there, the number 3 of Jack Linus, who is a further 9 seconds down. That leaders are through the traffic now.
Sorry, Andy, that battle for third isn't over, is it? Because in the traffic, Williams, I just saw from that shot, has caught right up to Linus. So look out for them in perhaps some of the longer shots when we're looking back from this lead battle, because I think that battle for third is actually heating up.
It is indeed. Ransom trying to find a way through. There's a yellow flag out down at Dunlop. Cone penalty for the number 42. There's a driver that's, I think that's going to have, it's going to be a tricky one though, because it's downhill, isn't it? So the braking's going to be quite hard into there. We'll try and find out who the driver was who's fallen down the order. But here, look at Ransom. He's all over the rear bumper of Matthew Hurst now. It was the Exeter B cart, I think, that spun again, the number 47. There's a big shout from outside. I'm not quite sure what that was about. You might have caught that on our microphones. And through goes Ransom. So Ransom has got through at the bottom end of the circuit. So that puts him in the lead on circuit, but once the penalty is applied, it'll put him into second place. Curb warning. Oh, Matthew Hurst was pointing at something there. I don't think he's quite happy. Yeah. With something out there.
And was this change at the head of the field? He's gone for it. He's gone for it. But Ransom's going to get him right back on the switchback out of Joey Dunlop corner. Should say, whilst we've been watching this, there has been a change for third out there as well. Williams is back up to third for Coventry A, ahead of Jack Linus. And what that might mean, Andrew, is even though these guys at the front may lose time battling, there may not be chance for the third place to catch up. And
Oxford BUKC are in this battle as well. They've stuck into the situation. They have just got a contact warning, though.
Yep.
Still there in 5th place, but mere tenths of a second behind Huddersfield A. Contact warning for the number 25, James Johnson, our clubman's correspondent, has been a naughty boy out there and has got a contact warning. Not a penalty right now, though. 3.5 minutes to go. There's the number 17 passing through your shot. Back with the battle for third place now. Coventry A, Rayan Williams ahead of Jack Linus in the number 3. You just saw quick shot in red. The number 9 not too far behind as well. Just dealing with some traffic. That red suited driver, that's the number 9 of Oxford BUKC. And the next battle down the road is Cranfield A still holding well there in 6th place.
Yeah,
just ahead of, and the Birmingham carts have switched as well. So Birmingham A now ahead of Birmingham B. That's a sensible decision from the Birmingham squad.
Negates part of the Birmingham A penalty, essentially. So smart stuff there.
Just looking further down at some of our key teams in Premier. Oxford BUKC don't seem to be able to make any further progress from 10th. Same for Loughborough A in 12th. Southampton A also down there in 18th.
And let's not forget Loughborough A and Southampton A both have penalties to be applied. So yeah, it hasn't been...
Oxford A as well, another one of the key teams in the Clubman Championship, the second sub-tier within the mains. Currently P19 out there.
Yeah, it's not been the start they maybe would have opted for, is it?
2 minutes to go then in this one. Oxford BUKC's Jack Ransom is your leader out on circuit, but he has a penalty. So in effect, Matthew Hurst is your leader. This is the battle though, the big battle out on circuit for over 3rd place between Coventry A, Huddersfield A and Oxford BUKC. And at the moment, Howard, Oxford BUKC looking slightly quicker.
Yeah, they've just been on it throughout this race, haven't they? And still look to have good pace as we're heading into the end game of this one. Linus ducks his head, sometimes called shrimping in karting, to try and get as much aerodynamic advantage on the straights as you can.
Battle for 6th as well.
Someone's going nuts outside of our comms box.
Birmingham A in a battle with Cranfield A trying to get through.
There goes Brooks C though on Huddersfield A.
Yep, I don't think they're quite going to get it that time though. No, Jack Linus gets a good run round the outside.
Yeah.
And yes, Birmingham A have got ahead of Cranfield A as well. So Birmingham A up to 6th place on the road.
Newcastle still your clubman leaders, right on the tail of Birmingham B in a battle over 8th. We're in the final minute though, so one would imagine the next time the next time Jack Ransom comes round to cross the line, it will be called as the final lap.
A couple of track limit warnings out there for Aston A and Nottingham Trent A. Here they come into down into the valley. Through the corner with no names. That last corner is the corner with no name. This point here, this is when they're in the valley. Then downhill, hard on the brakes, into Joey Dunlop corner. We are now on the last lap, so leaders have come across start-finish. Still this battle for 3rd place rages on there. Can Oxford BUKC, and Oxford BUKC have just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 54.9, and they're up the inside, going for 3rd place, but there's a now was there a yellow? There was a yellow flag out there. There was a yellow flag out, so I think for me, BUKC have to give that back.
I think they were passed. I think they were passed before they entered the yellow zone, mate. Because he was definitely alongside when he raised his hand, and I think he had the nose ahead.
Okay.
Difficult to tell because we were looking at it head on. Either way, though, here comes Jack Ransom for Brooks B. It's going to be a win on the road, but bear in mind penalties to be applied. Jack Ransom crosses the line for Brooks B, but it's going to be Matthew Hurst of Leeds A who has crossed the line just behind. There is your effective race winner for the number 14 Leeds A team.
And changed. Coventry A are back ahead. Huddersfield A are back ahead as well. Brooks C go down to 5th place. Didn't seem too happy with that at the end. We didn't see how the change happened, but Coventry A take third place ahead of Huddersfield A and Brooks C. Birmingham A, actually good recovery that. I know they'll have penalties, but that's a pretty much as good as Birmingham A could have hoped for in that race. P6, Cranfield A good there in P7, Newcastle A your top clubman runner in P8, P9 for Birmingham B, Oxford Brooks A wrapping out the top 10, who will be the beneficiary of some of the penalties ahead of them. Here's an interesting one though. Exeter A, your current championship leaders, 11th in that one. Now we haven't mentioned so far today that they've got two of their key drivers missing. No Jarvis Devon, no Alistair Mallard.
Indeed.
So a P11 there for Exeter A could be a crucial start. They need to. It's a damage limitation day for them. 12th for Loughborough A, 13th for Coventry B, 14th for the University of Wales, Trinity St David Swansea A, P15 were Nottingham A, then P16 Southampton B, Edinburgh A, Loughborough C, Oxford A, Coventry C wrapping out the top 20. Southampton A and Warwick A, two of our big hitters outside the top 20, 21st and 22nd. Kingston A, one of the big teams in Clubman, down in 23rd. Huddersfield B 24th. Brunel A down in 25th. So that's another team in with a shout of the championship that have not had a good start. 26th Swansea A, 27th are Aston A, 28th Northumbria B, 29th for Nottingham Trent A, Swansea B wrapping out the top 30, Nottingham B, Brighton B, Warwick B, Southampton C, Nottingham C and Exeter B wrapping out the 36 runners.
Small bit of housekeeping. The cart that caused that yellow flag, I believe, was the Nottingham C cart, just for the record. And, yeah, there we go. First BUKC race around Three Sisters.
Fairly good one as well. Hopefully, trying to see if he's in the pits.
Yeah, we're guessing here because we're quite a long way away from it.
But hopefully we can pass down to Jacob Harris, who's on the grid.
Okay, here we are down in the grid. I've got a little helper with me today, so I'm currently going where Chloe's going. Chloe, should we go do a grid walk? Who should we go talk to? Let's go talk to Rory Cuff on pole position. Squeeze in by here. No, we're not going to go. We'll not talk to Rory. Rory. Tell you what, we'll just do it by here, shall we? Rory will come and talk to us over here. Do you want to sit there? Okay, there we go. Rory, we're doing the grid walk by here because Chloe's decided that's where it's going to be. Pole position for our championship leaders, Exeter A. What can we do from there?
Well, it's a tricky one because you can only really go backwards. So we'll see how we get on. I haven't been here in a long, long time. So we struggle a little bit in the rain. We'll see how it goes.
What kind of stuff have you done here before?
I've done one race about 10 years ago, so it's more than some, but still a while ago.
Consider your experience then. Found out a briefing that Exeter missing two very important drivers today, Big Jov and Alistair Racy Boy Mallard. What kind of a loss are those two today?
Well, they're both very fast in the rain, so we could have done with them here. And they're both very good at coming through the pack, so yeah, we could have done with them here in some of the other races, but maybe next time.
All right, Rory, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to try and catch a glimpse of Jack Ransom. He's down there looking for me. He's not going to look my direction. I'm going to wave at him until he sees us. And, yeah, he's too busy describing. James will go grab him, and we'll wait by here. Very good drive from him. Another sprint race win. He's about as tall as Chloe, I think. Jack, come on in. Come on over this. We got Chloe here with us. You're about as tall as Chloe, yeah, I'd imagine. Fantastic race win, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, it was good. It's really enjoyable, that. Just thought I'd been chucked in at the deep end, really, because I've never been around here, and also me being small, the wet's not normally my forte, but seemed to go all right. Enjoyed it, yeah.
I don't think I caught up with you at Buckmore Park, did I? What happened to you there?
Kind of a mixed weekend, really. Well, day, should we say. It was quick in the first race, but I probably shouldn't have missed it. Maybe ran one too many curbs, and I think I may have broken the cart slightly. So I got to second and went backwards. And then in the final, I messed up the pits. I kind of dozed off, and came in about 2 miles an hour into the pit lane and lost loads of time. But one of those things. But yeah, try and make up for it this weekend, today. Yeah.
Yeah, is this Brooks B back in the championship mixer?
Hopefully, that's the aim. Yeah, I mean, Brooks A, they've been on a big diet because they're all overweight at Buckmore, and they've taken it quite seriously. So I think Jamie's lost 6 kilos. So you have to hand it to him, credit where credit's due. So hopefully we'll see the whole Brooks team a bit of a resurgence, because I think we were caught napping by some other teams at Buckmore, especially like Exeter. I mean, they've got some good drivers now, and we've got Loughborough's always good, aren't they? So we've just got to try and beat them this today. Just
for the concern of our viewers, you don't go out with that bracelet on, do you?
Yeah, that's my lucky charms, these are. I mean,
what if that gets caught in the engine?
How would that happen? I mean, I'm not driving around like that.
I saw you at Buckmore fiddling with the radiator.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, we won't talk about that. It was a bit of a grey area in the regs, I think. Grey area in the regs. You know, you got to push them in motorsport to win, haven't you?
Yeah, so you got to try everything you can, as Schumacher would have said.
So, yeah, well, why won't we do it anymore, though? I won't do it again. I'm good for it now.
Good man, that's what I like to hear. Thanks for talking to us, and again, congratulations on your race win. I shall see you later by here to give you a medal. JV's given a quick announcement before race 2. He says the checkered flag, he wants everyone to slow down after the checkered flag. Lots of trouble, I'd imagine, of people going crazy after the checkered flag. In the wet, some people like to try 360s. People overtaking back markers after the checkered flag. There's no need for it, really. You get another hour of racing this afternoon in the endurances. You do get good track time for your money. But here we are, about to go out for race number 2. Welcome, I should say, to Three Sisters, the loveliest race circuit in Wigan, so I'm told. We haven't been up north for a while now. Last year's BUKC stayed majoritively in the south of the country. But here we are, just outside Manchester, and having a great day of it so far. A little bit of rain, but the circuit should dry up. Maybe a little bit more rain coming later for the endurances. But for now, let's hand back to our commentary team, Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell, for sprint race number 2.
Thank you, Jacob. So we're getting ready then for race 2. The kart's heading out on circuit. They'll have a short number of laps to get themselves up to speed as ever for these sprint races, especially on a day like today, when these drivers, a good number of them, will not know the circuit. So all the karts now out on circuit. Let's go for a grid then for this second race of the morning. Race 2 for round 3 of the BUKC 2019 at Three Sisters looks a little bit like this. Rory Cuff starts on pole position for Exeter A. Oxford Brooks D alongside on the front row. Bristol A's Valery Novikov starts alongside Sam Faulkner for Oxford A on row 2. Southampton C and Manchester A with Ocean back going in this one. Ocean with experience around this place before, so look out for him to do well. Row 4, Kingston B's Andreas Bedoya and Harry Jones for Newcastle B. Cranfield A and Leeds D with Jody Mills at the wheel go from row 5. Row 6 sees Bath A's Patrick Jennings alongside Sam Turn for Huddersfield A. Timmy Pickford goes for Nottingham C alongside Elliot Frost from Leeds A on row 7. Row 8 sees James Brickles going for Huddersfield B alongside Leeds B's Kieran Harrison. Row 9, Alex Harley goes for Leeds C and Aaron Leishman for Newcastle A. Row 10, Danny Potter for Brighton A, very experienced pair of hands there. And Warwick B have got Albert Legusco. Row 11, Swansea Met B, Callum Evans goes for them in this one. Oliver Basie Fisher looking to bounce back on form for Birmingham A, starts there P22. P23, Sheffield A have Aidan Charity at the wheel. De Montfort B and Ollie Anscuff goes there from row 12. Oxford Brooks C are on row 13 alongside Liam Howell for Edinburgh A. Row 14, Alistair Senior, one of the elder statesmen of the BUKC, goes for Cambridge A and Southampton B alongside on that row as well. Row 15, Helen Horner goes for Brunel B. Andy Dawson goes for Northumbria B. Row 16, James Ireland for Loughborough B. Sam Lovelace, great race at Bookmore Park where he finished 3rd. bit of work to do in this one, though. He starts from P32. Stuart Mitchell goes for Manchester Metropolitan. Jack O'Toole goes for Aston A. And on the last row, Brighton B's Ezekiel James is alongside Loughborough C's Harry Cresswell. Howard.
I see that the sun has come out again from behind the clouds. He's in the driver's eyes a bit, just as they're heading towards... well, it's coming back through the valley. We're calling it the valley. It's not actually got too much elevation change on the layout we're using, but there are several different layouts here at Three Sisters, and you can sort of see in the back of your shot actually how it goes over the crest of a hill back there. So that's what we talk about. The valley is the latter part of the lap. As we discussed in race 1, there are some teams that didn't quite have the start to the day that they wanted. Now, for some of them, it will have been their worst grid position, so on paper, you know, they wouldn't have maybe expected that to be their best race. Remember, there are drop races here as well. This is one of those races, though, talking about Exeter, how they are down 2 of their standard drivers, no Alistair Mallard and no Jarvis Devon. So Rory Cuff, starting on pole for Exeter, needs to have a good one here in the number 10 kart. That's not to say that the substitute Exeter drivers they have won't do a good job, but he is one of the experienced Exeter drivers who needs to pull this out the bag. He's in the pound seats right now. How will that look in but a few laps' time? Not seen the thumbs up from the pace kart yet, so we may be going round again. But the pace kart is a long way ahead. I'd say that we are going round again. No, we are good. That was a very odd start from our perspective up here, but they are good to go. And yeah, someone's off immediately. That looked a slightly strange one to me. That was an interesting way to start. They went from quite high up, that person who spun off there. Try and look for who they are as they go around, but either way, Rory Cuff wasn't asleep. He's got the lead and held on to it. As they come round, not got sector times here in the box today, so I can't tell you until the end of the lap who that was who spun off, but Rory Cuff has done what he needs to do. Brooks D have held on to their second place as well, and it looks to have been mostly clean. Cone sent flying there though by, it looked to me like that was the Bristol A kart, the 33, so keep your eyes peeled for a possible penalty there. Huddersfield A on the charge here. And there indeed is the cone penalty for Bristol A. As they cross the line then, Exeter A are first, Brooks D second. As they come round down Rogerson Straight, going 3 abreast there. Battle between the 78 of Kingston B and the 14 of Leeds A, winners of race 1. Just looking for who it might have been who spun out. Timing's just updated itself. Newcastle B had an extremely slow first lap, so I think it may have been them who were struggling, as the 44 of Leeds B gets quite ambitious and ends up on the grass. Cone penalty for Birmingham A. Oh dear. And there's another cone I just saw going flying into shot there as well. So keep your eyes peeled, folks, and remember, every time you're seeing a penalty, it's positions lost for that team effectively come the end of this race. Contact warnings, that's, well, I won't say that's fine. It's not a penalty if it says warning. But Leeds B need to be careful. Just got a bit leery there in the corner at the end of the Conrod Straight. Birmingham B, the 49, battling with Kingston B, the 78, and gets the job done.
Cone penalty for number 22 of Warwick B as well, so the 78 trying to muscle its way through to Kingston B, fighting back past Cranfield A there in the 49.
Yes, sorry, 49 is Cranfield indeed.
And here comes Oliver Basie Fisher as well in the number 8 Birmingham A kart.
Yeah, already has a cone penalty, remember. So he will be dropped one position back from wherever he ends up, and trying to read the traffic there. Nicely read He's going to get both of them done there. Beautiful stuff. Cranfield's a little bit on the grass, but that was firm but fair, I think, as they all start battling behind Basie Fisher, and Cranfield is round. And driver clearly not too happy with that, as there's a cone penalty for Warwick B.
I think that was Nottingham C coming down the inside. It was a brave move there by the number 50. Curb warning for Birmingham A as well. No. So Oliver Basie Fisher needing to be careful out there.
Quite a flurry of penalties early on here, Andrew. I am just wondering, as the 33 of Bristol A battles with the 3 of Huddersfield A, I am just wondering, Andrew, if maybe in these conditions and on an unknown circuit, a lot of the teams put an experienced driver out in race 1, and we're maybe seeing slightly less experienced drivers out on track at this time. That's all relative, of course. All of these drivers will have acquired a BUKC racing licence and will have demonstrated the pace to be in the mains, as Huddersfield A goes up the inside of Bristol A in the battle over 4th place. But it is worth noting that Rory Cuff leads for X to A. The gap is not too big, 1.3 seconds, and indeed on that last time round we didn't see it on our screens, but Oxford A have got past Brooks D. So the 42 kart doing well, and this is on our records it's Sam Faulkner at the wheel of that effort, race winner of course from Butmore Park at round 1. So keep your eyes out on screen for the 42, as there's a penalty for Newcastle A for bump and pass. Currently running in 11th place. That's going to be a 4-position drop in the final results. As you can see, the circuit progressively drying out. Here is the battle over second. There's the number 42 of Oxford A and the 16 of Oxford Brooks D. As there's another penalty. This one's for Kingston B, also a bump and pass. So drivers not executing clean passes in the mid-pack here, Andrew. And in some ways it's a consequence of the drying circuit. You know, drivers are going offline to try and execute a pass and suddenly find there's no grip out there, but everyone's racing under the same rules. It's through Luna Bend goes the battle for second. Brooks D opting for a tighter line, pays dividends in the early part of the corner, but then they lose out coming onto the straight. And it is important to get Luna Bend, or that series of corners, I want to call it the Luna Complex, to get that right coming onto the long Conrad straight.
Indeed, and everyone starting to settle into a rhythm. De Montfort A, Sam Lovelace again, properly on the move. We mentioned he was towards the back of the grid. I think he was P32. He's already up to 12th place. He's absolutely flying out there in the number 66.
Doing so very cleanly in amongst karts that aren't necessarily penalty free at this point. It's one of the couple of test karts, don't worry about that one. And through comes the battle for second. Sam Faulkner has got a bit of a gap now to Brooks D, and the thing for the number 16 Brooks D kart to start to worry about is the Huddersfield A kart with Sam Tiernan at the wheel. Extra A have managed to pull out a bit more of a gap from these two whilst they've been battling. It's now 2 seconds the gap that Rory Cuff has in hand. And there you can see the number 3 of Huddersfield A is right on the scene now and is about to be challenging the Brooks D kart. The green race suit of the driver in the Brooks D kart.
Do keep your comments coming in on both the Facebook and the YouTube streams. You can tweet us in the box as well. Is running wide. There's the Oxford kart, and that's going to give the opportunity to the number 16 to go through, and they do indeed. So Brooks D up into second place then, and I think Faulkner's going to run wide as well. He's got dirt on his tyres. Sam Tiernan is going to have a little chance here for Huddersfield A as they come through Luna Bend onto the Conrad Straight, past us in the commentary box on driver's left, and Faulkner's just about got it all together, but that was coming out of the S's, wasn't it? Yeah, he just ran wide and got on the dirt there. Yeah, absolutely, and it's indicative. It was a good show there of how the wet line, in dry conditions, I think Faulkner would have lost that position. There's a car going very slowly there, we just saw in shot. It looks like it was the 49 of Cranfield A. It looks like Cranfield has had further problems as the battle for second. Through goes Brooks D into Paddock Bend. They'll then turn left onto the Rogerson Straight.
And look out for the Huddersfield A kart as well. Santian trying to get involved in this, but wanting to do so cleanly when it happens. Oxford are your clubman leaders by quite some way, so they could do with not throwing the entire kitchen sink at this fight. Although bearing in mind clubmans and prems are scored ultimately in the same championship.
Second place in clubman at the moment, Manchester A, the number 6. We had a comment come in from Rutvik Parappa, who's supporting the boys. It's been their local circuit. Currently less than 10 seconds off the lead. A very good run this for Manchester A. It's up the inside, goes to number 42 on the 16, and through go Oxford A back into second place. But Oxford Brooks B are going to fight back. Brilliant switch back there by Oxford Brooks D.
But they get a penalty just as that happens for bump and pass. So they're now not in this fight in reality. And another penalty for Southampton C as well. So not the cleanest of races. And now Santian in the Huddersfield kart is really looking to buy into this fight, because he's been sat there for a while. He's made such good progress onto the back of this, but hasn't yet been able to find a way through. De Montfort A continues their charge. They've just got past Nottingham C for 10th place. So a really good run up the field this for De Montfort A, the 66 kart. Sam Lovelace at the wheel, as Andrew was saying. And now Tian looks at the inside for third place against Brooks D and is surely going to get the job done there.
Great move.
Brilliantly timed. Did it cleanly. And there's a penalty shown there for Leeds A. Just came up on the board. That's a cone penalty. Leeds A running strong in 8th place. Now ever so slightly less strongly, I'm afraid. 15 minutes to go on this one. Exeter A are your leaders by some 5.7 seconds now. So Rory Cuff is doing absolutely everything that he needs to do to hold on to this one for Exeter. Worth mentioning, Exeter, your current championship leaders going into today. The number 10 kart.
There's a yellow flag down the corner with no name, turn 6. You see the marshal there. There's Oliver Basie-Fisher, the red and white helmet with the fluorescent yellow shoulders on his, and arms on his wetsuits. There's the number 60 Manchester A, really having a good race here.
Yep.
That is a change for position though, so that's Birmingham A up to 6th place, but we know they have a penalty, so that would flip that one back around.
Yep.
The key for Oliver Basie-Fisher, he's got a gap of about 3.3 seconds to Bristol A, who are having a really good race here in 5th place. I think it's Valery Novikov out there for in this one.
Indeed. And
Starts at 3rd, now in 5th place.
Yeah,
and that's really for a team like.
Oh, and there's a move. Oh no, sorry, Cranfield are well off.
Yeah, they're well down. It's a key race this for Bristol A. They're a bit of a hot and cold team so far this year. They had a good qualifier, but not such a good time at Bookmore Park. You know, they always seem to do this when they'll appear suddenly at the front as they are here in P5 after being quiet for a while. So this is a good drive from Novikov. We just hope that they can get a bit more consistency going.
Yeah, absolutely. The Leeds karts are switched round, by the way. That Leeds A kart that we saw getting a penalty is now behind its sister kart, the Leeds B. Manchester A, your second in clubmans, are in 7th. That's Ocean back at the wheel that we were talking about having a good drive. In theory now, the next kart on the road for Leeds B is the Manchester A kart for a battle for second in clubmans, but the gap's 3 seconds and holding at the moment. So back doing everything he needs to do for Manchester to hold on to what is a very good position at this time at their most local circuit.
Yeah, back the winner of the NKC events that several of the universities organised, Manchester, Liverpool and Leeds, who organised that one. So he was the winner in that event a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, interesting with the Leeds karts, because really they need to switch those 2 karts back round, because I really do think Leeds A have got an opportunity to do something very, very good in this round, and they need every point they can get.
True, although as we say that gap I was talking about of 3 seconds between Manchester A and Leeds B for second in clubmans has just gone down to half of that. Because Kieran Harrison driving that 44 Leeds B kart is on the pace right now.
Back with the battle for second place. Oxford A ahead of Huddersfield. Oh, and Faulkner's wide, very wide. And Sam Turn's going to be through. And Sam Turn up to second place for Huddersfield A, and well, that just shows you how the dry line, it is forming, but if you get off it like the number 42 did there, you're going to have a very, very difficult time. That was well saved by Sam Faulkner. A good recovery from the initial mistake.
Yeah, that was a gift, wasn't it? Signed and sent to Huddersfield, and a driver of Sam Turn's calibre does not need a second invitation, does he?
Fastest lap of the race has just been put in by the leader. Exeter A set a 55.385, which is a good couple of tenths of a second quicker than anybody else out on circuit at the moment. And continue to grow their lead. 4.8 seconds now for Cuff. This is a fantastic drive from the driver in the number 10.
Just as we're heading towards the, I'd say the very beginning of the end game, I suppose we've still got over 10 minutes to go over this one. We've been jumping around the top 10 a bit, so it's Exeter A in first, Huddersfield A are in second with Oxford. That's the battle where you're looking at on your screens at the moment. Brooks D has dropped back a little bit from this and has a penalty to be applied post-race as well, but they're fourth on the road at the moment. Bristol A in fifth, Birmingham A in sixth, although does have a penalty to be applied as well. Manchester A running well in seventh, Leeds B in eighth, De Montfort A now to ninth ahead of Leeds A in 10th.
Penalty for Southampton A, multiple pieces of contact. It's not been Southampton's day so far. They were pretty late getting here to the circuit this morning. Not quite on the kind of form that we'd expect from the number 7 seed so far today.
I should say, I realise we're not looking at this on the stream right now, but there are some amazing mid-pack battles. The battle for there's a battle going on for 13th downwards, where they're all separated by mere tenths, and then there's a subsequent one from 20th downwards, currently led by Newcastle A, where they're all separated by mere tenths down to about 25th. So there are some amazing battles going on out there.
And Alistair Steiner involved in one of those in the number 27 Cambridge A cards. He's come from towards the back end of the grid, so that's good points gained so far for Cambridge A. Can they hold on to it with 10 minutes to go? Also on the move still, Oliver Basie-Fisher. We just saw him flash through shot in the number 8. He is now less than 2 seconds behind Valery Novikov in the number 33 Bristol A cart.
And also it's worth saying the gap is coming down between the Bristol A cart and the Brooks D cart ahead as well. So that's all closing up over 4th place as we head towards the end of this one.
Here's your battle over, I think this is about 16th or 17th place with the Nottingham C cart involved in there. They all just come over the line. The number 45 cart, I'll just have to always check whether it's Brighton cart. Yes, that's the Brighton A cart. It confuses it. It looks like Bristol at the same time. But this is a good scrap here. Coming round Luna Bend. There's the number 23 of Loughborough B. As they head onto the Conrod Straight.
Definitely.
45 and 52, the 52 being Northumbria B, effectively the A team after the A team didn't qualify for this level of championship. 45 of Brighton. So fighting here over P16. Now here's a driver who's been making his way through, Matthew Taylor in the Oxford Brooks C cart. This is him in 12th place.
Yep,
he's got the Union flag on his helmet.
Yep, he's got the Cambridge A cart with him for company at the moment, which is Alistair Senior at the wheel for Cambridge A.
Back with our battle for 16th. There's Taylor, the number 9. And he's just trying to pull away at the moment from the 27, which is Alistair Senior. So Alistair not in also in the wetsuit, not in his regular colours. He is closing in on Taylor actually, so 4 tenths separating them. As we flip back to the Northumbria B, Warwick B battle. Warwick B having a little look down the inside there.
This is all over 16th, 17th and 18th place.
Albert Legutko driving for Warwick B today. A new name for their team. A good run here still, as I say, top 20 at the moment. That's always a good result. The black flag is out for the Southampton C cart that is in 25th.
Repeat shown for repetitive bump and pass.
And that's pretty much the end of their round as well, because they've only got 2 eligible drivers in this round today. And they both did race 1 and race 2, so Southampton C are going to finish stone dead last in this round, unfortunately. 7.5 minutes to go here at Three Sisters. You're watching round 3 of the British Universities Karting Championship 2019. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you today. We're watching this battle over 17th place between Northumbria B, the number 52, number 22 of Warwick B. Here's the number 35 now on your screen.
Oh, the battle over the clubman's lead has closed up something proper here, Andrew. In 7th place at the moment is De Montfort. They're one of our Prem karts, the 66, but just behind them is the 60 of Manchester A, who now has the 44 of Leeds B for company. So that's the 66, 60 and 44 to look out for.
Yeah, and you've got to say there's karts behind them closing in as well. There's the other Leeds kart, and Sheffield A, Aidan Charity in the number 15, has just set the fastest lap of the race so far. I hope we can pick this one out on circuit. This battle for 7th, led by the De Montfort A number 66 kart. Sam Lovelace, you'll note him with the blue suit and the blue helmet. And here they are, coming through the Joey Dunlop corner, well picked up by our Alpha Live cameramen. And you can see the Leeds kart directly behind De Montfort A now. You can see the black suits with the green and red details, the university colours of Leeds, really scrapping in. There's 2 Leeds karts in there, both the B and the A. The number 14 of Elliot Frost. They're trying to work their way past the number 106, which is a back marker.
And that's all change, isn't it? Because Manchester A have lost out there to Leeds B and Sheffield A in clubman terms.
And they've lost out to Leeds A as well. Sorry, number 15 of Sheffield A has just lost out to Elliot Frost in the number 14 Leeds A karts. This is all the northern unis at the moment. De Montfort from Leicester, the 2 Leeds universities over the other side of the Pennines as well with Sheffield. Made the relatively short trip for them in BUKC terms over the last couple of days. But can Sam Lovelace get the foot down now? Oh, the back marker's all out of shape and nearly takes out the number 44. That was a real moment for the 106. Don't know if you can confirm for me, Howard, who that is.
That's UWTSD Swansea B.
The number 44 starting to attack Sam Lovelace now, the number 66. This is all over 7th place, so it's 66 from 44. I think the number 15 of Sheffield A has got back ahead of Leeds A's number 14 kart, so yep. Charity going past Frost. Unfortunately, the number 60 now starting to fall backwards a little bit as these drivers come through the field. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Contact warning for the number 16 of Oxford Brookes D. They're in 5th place. In between that kart and this battle here, Birmingham A in a bit of a lonely spot now in 6th place, about 7 seconds down the road from this group, and a second and a half behind Oxford Brookes D.
Yeah, so in amongst all this change, your clubman's podiums as it stands at the moment would be Sam Faulkner for Oxford A, quite comfortably running 3rd overall, then Kieran Harrison of Leeds B, and then it's Aidan Charity at the wheel of the number 15 Sheffield A effort.
Having said that, Oliver Vasey-Fisher has just set the timing screen purple. He's just set the fastest lap of the race and taken a huge amount of time out of Oxford Brookes D's 5th place on the road. So let's keep an eye on that battle as well towards the latter part of this race. Still this battle for 7th place raging on though. Starting to separate now as they've got rid of the back marker, but it's still De Montfort A. Sam Lovelace having another very impressive drive in the BUKC.
And it's worth noting as well, Andrew, that yeah, so I'm not sure if we covered that Bristol A got past Brookes D on the road in the last few laps.
Yes. Oh,
so
another penalty. Another penalty for Oliver Vasey-Fisher.
That's for curbs.
And a curb. Leaders then just start a new lap, which is lap 24. Oh, we're back now. No worries. 5.9 seconds ahead of Huddersfield A. Huddersfield A having a good day so far. They'll have 2 good scores in at the halfway point of this round. They'll sit out race 3. They'll probably sit out race 4 as well. There's Oliver Vasey-Fisher. Now, Oliver Vasey-Fisher's closed right in on Oxford Brookes D now. The number 16 you can see in the almost old Lotus-style colours of green and gold. Trying to go round the outside of the 77. That's one of the De Montfort karts.
And the 33 of Bristol is just ahead, of course, as well. In fact, Brookes D in the slipstream of the 33. We cut further up the road. There's your 3rd placed kart. Sam Faulkner in the 42 Oxford kart. And then here comes that battle. The 33 of Bristol A, the 16 of Brookes D, and the number 8 of Birmingham A. Contact warning for your race leader. Oh, don't throw it away at this late stage, Rory. As we head into the final 90 seconds of this one.
Oh, Basie Fisher has a little look there at the Oxford Brooks D kart. Driving really hard because, of course, he's trying to negate his penalty as much as he can. He's still going to receive it. Try and get as far up the order as possible.
Absolutely. Out of Luna Bend they come onto the Conrod Straight. Just saw the 17 at the back of that pack there. Down a lap, that's the Aston A kart. Not yet featured as prominently as they have done at our previous 2 race meetings so far of Aston A, but still a long way to go in the day's racing.
I think it's Petra Savanto at the wheel of the number 16 at the moment. Apologies, we haven't got the Oxford Brooks D names, but up the inside, has a look. There goes Basie Fisher. No, can't quite get it done into Dunlop. And they'll start another lap. Not long to go, though, for these drivers.
Indeed, it's the last lap now. Has been shown. As there's another contact warning. Is that a fresh contact warning for Exeter? No, I think that's
and
the
up the
same
inside,
one.
Basie Fisher's going through and past Brooks D, go Birmingham A. So that's another penalty position negated. But just behind them, we need to look into Luna Bend. There's all sorts going on in the battle over 7th. There were 3 wide coming onto the back straight, and I think Sam Lovelace has lost a couple of positions. We'll just try and pick them up in a moment. They'll come past our commentary box. We are on the last lap, though. And yes, side by side, I can tell you, De Montfort and Leeds, but we're waiting now for Rory Cuff to come round. There he is, the number 10, Exeter A take another win in this season of the BUKC. Huddersfield A take a brilliant 3rd, but it's all going on behind them as well. Basie Fisher's through, and he's going to take 3rd on the road for Birmingham A ahead of Bristol A. And, well, that's going to actually end up to be quite a good result. But we're going to wait now because there's a huge battle going on. Here it is, across the line for 7th place. And I think, yes, Sam Lovelace does take it. So he fell all the way, I think, down to 10th place at one point, but fought back there valiantly on that last lap. And he takes 7th place for De Montfort A. Sheffield A finish in 8th, 9th for Leeds B, 10th for Leeds A, and 11th for Manchester A. Those 5 teams put on a brilliant show in that race. 12th place for Cambridge A, 13th for Brooks C, 14th for Loughborough B. Good result for, I think it was Mackenzie Shepherd out there. Problem there. Is that the number 60? It is the number 60, but I think that's after checkered flag.
Yeah?
That is after checkered flag, so something very strange has happened there to the number 60. But let's run through that provisional order then. Exeter A are your race winners, Huddersfield A 2nd. 3rd place were Oxford A. 4th place were Birmingham A, but they have penalties. 5th place for Bristol A. 6th place for Brooks D. 7th. What a race for Sam Lovelace. Sorry, Howard.
Well, I was going to say, I think he's done it. I think he's got a top 5 there because Brooks D have penalty as well.
Ah, okay.
So I think that means he gets 5th place.
Okay, 8th place for Sheffield A, 9th for Leeds B, ahead of Leeds A. Now, I think that's a bit of an error there. I would have switched those 2 around. 11th for Manchester A, 12th for Cambridge A, 13th for Brooks C, 14th Loughborough B, 15th Edinburgh A, 16th Northumbria B, 17th for Warwick B, 18th for Southampton A, 19th for Brighton A, 20th for Loughborough C, 21st for Nottingham C, 22nd Newcastle A, 23rd Kingston B, 24th Brighton B, 25th for Huddersfield B, 26th Bath A, 27th Leeds D, ahead of Leeds C in 28th, 29th for Newcastle B, 30th for De Montfort B, 31st for Aston A, 32nd for Brunel B, 33rd for Cranfield A, 34th for Swansea Met B, 35th Manchester Metropolitan, and 36th was Southampton C. Right, well that's race 2 all wrapped up. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can now pass down to the pit lane, to the dummy grid, to see who Jacob Harris has got on the end of his old microphone.
Thank you, Andrew. I believe we are back live in the pits, and I have with me a BUKC celebrity of only an hour old, but we have here James from Huddersfield, otherwise known as Cone Man. James, tell us a little bit about what has made you a sensation on social media.
Well, during the race I ran a bit wide at the top corner over there and picked up a cone penalty and a cone. So that was an inconvenience, but yeah, it's one of those things.
Yes, you may have seen James on the live stream driving around the circuit with a cone in his car. James, how much of a speed advantage does carrying a cone around give you?
Initially it was about a second a lap, but once he adjusted, maybe about half second, 3/10, somewhere around that area.
Not bad. And what's next for you in the cone? Can we expect to see a feature film or perhaps even a TV series?
I'll take the cone back with me to my local pizza place in Huddersfield, Bar Maroc, some lovely pizzas, and inevitably face rejection because I don't think we'll be compatible enough.
You've got to try though, haven't you, at least, now that you spent so much time together?
Yeah, give it a go and see what happens.
Thanks for talking to us, James. I'm going to go and try and find our race winner, who usually queues up behind me, but we're missing someone today. Instead, let's jump over here and talk to Coventry. Neil's having a quick handshake. Neil!
Hello.
Neil, and your voluptuous orange hair hidden under your jacket, helmet, I should say. How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. How about you?
Not too bad. I missed you at Buckmore.
Yeah, seems to go amiss. I heard my little shout out from you at the start though, calling me your favourite, so I appreciated that.
Yeah, it's a well-established fact now that you are perhaps my absolute favourite driver. But you've not been returning the love recently. I haven't seen you on the podium or even stepping up for a race win. When's that going to happen?
I mean, I'd like it to be today, but it'll be tough from 15th, but damp conditions, so anything can happen, can't it? So I don't think we've ever actually had a Prem's podium with one. I've been in the A team, so but that's the aim, I think, today.
Okay. And we got Big Willie Chew watching at home as one of the elder statesmen. Can you give us a shout out for Will?
Yeah, good shout out to Will. Obviously, he got this thing running, didn't he? Great championship, great replacement as well. So you can't really fault him, can you? He's good even when he's gone.
Fantastic. Willie, that one's for you back at home. Neil, I'll let you make your way back to 15th on the grid. Thanks for talking to us. Let's head up to the front of the grid now. Joe Bleakley is going to explain to me why he was late for briefing.
Traffic.
Cheers for that, Joe. I'll speak to you later.
See you next round.
See you next round. Jack, you starting on pole? No? Someone who's starting on pole here? Who's starting on pole here? Is this pole? Is this side pole? I should know, really, shouldn't I? We've got a Leeds driver here. I'm actually after a Leeds driver, Matthew Hurst, because he won the first race and I accidentally interviewed Jack Ransom instead. You haven't seen Hurst, have you?
I haven't.
Captain Jack Fisher's over there. Let's see if I can catch his eye. No, he's mid-conversation. Anyway, if you could, yeah. And ask him where Hurst is, because I owe him an interview. I also owe an interview to the winner of race number 2, who I haven't found either. It's not a great day for race winners so far. Jack's going to come talk to us anyway. He can do the interview in place of Matthew Hurst. Jack, I heard you won race 1, or not you, rather one of your boys.
Can't find Matt Hurst, but yeah, I think he won it because he was second on track, but the leading car got a penalty. So, we saw him at the start. He disappeared. He got he had about a 5-second gap, and he just took it easy from there. So, yeah.
How long has it been since we've had a Leeds victory at BUKC?
I think might have been Matt Hurst last year again at Buckmore, I've meant to say. He won it by about 20 seconds in the wet there. But
So he's a bit of a wet weather specialist then?
he is, yeah, he does rallying, so he's ideal for him really.
All right, and where are you starting in this race?
I'm 6th in this race, and I've got my teammate Matt Lawton in front of me in 4th. So we'll go maybe a bit of team orders there.
Is he going to slow Bleakley upfield? Obviously, Joe's in our Oxford Brooks B cart there. Quite handy driver. Do you fear him?
I don't want to give anything away, but I set myself a goal last year at Clare when I was leading with 8 minutes to go, and I binned it to win a mains race. So this is definitely an opportunity for that.
Well, very good luck with that.
Thank you very
You're going to need it. I mean, because of the competition, not because I don't rate you at
I
all.
don't expect to win, but it's an opportunity, so I'll do what I can.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us. Let's wander a bit further down the grid. We've spoken to Coventry already. Kart 38 lining up by here now, and I want to say this is Southampton B for John for Southampton B. We're on a Southampton chat. Let's jump on in, John. You're in the B team. Is there any contention amongst the ranks? Should you be in the A team?
Well, I mean, for the meantime, we've got a pretty solid A team, but we're B team. We're in solid position to be competing for the Clubman Championship. We're in third at the moment, so hopefully keep up getting some good results today and maintain that.
Southampton are building a bit of a reputation as the BUKC party uni. Any comment on that?
No idea what you're talking about. You need to refer to the Sutton Stig. He'll know all about it.
Sutton Sig is a world-renowned Twitter account. I will point out to our viewers, have a find of them on Facebook, and yeah, lots of interesting photos being tweeted.
No idea what you're talking about.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. A resounding no comment there. Let's talk to Rory Cuff, our pole sitter from that last race, and find out just what happened. We spoke to you, Rory. We spoke to you before the race. What happened?
Yeah, we kind of went to plan, I think. Just tried to get away at the start. I was a bit unsure as to what the track was going to be like, but managed to just try a few different things, not make too many mistakes, and get a bit of a gap.
Who have we got out next, Rex, today?
I'm not actually sure. Who's out next? Alex and Josh. Yeah.
And Josh, I believe, is in the A team.
Yeah, Josh is in the A team. Josh is fast, so expecting a win from him from the back of the grid. But yeah.
Okay. And as for the championship challenge, are we still on?
I think so. We couldn't really have done any better than first that time, so the same again next time, hopefully. And same again. Well, we're starting third for the endurance, so similar plan for that as well. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Rory. Okay, we're still on the grid. Let's go over the far side, shall we, James? I don't know if you want to say there. We got University of Wales Trinity St David's here. I'm going to talk to them because we hardly ever grab them on the live stream. We occasionally talk to Harry, but if I squeeze my way in, who've we got? It's Mr. Ben Gilbert.
Hello.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thanks. Yeah, very good.
How's University of Wales Trinity St David's doing this season? I don't think I've had a good interview with you guys yet.
We've been doing pretty well actually. We had a good round in the qualifiers. Finished second for our day. Bugmore, we had a bit of bad luck, but on the whole it was pretty good. You know, not too bad.
We're at Landau next, which is what we'd have to consider a home round for the Welsh universities. Have you driven with Landau before?
I haven't, no. I'm not Welsh myself, so I need to go and put in some practice.
So no home bias. You'll be doing just as well here, I'd imagine. That.
Well, maybe I hope to do better next one because it's our home race, so we got to impress. But yeah, I haven't driven the track here either, so big learning experience.
Well, good luck. I will step off your cart, and in fact, I will jump in front of you there. That's a good work for race number 3.
Thank you, Jacob. Down on the grid as the drivers go out for their handful of practice laps ahead of race 3 of round 3 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. Myself, Howard Mitchell and Andrew Mather in the comms box for you. That hasn't quite gone right for that grid, but I've got the grid, so don't worry. Driver name 1 is going to be, in this case, Robert Starley of Lead C in the 36 car. He's your pole sitter for this one. Second on the grid, and probably needing a good race here, if we're being honest. James Mills of Loughborough A. He lines up alongside. Row 2 is going to be the number 2 of Brooks B and the number 72 of Leeds D with Matthew Lawton at the wheel. Row 3 is going to be the 97 of Coventry C, Jasper Thong at the wheel, and the 44 of Leeds B with Jack Fisher, who we were just hearing from on the grid. Southampton B starts 7th with Bath A alongside with James Bumey at the wheel. Row 5 rounding up the top 10 is the UWTSD Swansea A with Ben Gilbert at the wheel and Jack Lockhart White for the 33 Bristol A effort. Row 6 is the 34 of Nottingham B with Ben Brewster at the wheel and the 25 of Swansea A with Adam Pugh at the wheel. Row 7 is the 39 Birmingham B kart with Sam Rowland at the wheel and the 60 Manchester A kart with Skylar Robinson at the wheel. Row 8 is going to be Coventry A's Neil Vincent and Oxford Brooks D. We don't have the driver against that one. On row 9 is the 46 of Newcastle B with Aaron Foster at the wheel. and the 78 of Kingston B with Jake Belcher at the wheel. Row 10 rounding up the top 20 is the 13 of Nottingham Trent A with Scott Jeffs, and the 66 de Montfort A with Johnny Knight at the wheel. Row 11 is the number 1 of Brooks A and the 26 of Kingston A with James Mannion at the wheel. Row 12 is the 35 of Manchester Met. It's going to be Matthew Tomlinson at the wheel of that effort, and the 47 of Exeter B with Alex Spensley out for them. Row 13 is the number 12 of Brunel A of Luke Barton, and it's an all Brunel 13th row actually, with the 48 of Brunel B alongside James Ryan at the wheel of that one. Row 14 is the 23 of Loughborough B, Max Reed in for that one. Charlie Lamb pilots the number 5 Nottingham A kart alongside. Row 15 rounding out the top 30 is Stuart Harries in the 106 UW TSD Swansea B with Stephen Howes alongside for Brighton A in the 45 kart. Row 16 is the 77 of De Montfort B, Tom Cuthbertson at the wheel of that one. Sam Stevens pilots the number 6 Warwick A with 32nd on the grid. Row 17 is going to be the 15 of Sheffield A with Matt Brown at the wheel, and the 41 of Swansea B with James Pritchard Wood at the wheel. And finally, on 35th and 36th is the 32 of Coventry B, Jao Sarau at the wheel of that one, and Luke Schilleber for the 27 of Cambridge A. There is your grid for round 3, race 3 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. Random grids, of course, so expect that to change quite a bit over the course of the next 25 minutes or so.
Keep your tweets coming in at Double Dash MM for us directly in the box, and your comments coming on the YouTube stream as well. Good to see a good number of you joining in today with the action. And this is a key race, because after this one all teams will have raced twice, so we'll be at a nice halfway point of this round, and we'll give you a bit of a spreadsheet of doom update as well once this race is complete. At the moment, Huddersfield looking very, very good. They're not in this one. They've raced in race 1 and race 2, so they sit this one out. They're currently sitting on 116 points. Still a long way to go though. So this race 3 out of 6 teams looking to get ready, and James Mills really, you know, see him there on your right as you see on the screen for Loughborough A. Key race this for Loughborough. They've not had a good start in race 1. Need a result here. Pusher cart driven by David Whitehouse will pull off to driver's left. Driver's being told to go slow. Watch the lights. Red face, green face. We're away and racing. Good start from the second row of the grid initially. Joe Bleakley's been able to hold himself in 3rd place, but James Mills is going to be your leader as they come out of the S's for the first time. Yes, Loughborough A lead, but looks like Brooksby are going to try and force their way through into 2nd place, and yes, they do. Joe Bleakley, good start for last year's runners-up there, Howard.
Yeah, great start. I'm just looking out the window to see if it's all clean going through Luna Bend. We've got one driver off there who's going to have to wait for the field to go by.
2 drivers off, in fact. One of them didn't lose too much time, but here come your leaders then. The 4 from the 2 from the 36. Oh, but not anymore. Look at it. Oh, big punt there from the 72 and smashes the 36 off the roads. That's going to be a huge penalty for Leeds D. Oh, they've taken out their own. Is that their own teammate they've taken out? I think it is.
Oh, dear.
If we could get a replay of that, that'd be good. And the Leeds D kart's causing absolute chaos here. His front round is going to get clipped, hopefully by nobody else. This driver's running wide at Dunlop as well. Well, that was crazy from the Leeds D driver, and he's got a black flag as a result.
Yeah, just the housekeeping. The cart that went round at Luna Bend and lost the most time was the 29 of Bath A. So they're now back on a recovery.
Yeah, the 36 that went round. Oh, dear.
Oh.
The one thing in any level of motorsport that you don't do, you don't hit off your own teammates. That's a bit of an own goal there from the Leeds boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Not good there. They're still in 2nd place.
Well, let's have a look at this again. So this is coming to the corner with no name. James Mills and Joe Bleakley clear. And then deep on the right. Oh, you can see the 72's already locked up. Yeah. Smashes into the 36. Leeds D takes out Leeds C. Well, that's going to be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, as I say, Leeds B are still at least in 2nd. But, yes, it might be an interesting place to be in the Leeds the Leeds complex after this one. Swansea A have picked up a penalty for bump and pass as well, and there are some contact warnings out there as well for the likes of Brunel A, Kingston B and Coventry B and Loughborough B. They're coming up quicker than we can flash them on your screens here, folks. It's been a slight ruckus at the start of this one.
Now, been a change for the lead there. Joe Bleakley up to the front past James Mills, and you've got to say, Howard, these are classic Joe Bleakley conditions, these greasy conditions. You know, we often see him at qualifiers run well in November when we quite often get conditions like this at Wilton Mill. We've seen him win several races like that in the past.
Ooh.
Oh, and a cone
that's
goes
Leeds
into
B.
orbit.
That's going to be a penalty for Leeds B, and they were getting, to be fair, they were getting mugged by everybody there, as there's a challenge for the lead here. Loughborough A, James Mills goes to the head of the field. Nice pass there through Joey Dunlop bend on Joe Bleakley, and change of the lead. 2 changes for the lead in about as many laps.
Oh dear. I'm saying oh dear for my mate Colin the Cone. He's gone absolutely flying there. He's gone hammered. Higher than he's ever gone before.
Yeah, and we've had them carried, as we heard, in between the 2 races there. Good battle though this. This one could run and run, couldn't it? Joe Bleakley in the number 2 Brooks B kart still right with James Mills in the Loughborough A kart, and well, they might duck their head to get any advantage they can here. Coventry A are right on the scene as well in the 20s, so this is a good battle at the head of this one.
Oh dear, the Leeds D driver's back on the scene already. He's a lap down as the number 72.
Oh dear.
Everyone needs to give him a bit of a wide berth.
Look at
Neil
Neil
Vincent coming through. Brilliant move there by Neil Vincent up the inside of Joe Bleakley. And Neil Vincent, Jacob's favourite driver, is up to second.
And look out for Skylar Robinson as well in the number 60 Manchester A car. That's all for position. There hasn't been time for this this top 10 to spread out at all here. This is great.
Sorry, I just saw Colin go flying again.
So there's just a flash of orange in mid-air that you know it's not a good day. Oh, and Neil Vincent gets all out of shape into... Oh, in fact, he wasn't really, was he?
No,
that was just a crazy dive up the inside by Joe Bleakley that paid off.
A brilliant send
that was
by Joe
amazing.
Bleakley, and there's the tap on the head to say, come on, let's get on with this, because James Mills is pulling away, but look at Skylar Robinson now going for it there in P4 for Manchester A, the homeboys, and he's side by side, and he's going to go through past Neil Vincent and into third place. He's going to try and go round the outside. Oh, he's on
that's
the
not gonna
grass.
work.
Forced out wide there by Joe Bleakley. That was a little bit too brave there from Manchester A, and recovers well. There's a yellow flag down at the bottom end of the circuit as well. Let's have a look at that again.
Yeah, I think it was quite ambitious, wasn't it? I wouldn't attribute any blame to those around him as such. It's just you ran out of road trying to go around the outside there. It's not a conventional overtaking zone at all. It allowed Adam Pugh in the 25 Swansea A kart to take the lead in Clubman's for now, and he's right in amongst this pack now there in the 25 behind the 20 of Coventry A.
Absolutely. Swansea are finally, they've woken up. They've had an absolutely terrible season so far as the number 2 and the number 20 continue to squabble. This is by far the best showing from Swansea so far this year, and Adam Pugh is now on the attack. There you can see in the yellow and silver helmet trying to attack Neil Vincent now. Joe Bleakley at the moment though doesn't look that quick. Yellow flag out down at Dunlop.
Oh, I'll agree with you there. I mean, he's not exactly in amongst a slow pack of drivers at all, as there's yellows out there at Paddock Corner.
Sheffield A were my launchers of my friend Colin the Cone. They've had a cone penalty out there.
Oh, and Bleakley goes wide onto the Rogerson straight, and that's going to allow Neil Vincent up the inside. Indeed, it does. Change for second place, but Bleakley does another dive up the inside into Luna. This time, though, is he going to pay off? Neil Vincent taking the outer line. Look out for the 25 of Swansea as well, getting involved in this. This is side by side down the Conrod straight, across the dummy grid. Neil Vincent's got it. Brilliant battling here, and Manchester's right back on the scene now in the 60 kart as well. Bleakley goes up the inside at the end of the Conrod straight as they head towards the valley section of the lap. Adam Pugh doesn't quite know where to go, but stays behind Neil Vincent. This is fantastic stuff. It's allowing James Mills to get on off the road. There goes Manchester. Skylar Robinson up the inside of Adam Pugh through Joey Dunlop corner. Change for the Clubman's lead. Gestures behind him to say, let's work together, mate. I'm not sure how compliant Pugh is going to be with you there. Oh, brilliant battling here, trying to put a lap on
Cambridge A, the number 27.
Yeah. There's your leader, by the way, the number 4 Loughborough car. It's getting away with this one because of all this battling. Neil Vincent again goes through at exactly the same place as he did last time, and again Bleakley looks for the dive at the inside into Luna, but it's not on for him this time. Vincent's wise to it, and he's got the job done for now.
This is brilliant racing here in the BUKC at Three Sisters, and look at Skylar Robinson on the attack again for Manchester A. Can he get up the inside into the corner with no name, and Bleakley throws it. Oh, there's contact! There's contact between Bleakley and Vincent. Robinson's going to try and go around the outside. That's surely not going to work, boys. And the number 25 is still in there as well. Somehow, Neil Vincent holds on to second place.
And I think that was because Bleakley clocked that he needed to give the position back, and it just slowed everything up too much. Now Robinson's looking for the inside of Paddock, and he's got the job done on Vincent. And meanwhile, behind them, Adam Pugh's got past Bleakley now. It's all change all the time here, and this is exactly what we wanted from this circuit, Andrew. The high-speed nature, the straight slipstreaming, it's fantastic battling at the moment, and look at the train of karts that's forming behind them now. That's the entire top 10.
And more. There's 5 seconds covering second down to 12th, and some of our big boys are going to lick their lips at this, the likes of Oxford Brookes A, De Montfort A having another good race here. Look at Robinson defending from Neil Vincent. Oh, Neil Vincent's off! Oh, he's made the mistake and he's going to save it just about. And somebody else is off in the background. I think it's one of the Leeds carts. It might be Leeds B. Oh my goodness, this race is absolutely crackers here at Three Sisters. And somehow, I do not know how Neil Vincent held on to that.
Absolutely. Just got a penalty for Loughborough B there in amongst this battle.
Let's have a look at this again. Neil Vincent, he gets his rear left. Oh, he gets it in that little patch of grass there. And yeah, it's
already behind them, Andrew. The other car has already begun whatever drama that was.
Yeah, I think it was Leeds B, possibly, or it might have been another one of the Leeds carts. We'll see for someone falling down the order. 17 minutes to go. My goodness, I don't think we can take another 17 minutes of this in race 3 within round 3. The number 23 coming through as well. That's Loughborough B, who had a very... Oh, black flag for Brookes B, and it's an advantage by contact. So Joe Bleakley is going to have to come into the pits, and this is not good. This is not good at all for Oxford Brookes B as they try to get their championship going, their round going. Well, they lost a race win as a count of a penalty in race 1. They're now going to lose a lot more here in race 3.
It was Leeds B who we saw into the tyres. They're back underway again, and there's a black flag for Brookes D as well, which I wonder might be to do with that Leeds B incident. It was around about that part of the battle pack that started to happen.
Oh, this is a disaster lap for Brookes. Brookes A are off. Brookes A are falling down the order here, and in the space of 30 seconds, it's like Toyota at Le Mans a couple of years ago. In a matter of moments, it has all gone completely wrong for them in this one. The B team, penalty. The D team, penalty. The A team, incident out there, and they're now outside the top 25.
Well, this is not what we were expecting at all for Brookes at this point. Still, this battle is raging on, by the way. This is Brunel A having probably...
oh, my goodness!
This is a black flag for Brookes B.
And there goes the 16 in for
no,
his
that's
penalty.
a repeat showing. It's a repeat showing.
The repeats of... oh, dear.
Well, I can understand...
C, where are they? Are they actually in this race?
They're not.
Are they safe?
They are safe, I believe. They're not on track in this one.
Anyway, here's the battle that we're looking on screen here.
I think this is Brunel A in 9th, I think, leading. So there's so many battles as there's another showing for Brookes B. This is, though, the battle for Clubman's lead and second place on the road we just saw there briefly. Manchester A's Skylar Robinson still ahead of Adam Pugh in the Swansea A cart. We should mention, by the way, the results of the last race. So many penalties applied post-race that Sheffield A, one of the Clubman teams, got a podium overall. As look at this battle between the 38 of Southampton B and Brunel A over 9th place into the final sector of the lap. And there is the battle for second place. And who's that on the scene? Is that Coventry A's Neil Vincent getting involved? I think it is.
Yeah, but in more of that, Swansea A are up to second place. Adam Pugh has made his way through there in the 25. Another one of the wetsuits, black with the fluorescent yellow arms. But look at Neil Vincent. He really is in the zone in this one, trying to get back into that second place. But they do need to work together, these three, because they're losing out to James Mills and Loughborough A up ahead of them.
And you can just see on some of the longer shots as well onto these three karts that are nose to tail. The 13 of Nottingham Trent A, Scott Jeffs at the wheel, is moving quickly towards them as well. Skylar Robinson sees if there's an opportunity for him. The sun really blaring in our eyes, and certainly the drivers as well. It's not the time to not have a tinted visor. Neil Vincent, though, doesn't seem at all deterred. He goes up the inside of Joey Dunlop Bend and gets the job done. But Adam Pugh's going to try and fight back and set up an opportunity for himself into Paddock Bend. He holds station for now, thinks better of it. Neil Vincent up to second for Coventry A. And as you say, Loughborough have gone well down the road here. James Mills just has to bring this one home. Oh, that opportunity there for Adam Pugh, and Skylar Robinson uses the opportunity to get past both of them. That's crazy stuff there. Neil Vincent, and Neil Vincent's under attack by Adam Pugh now. Swansea alongside Coventry A. All change here. Side by side down Commonwealth Straight. There's a bit of a nudge between the two of them side by side. Still side by side as they come past our commentary position towards the braking zone. Who's going to have more the bold strategy into here? Adam Pugh holds on to it. Neil Vincent, though, is going to try and get the switch back and set up an opportunity into Joey Dunlop. This is allowing Skylar Robinson in that number 60 car, the red race suit, to get a little bit of a gap out to them. Neil Vincent jinks to the outside. That one's not going to work unless he can make the switch back work.
Yes, he can.
Which he can. Tries to set up the opportunity to Paddock. Pugh is wise to it, moves across and defends. Brilliant, brilliant racing here between all three of these drivers. And look out for the number 13 Nottingham Trent car arriving on the scene.
I was just going to say, the number 13, there he is, stalking these three, closing in, and he's pulling the Loughborough B and De Montfort A carts with him. We could have a six-way battle here for second place in a few moments' time, in a continuation of what has been probably the most mental race so far in the BUKC this year.
But this is a gift. This is a gift to James Mills out front, Andrew. The gap's now out to 5 seconds here. Nobody is getting the bit between their teeth to try and chase him down. Is Skylar Robinson now? He's got a little bit of a gap here in the 60. Is he going to try and get onto terms with the pace of the leader? There is still technically time to close such a gap as we enter the last 11 minutes of this one. But goodness me, who's going to be on the podium of this one is anyone's guess at the moment. You could just see all those 6 carts that you saw go through your shot. They were all for position. Loughborough A lead, Manchester A second, Swansea A third, Coventry A, Nottingham Trent A, Loughborough B and De Montfort A.
There's also a great battle going on out there for 9th place, as here's the battle between Loughborough B
and De Montfort, is it?
And look, that's Loughborough B past Nottingham Trent A, but they were. Scott Jeffs fights back. All kinds of, I was just going to mention, all kinds of movement going on just on the outskirts of the top 10. And Warwick A have now got themselves into that top 10, as through go the number 23 of Loughborough B, and that is them up to 5th place.
Max Reed at the wheel, I believe, of this one, Andrew. Will there be an opportunity back for back into Joey Dunlop? Yes, they will. Jeffs will try again. We look at slightly further up the road. Still Neil Vincent and Adam Pugh battling away. At the moment, it's Pugh who has the bragging rights, but he wouldn't put it past Neil to try and put it past Pugh. And indeed, there he goes onto the Rogerson Straight. That's an interesting place to attempt it. Longside, he has got, though, heading towards the Lunar Bend complex, and he's got the job done. Nicely done by Neil Vincent there. Robust, but fair, I think. But brilliant, brilliant battle this between Coventry and Swansea over 3rd place.
Howard, we need to keep an eye on the number 6 of Warwick A with Sam Stevens. He's having an absolute belter of a race. He's come from 32nd on the grid. He's already up into the top 10. He's had to deal with a bit of traffic, but now I think he's trying to close down the Bath A cart in 9th. And he's got time to do so. You never know. If these groups keep battling, they could fall back into the clutches of Kingston A, Bath A and Warwick A in 8th, 9th, 10th.
It's worth saying as well that at the moment that Warwick A cart leads a train of carts separated all by less than a second. So there is an even bigger pack forming in the midfield.
There is indeed. Also, Skylar Robertson has just turned up the heat. He's just set a 53.758, which is by far the fastest lap we've seen so far today. He's looking up the inside there. De Montfort A having a little look for 6th place on Nottingham Trent A. East Midlands rivals not able to do it at this stage, but going back to Robinson in the number 60, he's just taken 1.2 seconds out of James Mills's lead. Howard, this race is not over.
Well, thank goodness the lead gap's going down, because the rest of this race has been quite frankly dull, hasn't it? So we have got 8.5 minutes to go of this one, and I honestly don't know where to look at the moment. There are battles everywhere. We happen to be looking at one of them, the Nottingham Trent A kart, still fighting against De Montfort A, side by side across the line. De Montfort, are they going to have an opportunity into turn one? They're not on this time around. But we've seen people looking up the inside of two, which they do try, but it's not on there, and that's going to be to their detriment down this Rogerson straight. Surely, no, they're still on terms with them. Will there be an opportunity to send one up the inside of Luna Bend? No, as they come on to the Conrod straight. Wow, this has been quite a frantic one, and we're not done yet. Loughborough lead. Now the gap is down to 3.3 seconds. Coventry A, this is the thing, Coventry A and Swansea aren't, it's not like they're not going forward with Manchester as well towards the leader. They're staying with Skylar Robinson in the 60 kart, so this could get extremely exciting towards the end.
7.5 minutes to go on the clock. Oh, a little bit wide there was Jeffson. He's recovered it well, but he's going to be under attack now from De Montfort A. And no, De Montfort A aren't able to make it through.
It's Johnny Knight at the wheel of that 66 De Montfort effort. Started on pole for them, if memory serves correctly, at one of their races in Buckmore. Proving to be a very competent driver, and certainly showing that here. Drive around out of Luna Bend, sideways as well, waiting for a gap. Can't see who it is in that shot.
It is the number 44.
Oh, that's Leeds B.
That's
now they'd been running at the sharp end towards the start of the race, but they have dropped down a fair amount. They are in fact last on the road now. It's not been a good race if you're a fan of Brooks or Leeds, I'm afraid. Both of those teams, both of those universities, all of their teams have suffered in some way in this race, I think.
Just trying to work out how many laps we're going to have left. Although that was a good one. That was a good one for James Mills. He's got traffic. Okay. That's why the lead was going down. James Mills was having to deal with traffic. He's now through that traffic, and it's now Skylar Robinson's turn to deal with it. Yeah,
you can see Neil Vincent here in the number 20 Coventry car also dealing with some of that early traffic. That was the 41 of Swansea B. He just got past. Now the Swansea B driver could do a little favour here for Adam Pugh by getting well out the way of the A-team kart there, because what you don't want to be doing is holding up your teammate. There are no blue flags in BUKC.
Curb warning for the number 66 as well. We just saw as well the number 1 of Oxford Brooks A. They are, my goodness, I've not said this many times, Brooks D a 28th, Brooks B a 30th, Brooks A a 31st. Do we start to seriously think about this not being Oxford Brooks A's year, or Oxford Brooks B's year for that matter? Fastest lap of the race though has just gone in from Cov.
I think there's been a change here, Andrew. Yeah, Neil Vincent has got past the Manchester kart. You can see here Neil Vincent in the black race suit in the number 20, now ahead of the 60 red-suited Skylar Robinson. It's a change for second place on the road there. I noticed on the last lap through the traffic, Skylar wasn't as efficiently dealing with that traffic, and it allowed Vincent to close up. And once again, the battle over second place has been resumed.
Saying that though, James Mills didn't have a good lap with the traffic either. The lead is down to 2.2 seconds. Again, this is not over. 5 minutes to go here at Three Sisters. It's round 3 of the BUKC 2019 in what has arguably been one of the races of the season so far. Neil Vincent there, you see him in the red, white and blue helmet with the black suit. There's your leader though, the number 4. It's coming down, and there's another load of traffic just ahead for the leader.
And that traffic includes Brooks A and Brooks B, by the way. It's not slow traffic. It's not going to be easy to pass if you indeed catch up to them. And I'll repeat, there are no blue flags. This could get very interesting. Neil Vincent goes past one of our back markers.
Oh, the back marker's trying to fight back. My goodness me, that always scares me when it's the number 35.
It's Manchester Met, one of the local teams to this track.
And now the Manchester Met driver does realise this is the lead and lets them through. Good driving there from that driver.
But it's allowed Neil Vincent to get a gap such that he can think about really putting the hammer down, as if he wasn't already, to try and catch up to James Mills. Less than 4 minutes to go. Here's the traffic, and James Mills is in that traffic now. He's already gone past the 15 Sheffield A kart. I think the next kart for him to lap, in inverted commas, is your reigning champions. such is the type of race that Brooks have had. Loughborough A lead, Coventry A second, Manchester A in third, Swansea A still running really well there in fourth, and it's Loughborough B in fifth. That battle we were talking about earlier, De Montfort A are in seventh, Bath A are in eighth, Kingston A in ninth, and UWTSD Swansea A currently rounding out the top 10.
The Warwick A charge seems to have stopped. They're now down to 12th place. University of Wales, Trinity St David, Swansea A are up into that top 10 now. Nottingham A have gone through as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's slightly stopped the charge there indeed. Coventry B just got past Birmingham B over 17th as well. And yes, they are all really, really close in the teens. It's the BUKC. This then, Neil Vincent, second on the road. The gap went down by another half second on the last lap. I think James Mills is in some really costly traffic at the moment.
And what's key for Neil Vincent is that he clears this traffic fairly quickly. It's the number 15 ahead of him at this precise moment.
I will say this though, Andrew, I think that our leader has put a lap on Brooks out. I think that Brooks were very wise to that. Of course, one of the things of having usually sharp end running karts out of position is that they're familiar with who the lead teams are, and maybe are better equipped to determine, that's the leaders coming through, I shall get out of the way. Indeed, here they are. So the 16 there is some of your traffic, and then you've got Brooks B, Brooks A, and then there's your leader. Actually, they haven't got out of the way, have they, for Loughborough yet? They're staying on the pace. So unusually, the 2 and the 1, the Brooks karts, are not involved in the race battle. They're a lap down. Then is the 4 at the back of the 3 karts that are in your shot, and Brooks are doing a switch as well. Brooks A goes past Brooks B here, and this is where James Mills could lose some time in that number 4 kart, because the Brooks karts are sorting themselves out in front of him.
Yeah, it's Carl Morby going past Bleakley for position.
And I think I just saw in the back of shot there that Neil Vincent has got past the last bit of traffic that's in between these two. And James Mills goes for that pass to put the lap on Joe Bleakley, and he's not got the job done. And there is Neil Vincent. Look at this shot then. The 1 and the 2 of Brooks A and Brooks B are a lap down. On their tail is the 4 of James Mills, and you can see that gap now to the 20 of Coventry A. There's 1 minute to go. Will this gap go down? I mean, it's fair to say, Andrew, the Brooks karts won't exactly be holding James Mills. Well, they will be they'll have good pace, but they will hold him up if James Mills tries and passes them.
If I'm James right now, I'll just try and follow him through, because you've got 2 laps, if that, to just hold on to this gap. It's 2.6 seconds last time around. He just needs the Oxford Brooks guys to keep the hammer down, but he's going to have a move here on Joe Bleakley. Nice and clean, brilliantly done there by James Mills. But Joe Bleakley's going to try and fight back.
That's going to lose time. That's going to lose so much time as they come onto the final lap. And I'd say as well,
now, I have to say, that's a bit silly.
Yeah.
That's really silly.
Yeah, and look at Vincent now. Look as they come onto this one. And I should say, it's not just the Brooks A.
The lead's gone.
The leader's gone. That is the lead of the race there, the 4 and the 20. Neil Vincent's going to be opportunistic here, I think, into Luna Bend for the last time. It's all come down to this on the last lap after one of the most frantic races of the season anyway, up to this point. Is there one last surprise here? Vincent is in the slipstream. Does Mills know he's there? Yes, he must do. He's going defensive, but he's going to try it up the inside. Surely Vincent, under braking, goes for it. Side by side, onto the wet goes James Mills, and there is indeed a change for the lead. There's just 2 more corners to go. That left-hander, and then Joey Dunlop side by side for the lead. James Mills is going to have to try and get the switch back, but Neil Vincent surely is going to hold on onto the inside. It's been snatched away from Loughborough A at the last, side by side towards the line. Who gets the win? It's Coventry! Coventry by 34 thousandths of a second. Neil Vincent takes it on the last lap, and James Mills will be gutted for what has happened to him on that last lap. Could not get past the Brooks karts. I was talking about them being compliant a couple of laps ago, Andrew. In the end, they decided the race.
Well, you've got to tip your hat to Neil Vincent. He never, ever, ever gave that up, and he has a win in mains by 0.034 of a second ahead of James Mills. It's still a good result for Loughborough A, but he will be seething, absolutely seething in his helmet at Joe Bleakley in the Oxford Brooks B team. Fantastic result for Manchester A. They finish in third and they win in clubbing in this particular race. Finally, Swansea come to the table. We've been expecting this from them all season. Well, they didn't do it at Buckmore Park. They've done it here. They've got 4th place in this one. Loughborough B, another good result for them in 5th. Nottingham Trent A won the East Midlands battle there in 6th. De Montfort A were 7th. University of Wales Trinity St David's Swansea A were 8th. Bath A were 9th. Kingston A were 10th. Nottingham A were 11th. Warwick A were 12th. Brunel A 13th. Southampton B 14th, 15th were Coventry C, 16th Exeter A, 17th Coventry B, 18th Birmingham B, 19th Bristol A, 20th Leeds C, 21st De Montfort B, 22nd Brunel B, 23rd Nottingham B, 24th Newcastle B, 25th Kingston B, 26th Brooks A, 27th Brooks D, 28th Brooks B, 29th from Brighton A, 30th from Sheffield A, 31st for the University of Wales Trinity St David's Swansea B, 32nd for Manchester Met, 33rd Swansea B, 34th Leeds B, Leeds D, sorry, Leeds B were 35th, and Cambridge A, oh, not a good race for Cambridge A, down at the back in 36th. Well, Howard, controversy, overtakes, crashes, chaos, teammates hitting each other. That race had it all.
I don't want to second guess how drivers are feeling, but if I were Jacob, I'd be very careful who I shove a microphone under the helmet of in that paddock right now. That was, I mean, as a neutral, how dramatic was the end of that? How dramatic was all of that? That was amazing. But yeah, could be a potential controversy there. Brooks may not have been at the races in terms of the sharp end, but they surely had an influence on the final result. Let's head down to Jacob.
Neil, come on in. Come here. Give me one of these.
I haven't weighed myself yet.
That was special. That was really special. Are you supposed to be weighing yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, put that lead back in my pocket after, yeah? Okay. We're weighing each other. This is very, not very strict Park Fermé rules here. But spur of the moment, I guess. But Neil's going to get himself weighed and come and talk to me about just how you managed to snatch race victory on the very last lap. What a fantastic performance from 15th on the grid as well. This is why he's my favourite. Some of you may have been watching the live stream thinking, why is Neil your favourite? What's Neil ever done? Well, that's what Neil's ever done. Neil, 15th to 1st.
Yeah, I'm happy with that because I haven't had a win yet from mid-pack or far back. So that was a great job. I felt like the start, I had it in me, and then I think I had a fight with Bleakley. I think he's a Brooks guy, isn't he, or someone. And we just kept fighting and we fell back. But then I think he must have been lapped because him and James Mills were fighting, weren't they, at the end? And I think he just slowed him down that much. I caught right up and managed to get him on the last lap. So, yeah, happy with that.
Deprived Loughborough of race victory at the last. So I stood here with Piers, Ollie and Tom from Loughborough. And I heard over TeamSpeak that you'd snatched it. They weren't too happy to say the least. But does this mean now we can consider Coventry Championship contenders?
Yeah, I don't see why not. We've got our best driver to come yet, Joe, starting 22nd. I think he's in this one. So if he has a good race there, then you never know, do you?
Is it Joe who won at Buckmore, or is it brother?
Joe that won. Okay. He's the better fowler of the two.
So I've been told. I'm told the other one made up more positions.
Oh, it's a win that counts, isn't it?
Well, depends who you're asking in the Fowler family. But Neil, congratulations. Fantastic win. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks. It was the interview that did it before. I told you this morning, didn't I? An interview will get me the win.
There does seem to be some sort of correlation between interview and performance.
We should spend more time together, if I'm honest.
I say that all the time, Neil.
It's a dream come true, isn't it?
Well, thank you very much for talking to me, and I'll come talk to you before your endurance to make sure you win that one.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Neil Vincent there with his lock of hair. Okay, let's jump in on Team Warwick. Alistair Irvine lines up in what must be about 6th place in the kart number 6. He's just 5th place going to Ben Simpson. Sam Stevens is just giving him a brief pep talk now. We're getting in on that. Don't mind us. Carry on telling him how to drive. I'm sure he needs it. That's all. He's all ready. Alistair, what's Sam been telling you? What are the secrets?
Don't bin it. It's good. Yeah, just generic top advice.
I could have told you that. Excuse me, I'm just going to take this out because my phone's decided to start playing Brown Sugar by the Rolling Stones. 5th position. you had yourself a race win back at Buckmore.
Yeah.
Can we expect to see you continue on in strong form today?
Hopefully, I'll stay in this sort of area. So fingers crossed. We'll see.
And how's Warwick's day going so far? We're heading into race 4 now, is it?
So Sam Cobb had a fairly not great race. Sam Stevens had a really good race. So yeah, here we go. See how it goes.
And how did the group project go on Valentine's Day?
Fantastic. We're not allowed to talk about that.
We're not allowed to talk about that, apparently. Okay, well...
Not me.
I told you. I didn't want to make the joke, is what I said. A cheeky callback now is just about enough, I think.
I think we should leave it there. Go talk to someone else. Yeah.
Thanks, Alistair. Glad to know. I appreciate it. I did hear someone calling my name then. I might have been imagining it, though. I often do hear voices in my head. Stephen, you're looking very dirty there.
Yeah, got a little bit muddy towards the end. Understeered off on corner 2. Just went a little bit wide and just ran it through the mud a bit.
Is this due to lack of sleep, maybe?
Maybe.
I know that you fraternise with who we've called the Party University. Yes, you're a known associate of the Southampton team. Just what is the deal there?
It's good fun. They're good fun, and they offered to pick me up, so...
Are Brighton not good fun?
No, they are good fun. They just have a minibus.
Okay.
Minibuses are the way forward for track transport. It's all good fun. See, when there's a few drinks involved, it's even better.
That's here. Okay, and who have we got in the cart here?
So we've got Martin out for us in this race, so hopefully he'll be storming away with the lead.
And ask him quickly how he's going to get on. Martin, real fast because you're about to go out. What can we expect to see from you this race?
I don't know. I'm going to be cautious at first because I don't know this track and I don't think anyone else does.
Martin there from Brighton expressing some caution early on in the race. It's the grid walk. We are heading out for race number 4 of 6. We're halfway through the sprints already. Gabby Martinez-Luca pulls out there in the De Montfort cart. Not quite sure what the issue is. So a hand in the air. Doesn't seem to want to get going.
Well, thanks, Jacob. Down on the grid there. So, we are halfway through the first round of the day. And do bear that in mind, folks. We've got 2 rounds to bring to you today on your Alpha live streams from Three Sisters. A very sunny Three Sisters here in Wigan. First time we've been here, as we've been saying. We'll be with you for all of the BUKC action. Let's talk you through the grid then for round 3, race 4 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. Sam Gerrard is going to start this one on pole for Cambridge A, with Callum George alongside for Coventry B. Row 2 is going to be Ben Goodwin for Swansea B and Ami Jurga of Sheffield A. Row 3 is going to be Alistair Irvine for Warwick A and Christian Bessel for De Montfort B. Row 4 will be Brighton A with Marcin Machak at the wheel, and Harry Grundy pilots the UWTSD Swansea B effort alongside. Row 5 will be Nottingham A with Stefan Kessler at the wheel and Sam Dickens at the wheel of the Loughborough B cart. Row 6 is an all Brunel affair with Dan White at the wheel of the Brunel B cart and Rob Holland piloting the Brunel A cart. Row 7 is going to be Exeter B with Baldwin Bourget at the wheel, and Bradley Caps Jenner takes Manchester Met's effort from 14th place alongside. Row 8 is going to be Andrew Hunt at the wheel of the Kingston A kart, and Oxford Brooks A starting from 16th. Don't have the driver listed against that at the moment. We'll try and spot them as they're going around. De Montfort A go from 17th with Gabriella Martinez at the wheel, and Aaron Pretty takes the Nottingham Trent A kart from 18th on the grid. Row 10 is going to be Justin Shilson in the Kingston B kart and James Grant of Newcastle B. Row 11 is going to be Oxford Brooks D with Joe Fowler alongside for Coventry A. Row 12 is Manchester A with Jack Burgess at the wheel and Jake O'Sullivan for Birmingham B. Row 13 will be Swansea A's Roman Haskett and Josh Stanton starting for Nottingham B. Row 14 is going to be Bristol A's Abhishek Gautam and Harry Farnhill for UWTSD Swansea A. Rounding out the top 30 on row 15 is Sam Baxter of Bath A and Southampton B. 31st on the grid then, 16th row is Leeds B with Alex Megginson at the wheel, and João Pinto starts 32nd for Coventry C. 17th row is going to be Leeds D and Oxford Brooks B, and rounding out the 36 car grid on row 18 is going to be Oliver Wedden for Loughborough A and Bradley Weymouth for Leeds C. That's how they'll line up for race number 4 of round 3 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. Myself, Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in comms on your Alpha live stream with you throughout the day's action here in Wigan. Drivers just having their practice laps. Crucial, of course, for a new circuit as it is for many of them. You can really see the dry line that's formed though, and this is the risky situation we're seeing where overtaking opportunities in some parts of the circuit involve going off that dry line. I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen such frantic starts so far today. Some people to look out for in this one. Well, Brunel could do with a good race, couldn't they? They've got Rob Holland starting from 12th on the grid for them. Alistair Irvine, sorry Andrew.
Just to give a quick update on the top 5 before we head into this race at halfway through round 3. Coventry A currently your leaders on 118, Huddersfield second on 116, tie for third between Exeter and Manchester A, who are also your clubman leader on 111, and then Loughborough on 107. Carry on.
Interesting stuff. No, that's fine. So yeah, Alistair Irvine with Warwick's highest grid position so far today. We'll be looking to have a good one. He starts from the 5th spot on the grid. Look out for his very distinctive pink helmet, or distinctive at least when there's not a Piers Pryor on the track for Loughborough, who also has a distinctive pink helmet. As they come round, I'm not sure if we're going to be good for a start this time. We saw a driver pulling into the pit lane with some kind of issue. And indeed, yeah, pace kart driver indicates that we will be going around again. Dave Whitehouse at the wheel of that pace kart. So we'll go across the line. They're using, it seems, the full lap for rolling up here, so it's an opportunity just to talk through the circuit. Once again, they've come through turns 1 and 2, the right and left-hander onto this Rogerson straight. They then come through this left-hander into a right-hand at Luna Bend. That then leads on to Conrod Straight, which is where the karts are now, and then they'll head down to this corner that you can see in your shot, which hasn't really got a name. I think we're calling it just the end of the Conrod Straight. You can see an alternative layout that just runs off straight ahead there to the right of your shots. That's heading towards Penrith Climb, quite a famous steep climb up the hill, but it's not used so much for karting, as we should see the field come into shot. Do keep your tweets coming in. Hashtag BUKC 2019. And I think we got the sign then. I did a brilliant thing there, spotting that pace kart had shown something to the drivers, but didn't catch whether it was a thumbs up or a going around again. I think we are good for the start though. Here we go then for race number 4 of round 3. Samuel Gerrard from pole, Callum George from second. Red lights, green lights, and it's away into Paddock Bend here at Three Sisters. Through they go onto Rogerson Straight for the first time, and already the 45's all over the grass there, doing a bit of cross country. That's going to be costly for them as they come through Luna Bend. Just look out my window to see it has all been cleaned through there, I'm happy to say. As on to Conrod Straight they go. The 27 of Cambridge A have been able to hold on to it, and Coventry B have been able to start right with them. They're releasing the pack relatively late on the starts of this one, and I think it's allowing both sides of the grid to have a nice even start. Behind them, though, the 41 and the 8, the 41 and the 6 have a battle, and Alistair Irvine has got himself up to third at the end of this first lap. There's a contact warning for Loughborough B, but at the end of this first lap, Cambridge A lead, Coventry B a second, Warwick A a third, Swansea B a fourth, Sheffield A is down 2 to fifth, then it's UWTSD, Swansea B, De Montfort B, Loughborough B, Brunel A and Oxford A round out the top 10. Good first laps from Brunel A and Brooks A to get themselves into the top 10. Exeter B lost out quite heavily on that first lap, and I'm just looking to see who it was that we saw going over the grass. It was the 45 of Brighton A who went cross-countrying there, as there's a penalty for Swansea B for bump and pass. So that's going to be some 4 places down for them, I think, at the end of this race. And it's going to be expensive for them because they're running quite well at the moment. 4th overall and 2nd within clubman class. Lead battle breaking away, though, in the early phases here, because Samuel Gerrard of Cambridge A and Callum George, here they are. Cambridge A and Coventry B, the 27 and the 32. Respective leaders in each of their classes, Prems and Clubmans, have broken away by quite some margin already, by some 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Alistair Irvine. And that's because Irvine has Sheffield A and Swansea B for very close company. Indeed, he just picked up a curb warning as well. So through the latter part of the lap come our leaders. Using fully using the dry line by this point, as it's dried out. How close is it across the line? It's got even closer, I think, last time round. Good driving this from Callum George in the early part of this race. Through Luna Bend they'll go again. Aptly named corner, because it's important to get a good slingshot here onto Conrod Straight. Going to look over the shoulder from second place, but he needn't bother. There's nobody there to challenge him at the moment. I should say behind them, the battle over third, you could just see it there going through the back of your shot, is all staying fairly even pegging as well. Cone penalty for De Montfort B, running in 12th place. People working their way through the pack watch, though. Brunel A are on a charge here. They've managed to get up to 6th place, so this is exactly what they needed from the experienced Rob Holland. Brooks A's charge, though, has been stalled somewhat. Nottingham A have actually got past them last time round, has the number 5 cart, which is Stefan Kessler at the wheel of that. But there is the number 12 Rob Holland Brunel A cart. Then there's the 5 of Nottingham A, and then here is everybody else. If you thought it was quite a quiet start, it's not in this part of the pack, I'll tell you now. This is frantic battling from about 8th downwards, led by the 106 of UWTSB Swansea B. Can see the likes of Abhishek Gautam is in amongst this in the Bristol A cart. He's had a decent start. As I say that, he's just got a penalty. That's shown up on my timing screen. But yeah, here is the mid-pack. This is how frantic it is. This race giving us an opportunity to show you this is what happens in the midfield of a BUKC sprint race. There's the penalty now showing for Bristol A. Alistair Irvine, you could just see there, he flashed out a shot, then he's really pulled out a gap there on the 15 of Sheffield A. So he's having a bit of quiet early part of this race to himself, is the Warwick A driver, and then there's a battle here between Sheffield A, and then further back here you see the Brooks A cart, and then here come the drivers in the teens. The teen positions all the way back to Brooks B. I actually question whether it was Jack Ransom who we saw out earlier for Brooks B, because that driver for Brooks B looks very Jack Ransom-like as well when he appears in shot. So there's the 106, so it's UWTSD Swansea B, De Montfort B the 77 in 12th, Nottingham Trent A the 13, and then the 23 of Loughborough B, the 20 of Coventry A, the 28 of UWTSD Swansea A. They're all in there moving around, and indeed the 28 UWTST Swansea kart just had a brilliant lap. There they all are. Brooks B at the back of this one in the number 2. Could do with working his way up the field after the, let's say, questionable starts of the day that Brooks have had as a university. Tom Fox is in amongst them all as well in the Aston kart. So he'll be one to look out for. Actually, no, hang on. This is the old Tom Fox trick, isn't it? He's not racing for Aston. He's racing for Leeds D. So he's not points eligible. But he's certainly a factor. There he is in the 72 kart. Oh, and there is the number 2, Brooks B, trying to pull a very bold move there, and I think makes it stick. As also following through was that Kingston having a go there. Brooks D there, fighting with the 35, which is for 9th position, the 35 of Manchester Met. I think Brooks D just got past there in the number 16 kart, and round goes Abhishek Gautam of Bristol, as does the 13 of Nottingham Trent, which is Aaron Pretty at the wheel of that one. They're both going to recover. We're going to get a replay of this one. So there's the Coventry A kart, and then there's Aaron Pretty in the 13, and yeah, Gautam trying on the inside of Luna Bend. Not sure if proper racing room was given by all concerned there. Either way, they both lost out. Here's Rob Holland in the number 12, 4th place overall. He's overtaken now Sheffield and Swansea B. Then there is Oxford Brooks A in first with Nottingham A for company. Brooks D, Manchester Metropolitan and De Montfort B just flashed through your shot. Then it is UWTSD Swansea A, Leeds D, Coventry A, all coming through. And then there is, so that 72 is Tom Fox of Leeds D. He's not points eligible in this one. Leeds D perfectly entitled to field him as a driver so long as he's not points eligible, which I know annoys the man to my right because he's got to factor that into his score spreadsheet. Rob Holland coming through the number 12 kart. And change for the lead. We haven't seen this one on the cameras, but the lead has changed at the front of the field. Coventry B have just overtaken Cambridge A. Callum George leads this race, as there's a cone penalty just been issued for Swansea B. That's another penalty for them, I believe. Here they are. Here are the leaders, and they've switched back round again. So this battle for the lead, the dam has just broken on this one, because somehow, I don't know if maybe Cambridge's Sam Gerrard got out of shape at all at some point in the lap. It's switched back round for now. But suddenly the lead battle's heated up here at Three Sisters as they work their way through turns 1 and 2 and on to the Rogerson Straight. Now, was that a bit of a flash in the pan and we're not going to see anything else again? It's to be said that Gerrard has suddenly got a bit of a gap over George. Cambridge A just ahead of Coventry B at the head of this one. Still the battles rage further back. Alistair Irvin's having one of the quietest races, having seen one of the most frantic races of the season. Alistair Irvin is having one of the quietest ones in 3rd place. He's 3.8 seconds back from the leaders we just looked at, and he's 5 seconds ahead of Rob Holland of Brunel A, and he's sort of holding station there. So all very calm and collected drive for Warwick A, but not so much ahead of him here at the front of the race. There he is, having his quiet race. Oh, and that's the 39 of Jake O'Sullivan in the Birmingham B kart round, having to recover his kart. Don't see that quite as often now. I think that's in Luna Bend. It is indeed. Yellow flags out there as the leaders just go past him, but he's got a bit of a recovery drive for him now, has Jake O'Sullivan.
Well, yeah, you speak about Irvin having, this drive in 3rd place. It is just what Warwick need, because they've not had a good morning so far. Their best result is an 11th, which was in race 3. Jake O'Sullivan clearly not happy with something on his Birmingham B kart. And so, unfortunately, that's him out of the running on this one. Back with our leaders, though. Cambridge A and looking to the inside of Coventry B. Almost making the move stick there. Getting a little bit crossed up. Coventry B, of course, having a good season so far in the clubman class. Coventry as a squad having a good season. We're seeing them currently in the lead of the round. Got 3 teams into the mains. You'll have seen the Coventry C team running out there as well in the 97. That's the first time that's happened in a good few years.
and it just helps to, you know, grease the wheels of running a team when you've got that many team members at an event. It has to be said as well. If you've got 3 teams worth of people, it makes it just that little bit easier. There's more people to operate, and I have to say though, at the moment I think Callum George is perhaps just pushing a little too hard to try and get back onto terms with Sam Gerrard, because he's dropped back a bit over the course of this lap.
You've got to keep an eye on, as you say, obviously this battle here, but the Coventry 18. The Coventry 18, 12th on the road at the moment, could put themselves in a really nice position here. We saw Loughborough A win the last sprints round at Buckmore Park a couple of weeks ago, and they did it with a first and a second and the first. Well, Coventry A have done almost that already. They've got a first and a third. So if they can get that number 20 cart in this race up into, I don't know, 8th, 7th place, they're going to be looking really good here for at least a round podium.
Yep, Joe Fowler at the wheel of the effort in this particular race, and he's already got himself up. Well, he's just got up another position actually to 11th. He started 22nd on the grid, so he's having a really good drive here as Callum George goes a little bit wide, we just saw there. Meanwhile, we're back with our frantic battle pack in the midfield.
Norman Haskett involved in there in the green, white and orange overalls of Swansea.
Yeah, this is Tom Fox of Leeds D, points ineligible but running in 14th place. Cut back to the leaders just there. And there is Alistair Irvine having his leisurely drive around Three Sisters go-kart circuit, to be quite frank. The gap, if you're wondering if the gap's coming down or closing, the gap went out by 12 thousandths of a second on the last lap. He's just on exactly the same pace as the leaders.
Move for 7th place. Nottingham A have got ahead of Swansea B there just through turn 1. So good move there. Nottingham A again having one of their quiet days. Looking for a good result. You see Ollie Wedden there in the red suit with the blue and yellow details. He's coming through now for Loughborough A. Trying to see where he is. 22nd at the moment on the road.
Brooks A just lit the touch paper somewhat. Fastest lap of the race by quite some margin. A 48.715. They're closing in on Rob Holland in the Brunel A kart for 4th place. This is the 12 and the 1 to look out for. Gap currently a little bit out by 2 seconds. Probably not worth us looking in on it just yet, but it's bubbling away. There is your 3rd place Warwick A kart. You just saw the leaders go through ahead of him. And actually no, Callum George just set the fastest lap of the race as well to get onto terms with Cambridge A, so the gap for our leaders is well down again up the road from this man. We go through the final sector of the lap and in towards Joey Dunlop corner. There they are. Traffic's coming into play. That's what's explaining the ebbing and flowing of the gaps between Cambridge A and Coventry B at the head of this one then now. They've just put a lap on Brunel B for 48. So this would be an opportunity for Alistair Irvine to push if he wants to get onto terms with them, and indeed he just took 1.2 seconds out of them on that last lap. So this is the time to push until you get onto the back of the traffic, and then it's about getting through them as cleanly as possible. Still the battle rages on over what are the big battles out there. We've got Nottingham A running 6th in the number 5. They're leading several cars separated by just a few tenths. And this battle that we're looking at, this is still the Crazy Teens battle from 10th downwards. This is Leeds D battling with Brighton A, I believe. They're swinging to shot now. It's not Brighton, it's the 35, which makes it Manchester Metropolitan, who go all over the grass and have a little bit of visit out there. That's going to lose them plenty of time. Not the best moment for Manchester Met, and there is the 45 of Brighton A, who capitalise on it, and De Montfort B followed them through. So it's now UWTSD Swansea A in 10th, Coventry A in 11th. And I'm going to stop saying that because my timing has just frozen. There you go. Coventry A in 11th, Leeds D in 12th, 13th for Brighton A, Manchester Met in 14th, and De Montfort B in 15th. So plenty of change in the mid-pack here as we're entering the final 10 minutes of this race.
We are indeed. A couple of teams making moves. Mentioning Clubman. Oh, there's a penalty for one of the teams currently in the top 3 in Clubman. Oh, it's a good battle here between the 15 and the 16. This is all over 7th place. Oxford Books D in the 16. Ami Jurga in the number 15. Cone penalty for Coventry A. That's not good. for Joe Fowler, so the number 20 kart will lose a position with that. That's as the 41 gets all out of shape, the Swansea B kart is going to lose position on track to the number 20. The number 39 still involved there. That's Jake O'Sullivan, who's a lap down for Birmingham B after the spin earlier on. Tom Fox in the ineligible Ghost car number 72 just behind them. Brighton A having another good race in this one, currently P13. Manchester Metropolitan as well, 14th overall, 5th in Clubman. We've not had too many good results so far today. Up the inside goes the number 28, and the University of Wales Trinity St David, that's going to be Harry Farnhill, isn't it, with the double black setup of suits and helmets.
Past Amy Jurga of Sheffield.
So Farnhill doing another good job for the former Swansea Met team. Next target is Oxford Brookes D up ahead. Nottingham A are pulling away from this group as well in 5th. Now almost 2 seconds clear of Oxford Brookes D.
Yeah, you've got some teams putting in drives that are, you know, some traditionally big hitting teams putting in essential drives here with Warwick A in 3rd, Brunel A 4th, Brookes A in 5th and Nottingham A in 6th. All those teams are sort of teams you'd expect to be at the races who need this result really to sort of stay on terms.
Oh, and the number 15's going backwards here. They've just lost a position to the number 20. So Sheffield A demoted there by Coventry A, so that's another position, another point for Coventry A if they can hold onto it this way. The number 41 Swansea B kart was challenging Sheffield as well, but it's actually ended up losing out to Tom Fox and the number 72. I'm just trying to catch a sight of the Oxford Brookes B kart to confirm who's in there.
I think it's Jack Ransom. I know we called it earlier.
We talked to Jack Ransom earlier down on the
true.
grid.
Oh, okay, yeah,
No,
those aren't yellow.
Jack.
They aren't yellow gloves. They're fluorescent green.
In which case, I think it's Dan Burgess.
Off
it's
has gone the 78.
That's one of the Leeds karts. At the corner with no name.
It's Kingston B.
Oh, sorry, Kingston B.
Sorry to correct you, mate.
You know what? I'm going to start calling that corner the corner of Leeds' hopes and dreams going down the path.
And
let's have a look at this.
I think it's going to involve Birmingham B because they've just got a penalty for bump and pass.
Yeah.
Oh, we picked it up a little late there for me to actually see what caused that.
I think Jake just got into the back of the Kingston B car from the corner entry. That's the problem that you're now seeing with the circuit. Dry line is properly dry, but you get off of it, especially up at the corner with no name, and you get on a very wet patch of track very quickly and lose grip. 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, brilliant move there by Roman Haskett to cut back there.
Now, Roman has been driving so well, hasn't he, this year so far? Or even this season, he put in a good performance.
Sorry, Howard, down the inside, Brighton A, 2 positions in 1 move there. What a fantastic overtake that was on both the Swansea B kart and the Sheffield A kart. So the 45, I think, is going to be up to 11th place now with that.
Not worth perhaps just looking at the moment, but can we acknowledge how Alistair Irvine of Warwick A in 3rd place is doing a sprint to the finish here. The gap is coming down. Top 3 are now separated by 2.5 seconds as we head towards the closing stages of this one. So it's not necessarily over yet at the front of this one. And currently with the fastest lap of the race. I think traffic is coming into play though, because there's still a lot of variation between the lap times.
Not at all. I mean, we saw the last race decided by less than half a tenth of a second, so you never know. The number 29 having an attack there on the 39. That's Bath A, who are 17th at the moment in a battle with Manchester Metropolitan and De Montfort B just ahead of them. Manchester Metropolitan have just taken that position off De Montfort B. Then up to 15th place.
Penalty for Loughborough B we saw is for multiple contact. They're quite a way down the order anyway, outside the top 25 as you can tell from your timing towers.
Coventry A, I know I keep going back to them, they are really in a good position here to set themselves up nicely. That was the move on Warwick A.
It was yes, and it's because no, it's not, Andrew. It's because he's closed right up to Coventry B in the traffic. There on your screens right now, blue helmeted driver is Gerard of Cambridge A, trying to work his way through the traffic. But further back, Callum George of Coventry B has not been able to get through this traffic cleanly. The reason, Andrew, they are in the first of those big battle packs. These are the teen positions where they're all nose to tail and not necessarily wise to the leaders coming through. And there, the 32. Round has gone one of the back markers there. The 32 and the 6 are right together now for second place, and someone else has gone round right in front of them as they come through the final part of the lap. What's going on there?
Drivers getting on the wet stuff.
Yeah, through they go then, onto a new lap. The 25 there is out of position, but behind him there, the red and yellow helmet of the Coventry B driver. There's the 27 of Cambridge A, and then in the back of your shot, the 32 of Coventry B in second, and the 6 of Warwick A are in third. And you know what? They're losing so much time in amongst this. Look out for BUKC A closing this gap as we close this race as well.
And we've got to look out. This is going really well now for Coventry A. They're up to 6th place. Now we know they have a penalty as Alistair Irvine looks to the inside of Roman Haskett to try and put a lap on him. Coventry A are putting themselves in a position here where they could have no pressure in their final race of the day. They would have a first, a third and a 7th because they've got a cone penalty on this one at the moment, which based on what we've seen so far today and what we saw at Buckmore Park as well, that's going to get you at least a podium in a round. Could this be the start? Oh, problem, just past our commentary box window. I think that was Christian Bessel coming past us with what sounded like a broken exhaust. I think he's had some contact out there. That's the De Montfort A cart in trouble.
Just to clarify, the two drivers we saw going around with the UWTSD Swansea B cart and the 46 Newcastle B cart. Was that definitely an exhaust?
There it is, yeah, on screen, just saw there. It's the number 77 that's in trouble, so it's the De Montfort B cart. But that's a problem for them, and they're going to be out of the race.
That sounded so poorly. I thought that was an aircraft going by the comms box, to be perfectly frank. Gutting for them. That's why we have the drop scores, just to account for if we have any of those dramas. 2.5 minutes to go. Samuel Gerrard leads the race for Cambridge A. The gap has gone down, though, massively on the last lap. Here it is. The 27 leads. The 33 is a lap down. That's Abhishek Gautam of Bristol. And then is the 60 Manchester kart. That's also out of position. And then the third kart back from the 27 is the second place. The 32 there is the leader. And with all due respect to them, Andrew, I'm going to say they don't have the look of a lead, as in they're not a team people associate as being at the front. They're not all necessarily going to see them and go, oh, that's the second place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's going to be difficult to work his way through. Where's Alistair Irvine in all of this? He's right on the tail. There they are, the 32 and the 6, as someone comes out the pits.
Yeah, it's
just in front of them. So that's De Montfort B with a fixed or replaced kart. There they are now, the 27, and there's the 32 and the 6. Those are the karts who are battling over the lead of this one. 90 seconds on the clock. Kingston A have just picked up a cone penalty. That's going to drop them back a position.
I thought for a minute then Irvine was going for the move for second place. They're trying to make their way past the Manchester A cars.
And he's going for
wide.
it.
Oh my goodness me, I thought that was a little bit brave.
There's a little touch there between Warwick and the Manchester kart. Does Alistair let him go to try and play it safe? Yes, he does. He won't be too happy though, because he won't get that many more opportunities against Coventry B to take second off them. All things being equal, Andrew, and that's not guaranteed, one would expect Cambridge A to bring this one home now with just 1 minute on the clock. And all that's left really is for Coventry B and Warwick A to battle over it. There's been a brilliant battle throughout the last few laps between Brunel A and BUKC A. It's Brunel A in fourth at the moment, but it wasn't always that way. So good battle there between those two. But eyes here have to surely be on second place. Can Irvine get past? Oh, that might decide it, you know, things like that. There wasn't able to get by the Manchester A kart.
There will be 2 laps to go, including the one they're on, because they crossed the line with about 58 seconds on the clock, meaning they'll cross the line next time around with about 5-6 seconds on the clock. Cone penalty again as a repeat for Kingston A. Still, Irvine can't make his way past the number 60 of Manchester A. And now we go on to the last lap with mere seconds on the clock to go. Can Cambridge A get back to the top step in a BUKC race? It's been a while since Cambridge have been this high up in an individual race. They've had a lot of success in the past with Alistair Senior, Richard Morris back in the day as well, who I know is watching. But here is Samuel Gerrard, a new name for Cambridge, but there's fighting traffic ahead of him, which will have him a little bit nervous. Abhishek Gautam just behind, but he's just got to get round this final couple of corners.
Fine.
Samuel Gerrard is going to take this win at Three Sisters, down into Dunlop hairpin, down into the Joey Dunlop hairpin, round the hairpin. He can see the checkered flag now, and Samuel Gerrard wins for Cambridge A here at Three Sisters. He takes race 4. Coventry B continue their fantastic day for the whole squad in P2. P3 for Warwick A, another sterling drive by Alistair Irvine, and changes right at the end, Howard. Looks like Brooks A have got 4th, Brunel A 5th. Coventry A take what could be a crucial 6th place. Now there are penalties, but that should still be a top 10 for them. 7th on the road are Swansea Met A. 8th are Nottingham A. 9th for Brooks D. Better race this time for Brooks D. 10th for Brighton A. That's a good result for the team from the south coast. 11th and ineligible were Leeds D, so count all of these positions up 1 from this point on. 12th on the road were Swansea B. 13th were Brooks B. 14th Sheffield A. 5th, that was your clubman podium, so Coventry B, Swansea B, Sheffield A, your clubman podium in that one. Manchester Met 15th, 16th for Bath A, 17th Trent A, 18th for Kingston A, they have penalties. 19th for Loughborough A, so they're not repeating the form that we saw in the sprints at Buckmore Park. 20th for Southampton B, 21st for Southampton B. 22nd were Bristol A, 23rd Exeter B, 24th Manchester A, 25th Swansea A, 26th De Montfort A, 27th Leeds B, 28th Coventry C, 29th Leeds C, 30th were Loughborough B, 31st Newcastle B, 32nd Swansea Met B, 33rd Brunel B, 34th, a bit of a disaster there for Birmingham B, 35th De Montfort B, who had a kart trouble, and 36th were Kingston B. Well, a much calmer race there, Howard, in race 4 than race 3, but still, I think one that's going to be very influential come the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we were talking about throughout, there were some crucial drives there for some of the more established teams. Warwick A's 3rd, Brooks A's 4th, Brunel A's 5th. And as you were saying, Andrew, will Coventry A's 6th place prove crucial for them? Nottingham A also getting an important result in the number 5 kart, getting an 8th place there. Crucial results for some universities that, as we were saying, we generally expect to be a bit more at the sharp end, but haven't necessarily had the best day. Let's hand down, I hope he's ready, to Jacob Harris.
Back down here in the pits, and I have lost our race winner. He was stood right behind me. I turned around, and he's gone. He's completely gone. I will have a look for the dark green of a Cambridge driver somewhere in the pits. There he is. He's running away over there. I think his parents are congratulating. He's coming back now. Who have we got here?
Sam Gerrard.
Sam, is this your first BUKC race win?
First win, yeah.
Congratulations. Just how did you manage that?
Started at the front. Didn't really get into too much trouble. A few back markers caused a bit of a stir, but it was all right. It's not bad, yeah.
You make it sound like you didn't need any talent at all.
Don't know. Quite a straightforward track, I guess, yeah.
How very modest of you. Cambridge, we haven't seen much of Cambridge so far this year, and obviously you're holding the 27 plate. What can we expect to see from you guys this year? Top 10? Title challenge?
Well, I think we're 10th at the moment in the championship. We've got quite a few decent drivers. Our main driver isn't here this weekend. He's in Australia. So he just decided to take a holiday over 2 rounds. Isn't great. But yeah, I reckon easy top 10 this year.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you for talking to us, and congratulations on your first BUKC race win.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go over to second place on the grids now. We have the Brighton B kart of Nathaniel Gollin. Quick chat for the live stream. You got a minute?
Yeah, got a minute.
Busy life. So I've been surveying the scenery here at Three Sisters. It's a lovely part of the world, is Wigan. But there's a couple of clumps of mud just on the start-finish straight there as you come around the last corner. And I'm told you know a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, I was instructing up here at the weekend.
Instructing what exactly?
Instructing kids and all kind of billies in supercars.
Okay, and so the grass?
Yeah, so we had a bit of a shunt. Went flying onto the grass and beached it on the grass. Bit of a scary moment, but yeah, thought I'd do a bit of gardening, make the scenery look a bit better.
And was it you driving or someone that you were instructing?
No, I wouldn't do anything like that. It was I was instructing like a 12-year-old girl or something. Okay. So, yeah.
Does the blame firmly lie with her or the instructor yourself?
Instructing.
Are you still an instructor? Are you still employed as a driving instructor?
Well, at the moment I am. I'm waiting to see if I've been fired. But
On that evidence, I'd have to say I wouldn't have a lesson from you.
yeah, well, I'm not surprised. But you know.
And obviously, our past evidence of Buckmore Park last year.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about that.
Obviously, you didn't need any references to get this job. Second place on the grid.
Yep.
And obviously, you know the track well.
Well, sort of, yeah. I wasn't doing this track, sort of doing the other layout, so that's my excuse.
Okay. Can we expect to see a strong showing from yourself in this race?
I mean, I hope so, but it's starting to dry up, and I'm a bit fat, so, you know, I won't be going too fast down the straights or anything, so we'll see what happens.
Well, all the best, and hopefully I'll speak to you after the race.
Cheers.
Okay, Chloe's back with me. Come on, Chloe, we're going to go down the grid now. Watch out for Bobby. Excuse us, Bobby. Count down, here we go. We're going to go talk to Mr. Mark Cuthbert of De Montfort University. Mark, come on over here. Join me and Chloe. Chloe, do you want to come in here? Come on. Mark, this is Chloe.
Hi, Chloe.
She's going to help me out with the green interviews today. She seems to like you.
Are you better than Jacob?
She's definitely a better interviewer, but she's a bit shy, so it takes a while for her to get going. Perhaps in the endurances she'll pop you some questions. You arranged a rival university's motorsport series here last night. Should I be threatened?
Not at all, no. I was useless.
What happened, Mark? Tell us all about it.
All the carts broke down. Someone did say that would happen, and it did. And then a member of the B team of my team put me on the wall and broke the spoiler off my helmet.
It's looking all right now. Oh, yeah. Let's not film that. You don't want people to see that that's happened to you. How's De Montfort doing today? We haven't spoken to anyone from your university yet.
We did two good races at the start. The A team were a 7th and an 11th, and then Gabby got taken out in that last race. So I don't know where she finished, somewhere down. So see how we do.
Can you recover it now in this one?
That's the plan. Hopefully, just try and go forward. I've not got far to go, but hopefully go a wee bit further forward.
Hopefully just try and go forward. That would be my plan if I was sat in a go-kart. Mark, thanks for talking to us.
Cheers.
I'm going to jump in front of you and talk to Suzanne Goodsold of Aston. Come on, Chloe. Suzanne, quick chat. Jump on over. I don't think we've had an interview yet, have we?
We haven't, no.
That's why I thought I saw your helmet. I thought I recognise that helmet. I'm going to go and say, how are you going to do in this one from, what was it, 4th place?
3rd. Hopefully top 10, I'd say.
Last time at Buckmore, you were in the same race as your brother. Has that happened again by any... No, I see Rihanna's back there.
He was in race 1. We are in the same endurance this evening, though.
And who won back at Buckmore? Remind us.
My brother won.
Can you set the record straight today?
I can try my best.
Okay. Well, all the best with that. Thank you for talking to us. We're going to shuffle a bit further down the grid. Suzanne there of Aston A. Shall we go out this way? Chloe, you lead the way. Go around by there. Lovely. And we're going to talk to the number 48. I believe this is a Brunel.
Hello.
Who have we got in the cart?
Callum Young.
And where are we starting here, Cal?
I'm in 8th, just too high up.
Too high up? Too high up for your ability, or do you just like a good hack through the pack?
Probably bit of both. Okay. Do my best.
I'm very interested in the headgear you got. Is that a balaclava and a nose clip?
I'd stop my visor from fogging out.
Okay. Do you suffer with bad respiration?
No.
Just being prepared.
When you're around, but yeah.
Everyone gets a bit heavy in their breath when I sit on the side of their cart. How's Brunel's day going? Obviously, a strong day at qualifiers for you on the Friday, but not so much at Buckmore.
Tom won a race at Buckmore, so I think he's won every race he's been in this season, so he's in the next one, so hopefully he can carry that on. Yeah.
And can we expect to see you popping up for the B team? Is this B team?
Yeah, B team.
Can we expect to see you popping up on the podium anytime this year?
Maybe if there's a miracle.
I believe in miracles.
I do too. We'll see.
Thanks for talking to us. We're going to shuffle on down the grid. Brunel B there. looking for a miracle. Chloe's pointing to this one here. Do we want to talk to this one? Who have we got here?
Hello.
Hello. Cambridge. We've just spoken to Cambridge. Cambridge won that last race. And here we are talking to... Jonathan, I can't tell it that. I'm terrible with this. What's these little glittery strips on there for?
The arbitrary. It's just, you know, put the rest off maybe. I don't know.
I mean, they're quite fancy. Chloe, what do you think of those little glitter strips by there? Do you like those? Yeah, Chloe's a big fan of them. Yeah, we've got a fan. You've got 2 fans here. What can you do for us, fans of yourself, in this race?
Hopefully something. So I think the track's pretty dry now, so it should be a close race. So starting 10th is promising. So hopefully replicate what we did last race.
And you've got a BUKC driver behind you. Does that worry you?
We'll see. He's looking tasty. So yeah, we'll see.
Thanks for talking to us. Okay, that's us. Chloe wants to jump in another interview with BUKC, but these carts are going to get going soon, so I don't think we've really got time. Chloe, who's going to win this race? Which one do you reckon? That one in the orange helmet, number 15. I'm not so sure about that. You know, he's quite far back on the grid. Go on then, step back. Okay, Andrew Howard. Chloe's top tip for this one is number 15. With an Isle of Man helmet. I didn't know there was any Manx drivers here, but now I do. Back to you, up in the commentary booth.
Well, Chloe backing the number 15. Chloe backing the number 15, which obviously being Sheffield and being the best city in the world, I think that's a very solid choice.
I'm not so sure either. Callum Barnett is currently is piloting that. He
Callum.
could do it. All power to him. And you know, hey, we're used to dishing out commentators' curse. Maybe Chloe has the knack.
Let's have a grid then for race 5, round 3 of the BUKC 2019. On pole position is Giulio Peroni for Loughborough C, Nathaniel Gollan alongside on the front row for Brighton B. Row 2, Suzanne Gutsold goes for Aston A, Sam Richardson in for Manchester Metropolitan. Row 3, Mark Cuthbert, after his adventures last night, goes here for De Montfort A. Freddie Fincham, Club 100 Clubman class winner in the sprint, he goes for Loughborough B. Row 4, Tom Walker goes for Northumbria B. Callum Young steps into the Brunel B, number 48. Row 5 sees Southampton A going alongside Cambridge A. Jonathan Collins for Cambridge A and Rory Gills for Southampton. Row 6, Edinburgh A, Hirsch Reddy is alongside Oxford BUKC in the number 9 cart. Moving on to row 7, Phil Craven goes for De Montfort B and Callum Barnett. Chloe's tip for this race goes for Sheffield A for row 7. Row 8, Birmingham A's Rihanna Percox goes from the midfield alongside Swansea Mets, Ainsley Martin. Row 9, Alessandro Brazzoni goes for Warwick B, Nathan Little alongside him for Brighton A. Rounding up top 20 on row 10, Carl Knight for Newcastle A and Yigoris Maliotis for Leeds C. Row 11 sees Leeds B's William Stacey. 2 Leeds carts near each other on the grid again. Oh dear, that's got me worried. Huddersfield B alongside on the 11th row, Jack Hodges for them. Another Leeds cart, Julian Couch. Looking. Oh my goodness me, this is going to go horribly wrong. On the 12th row, Christian Sampat for Nottingham C. Watch out, mate. Those Leeds boys are all over the place today. Row 13, Huddersfield A. Aaron Walsh goes for them. Bath A for the number 29. Haven't got the driver name for that one. Row 14, Leeds D. Fraser Kent alongside Cranfield A. Row 15, Ollie Underwood for Newcastle B. Matthew Santana for Kingston B. Row 16, Manchester A and Southampton C. Row 17, Oxford A's Freddie follows. Actually no, because Freddie's not here today. There's an ineligible driver in that one. Bristol A alongside on the 17th row. Oxford Brooks D and Exeter A wrapping out the top the 18th row, the top 36.
Indeed.
No more than 36. Joshua Craft goes for Exeter A. That's a name I'm familiar with. Not a slow peddler at all, is Josh.
No, going to be interesting to see him coming from the back. A lot of blank names there, Andrew, which indicates you're not going to like this.
I'm not like this at all.
There's a lot of ineligible drivers in this one. There are a few things that have complicated this today. I was talking to people on sign-on. The way that the shorter terms fall for both Oxford and Cambridge universities mean that I believe certainly the Oxford team is all postgrads today. There are no undergrads available at Oxford, was what I was hearing this morning. So there are certain things beyond the bounds of the BUKC that have somewhat curtailed the efforts to recruit. Thumbs up though from David Whitehouse. We're going to be good for a start here. Giulio Peroni starts on pole for Loughborough C. Brighton B's Nathaniel Gollin alongside. Whitehouse pulls to the side and we're away for race number 5 here at Three Sisters. Into turn 1 they go. Good start from grid 2, and is that going to be Brighton B up to first place? It is going to be Brighton B up to first place. Brighton B steals the lead off of pole. Is it all clean? Looks like it into the Lunar Bend complex there. Just looking out my window, but I can't see anybody turning round. Delighted to say that everyone got through that one. Brighton B though have the early honours here into the lead off of Loughborough C. As going very wide there is Loughborough C, so they're now dropping well down the order, and a pole sitter is going to be right at the back of this one with a 35. Has had a brilliant start. Manchester Met Sam Richardson has got himself up right to the front here, and they're side by side across the line as they come to finish the first lap, and it is going to be Manchester Met, I think, who holds on to it, or indeed takes it on the line there. Yes, it is. Manchester Met are in first. The 95 of Brighton B are second. You can see there the 17 of Aston having a battle, and the 3 of going out of shape towards the back there. That's Huddersfield A. Here is the battle over 5th place, the 56 and the 17.
Quite an ugly first lap and a half there. There's drivers being pushed around all over the place. The 27 did a good job to hold on in turn 1. Here comes Freddie Fincham trying to get past Southampton A, who are finally on the scene and did not have a good day so far. There was also someone going very, very wide coming onto the Rogerson Straight. We'll capture who that was in a moment. Freddie Fincham coming through then. Rihanna Percox is coming through as well for Birmingham A in the pink lid in 8th place at the moment. So across start finish they come for the end of lap 2. Manchester Metropolitan lead, Brighton 2nd, Southampton A 3rd. Freddie Fincham and Loughborough B now up to 4th. Edinburgh A 5th. Suzanne Gutsold and Rihanna Percox now fighting over 6th place between Aston A and Birmingham A.
And I think they've just got past Hirsch Reddy in that Edinburgh cart, I think, because the 8's now ahead of the 56. So it's all changed there, and Suzanne Goodsold of Aston has also got past as well. So good battling here. Brighton B now coming under pressure from Southampton A, and they've both gone wide, and that's allowed Freddie Fincham of Loughborough B through. There's a penalty for Manchester A for bump and pass, but Freddie Fincham's got through to 2nd place there because Brighton B and Southampton A both went wide battling each other.
Yeah, Brighton B starting to go backwards, unfortunately. They've just lost a couple of positions. They're 2,
3
3,
wide.
4 wide. I saw a 4 wide there going into turn 1. And somehow everyone's still pointing in the right direction. But look at Freddie Fincham now, and up into 2nd place. This is a familiar bit of territory for him in terms of chasing through packs and getting through the positions effectively. Through comes the number 60 Manchester A again. What a day they're having so far.
Something's happened, Andrew, to the Aston A car. They're right towards the back. Suzanne Goodsold, who we saw racing in amongst this pack, but a lap or so ago has dropped well down the field. Something has befallen that effort, as there's a penalty for De Montfort A for bump and pass. So not what they needed early on. Here's the battle though over 2nd place. Freddie Fincham in the Loughborough B car. Northumbria B, that's the number 52, which has Tom Walker at the wheel, and then Rihanna Percox of Birmingham A.
Oh, brilliant move, Rihanna, up the inside of both drivers, and he's going to take 2nd place here.
Fincham goes out wide onto the curb. That's going to leave himself open to attack from Walker in the Northumbria B cart, and indeed Northumbria B has got through.
Great move there. The racing continuing to be frenetic here at Three Sisters. Manchester Metropolitan though, what a day so far for the Manchester Universities. Manchester A continue to pull the... You know what? Manchester A could have an outside shot of an overall podium here. They're doing that well.
Indeed, they have got a penalty though already this race. Bump and pass, so that will be applied at the end, but Manchester most certainly have had a really strong showing here today. Sam Richardson leads for Manchester Metropolitan by 1.3 seconds from Rihanna Percox. There she is in the number 8 cart for Birmingham A. Then is Tom Walker in that 52 Northumbria cart right on her tail. And then is Freddie Fincham in the number 23 Loughborough B. Behind him we have Brighton A, which they've had a cracking start, haven't they? Is that? It is Brighton A. Where did they begin? They start down in 18th, according to my list here. Nathan Little at the wheel.
Whilst I was sorting that out, Freddie Fincham coming in with a lot of attack now from the number 52 Northumbria B kart. To soak up a lot of pressure, don't worry about the driver in the foreground. That's just Nicky going out for one of the tests, making sure he's out of everybody's way.
All of these karts are still in the early phases. Of course, all of these karts you can see on your screen are for position, as they all weave their way through onto the Conrod Straight. The lead isn't too great for the Manchester Met kart at the moment.
Bit of squabbling going on between, I think that's the number 45 Brighton A kart and the number 7 Southampton kart, so two South Coast rivals there going at it. Contact warning for the Brighton B kart, number 95, which has now fallen down to 12th place. Leader comes over the line, 0.8 of a second, new personal best from Rihanna Percox. In fact, she's close to that. That's a lot less than 0.8 of a second. That's less than 0.2 of a second as timing updates. Rihanna Percox really going for it here. Has had a lot of success at circuits like Wilton Mill in the past. Not much luck elsewhere in the BUKC, but has always shown good pace. Can Percox make the move now? Coming down the Conrod Straight, jerking to the inside. Is Percox going to go for the move? Yes, she is. And Rihanna Percox briefly takes the lead, runs a little bit wide onto that wet patch, but does well to retain the second place. But look at the swarm behind.
and it's immediately an 8-kart battle for the lead of the race now. Such is the closeness of this pack.
But you get the feeling if Percox can get through, she will start to streak away. Move being done there for third place. Northumbria B going up the inside of Freddie Fincham and Loughborough B. Yes. Freddie pushes back a little bit, so the number 52 makes his way through. That's Tom Walker up to third place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Rory Gills, isn't it, Southampton?
It is.
In the 7, now got himself up behind these two.
Code penalty for Exeter A, currently down in 15th. Here's another chance for the lead to change. Freddie Fincham looks back to the inside and he's going to run a little bit wide there and get on the wet stuff, and he's going to be exposed now to Brighton A. Colin's gone absolutely flying and he's going to lose positions now and change for the lead. Rihanna Percox does this time get past into the lead. Birmingham A to the front here at Three Sisters.
Cone penalty for Exeter A. It's going to be them down a position towards the end, but change for the lead indeed. Birmingham A to the front of this one, as they're all still battling behind them. Now Tom Walker of Northumbria B tries to put a move on Sam Richardson. Look out for Rory Gills as well, trying to buy into this for Southampton A, and brilliantly judged. There was a little bit of a bump on the rear bumper there, but I think that's all fair in love and racing. And I think Rory Gills has legitimately there got himself up to second place. Yellows out at the end of Conrod Straight, presumably for someone providing medical attention to Colin the Cone to put him back onto the side of the circuit.
And straight away, look at this. Rory Gills has got a lot of pace here in this Southampton kart. He's breezed past quite a few and is now right on the rear bumper of Rihanna Percox. Now that was a crucial lap for Percox, but she didn't get the gap that was really needed at this stage of the race, and is going to have to defend now from Rory Gills. Look at it behind them as well. The top
Fincham,
11 is covered by 2 seconds.
Yeah, Freddie Fincham got mugged on that last lap. He's dropped well down in this pack. He's in there somewhere, I promise you. You can all freeze that shot later and try and find him.
And here goes Rory Gills up the inside for Southampton A, going for the lead. And yes, he gets the job done ahead of Rihanna Percox. Southampton A take the lead here at Three Sisters.
Heading towards Joey Dunlop Bend. Rihanna Percox will surely have a go. Indeed she does. Sam Richardson has tried to buy into this as well. Side by side, change for the lead again. Birmingham A to the front, but Rory Gills is able to hold on to second for Southampton as they work their way through onto a new lap. They've just broken away ever so slightly. Oh, and there's a back marker there who's gone round and come to a stop for some reason. Off to driver's right there.
Well, that was quite a bizarre moment there. It's one of the lead cards. It's might be. Battle for second. Rory Gills. Rory Gills is being challenged here by
Sam Richardson.
By Sam Richardson for Manchester Metropolitan, and Manchester Metropolitan go back into second place.
Nicely done there by Sam Richardson, well judged. And now you've got to turn your... well, no, Rory Gills will want to get back past, but he's got Tom Walker of Northumbria B, Freddie Fincham of Loughborough B, just behind him. Sheffield A. Hey, you know what, Chloe? That tip could come true, yes, because Callum Barnett is right in there in this one.
Crucial lap this for Percock. She's got to run. She's got to go now because the battling behind is allowing her to get a bit of a gap. As round again, here's the battle for second place. Timing hasn't updated on the left-hand side. Don't worry about that because Manchester Metropolitan still there in second place. Is Rory Gills going to have another go here down the Conrod Straight into the braking zone? No, at the moment now, look at this. Second and third are starting to work together now. They've reeled Percock's back in.
Yeah, and there's going to be opportunities for them on the next lap, I'll wager. It's broken away slightly. Freddie Fincham, who's playing the role the best of the rest for now. And he's got Callum Barnett of Sheffield right with him for company in the 15. And behind them is the number 9 Brooks C car, which is the only Brooks car featuring at the sharp end of this one.
Northumbria B have fallen a couple of positions down to 7th place on that last lap, but look at the challenge now coming from the number 35 and the number 7. Rihanna Percock's having to absorb a lot of pressure here onto the Conrod Straight again. Will Percock's go defensive? No, giving a lane underneath for the 35. Can Manchester Metropolitan take the lead? Oh, they're side by side. Percox is going to try and hold it round the outside, coming down into the valley now, still side by side as we head into Joey Dunlop curve. And in the end, Manchester Metropolitan take the lead, but through as well goes Rory Gills. Southampton are up to second.
Behind them as well, Andrew, 4th place has changed as well. Callum Barnett's now got up to 4th for Sheffield A, and Brooks C followed through. So Freddie Fincham lost 2 positions in the last sector of that lap. This is dramatic racing again here. I'm loving the BUKC at Three Sisters, mate. I don't know about you. This is fantastic stuff. Penalty for Oxford A to be applied post-race. That's for curbs. At the moment, though, it's Sam Richardson of Manchester Metropolitan A. And look at how Rory Gills is right in the slipstream down the Conrod Straight. He's not going to try it into the corner at the end of that straight. He's going to wait until Joey Dunlop bend, is he, to try and pounce. And behind them, the battle continues to rage for 4th place. Brooks C to the inside of Sheffield. But Sheffield's going to try and get the switch back behind them. It's as you were for the top 3. But side by side for 4th place, Sheffield A and Oxford Brooks C. The timing's flicking around on the timing tower. It doesn't know who's in 4th place at the moment. And Sheffield has got it. Sheffield have got it. Callum Barnett holds on to 4th place. Brooks C in 5th. And Freddie Fincham of Loughborough B is in 6th. Northumbria B are still on the scene. This is a brilliant drive from Tom Walker. Huddersfield A in 8th, Cambridge A in 9th, and Manchester A rounding out the top 10, albeit with a penalty to be applied at the end of this one.
Birmingham A have got to play this very sensibly. I'll tell you why. They've got pole position in the next race. They don't need to go all out at this point. They couldn't really do with the 3rd place and getting a good number of points. So far, they've got an 11th and a 6th. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one with the championship on the line. Rory Gills, for me, I think he just goes flat out for this. Southampton A have not had a good round so far. They know it's not going to be something to write home about as a full squad, but a race win will be. Now we've started to get traffic coming into play. The number 78 just to the driver's left does well to keep out of the way. That's good driving for both the 78, but here side by side, big massive load of curb and contact there for Gills, and he's going to have to slip back in behind. He loses that chance to take the lead down Conrod.
This is brilliant stuff. The top 3 are nose to tail here at Three Sisters. And will Rory Gills look to the inside of Joey Dunlop? Oh. No, thinks better of it. And the last one, it isn't quite on there. Sam Richardson holds on for Manchester Metropolitan. Worth mentioning, one of our clubman runners, by the way. This could be the first clubman victory of the day if he holds on to it. But whether he holds on to it is very much in doubt with so many behind him wanting to take this away from him. Look, you can't even make them out as you're looking at them head on. They are so close together. Sam Richardson of Manchester Metropolitan in the 35. And Rory Gills takes a slightly wide exit out of Luna Bend, and that looked for a moment like Rihanna Percox could get her Birmingham A car alongside. It's as you were heading towards the end of Conrod Straight. Anyone trying anything into there? No, they think better of it. They're keeping their powder dry, perhaps waiting for a better opportunity into Joey Dunlop.
Birmingham A have won mains races. Southampton A won mains races as well. Have Manchester Metropolitan ever won a mains race? No, they haven't.
Confident that they have not.
Well, they are 10 minutes and 46 seconds and a remaining lap away from doing so.
They're easily the youngest team in this, as side by side again for the lead of the race, Rory Gills. But no, it's side by side for second place. Round the outside of the left-hander into Luna. Brilliant stuff from Rihanna Percox to take Birmingham A up to second. And look, the battle for fourth has caught right up to this. This is now a 6-car battle for the lead, effectively. Sam Richardson of Manchester Met and Birmingham A to the inside. Rihanna Percox goes for it at the end of Conrad, gets the job done. Is anything going to give an opportunity for Sam Richardson to try and get it back? No, he's got to worry about those behind just as much. Callum Barnett of Sheffield A in that orange helmet and grey suit is now right in with this fight in fourth place. Oh, Chloe needs to start.
Chloe's tip is going
Chloe's tip is coming very close to true here, with 10 minutes left to go.
Barnett's also the fastest driver out on circuit, 46.752 a couple of laps ago. Look at this train coming on to Conwell now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with Freddie Fincham on the back of it. We've still got 10 minutes of this to go. And to the inside go Manchester Metropolitan again, getting the bump draft from Rory Gills.
Gills will try
Southampton, and Southampton are going to try and go for second as well. Brilliant holding by Rihanna Percox round the outside. That was really brave, and she held on to it. Sheffield A are now up to third. Sheffield A looking down the inside. There's a little bit of contact as they go through Dunlop, but Sheffield A going to be in second place now.
Look out for BUKC as well. They're buying into this one as well as they come onto a new lap. Manchester Metropolitan may get the opportunity to move away a bit here. That was so well judged by Callum Barnett, getting Sheffield up to second place. There's Rory Gills in the 7. He's dropped back out of this one. He's lost out. He's now gone to the back of this train. It's now Sam Richardson of Manchester Metropolitan, Callum Barnett of Sheffield A, Rihanna Percox of Birmingham A. Then it's Freddie Fincham in the Loughborough B kart. Then it's BUKC. We don't know who it is in that effort on this occasion. And then is Rory Gills. There goes BUKC at the inside of Freddie Fincham. There's contact. Fincham's wide. Oh, goodness me. There was almost contact there between himself and Tom Walker in the Northumbria B kart. But for the lead of the race, Callum Barnett goes through for Sheffield, and Rihanna Perkins follows through. Out wide goes Sam Richardson. He's going to be hampered down that straight. All change at the front. Sheffield A lead.
Everybody in the paddock, get Chloe, get your lottery numbers, get your Grand National winners, because Sheffield A have come through from 14th on the grid and now lead here at Three Sisters with 8 minutes to go. This is an utterly remarkable race, but here comes Rihanna Percox again. Contact warning for Rory Gills and Southampton. Will Percox have a run down Conrad straight or just sit there? No, this is sensible. This is what Percox is trying to do now. Isolate Sheffield A, pull away from the rest of the field and leave it late on. No point fighting now. You'll only fall into the clutches of those behind.
BUKC to the inside on Sam Richardson of Manchester Metropolitan. They're going to be side by side for third place across the line. Look out for Rory Gills as well, the Southampton number 7 buying into it. BUKC, I think, had the advantage there going into Paddock, but who it could be coming onto Rogerson Straight is anyone's guess. It's still Sam Richardson of Manchester Met, so they stay in the same positions. Still nose to tail for the lead, and as you say, Andrew, I think this is smart driving. I think Percox has identified quite how crazy this top 10 is, and so she's looking to isolate the leader in the form of Callum Barnett at the head of this field for the last few minutes of the race so that she can attack.
Right, let's just calm down everybody for a moment. I'm just going to have a little run down the order as this starts to just go into a different phase of the race. I've just spotted Huddersfield A.
Can't stay calm, mate. Northumbria B to the inside of Manchester Metropolitan. Change there for, I think it's fourth. It's definitely second in clubman class as well. And I think, just wait for timing, yeah, so Northumbria B's Tom Walker gets past Sam Richardson.
Oh, there's traffic coming. Oh. There's more traffic coming now for the leaders. I was going to say Huddersfield A fighting for the round win, of course. They're currently not doing the business. They're down in 12th place, and look at this, side by side. BUKC at the inside of Manchester Metropolitan as they go down Conrad, but Richardson's got the power to just pull back ahead.
Brilliant stuff. And here is...
This is the battle between the 50 and the 72. This is towards the back end of the field. And this is going to be the problem for the leaders.
This is the traffic, isn't it?
The leaders have now almost caught the traffic. Mark Cuthbert's had a problem with the Montfort A, so he's just re-emerged from the pit lane. So how do you play this now? Because that pack is still not that far behind. 1.4 seconds is the gap between second and third, but with a lot of traffic that's all having its own race. Quite rightly, Howard, this is going to be very, very tricky now for Sheffield A and Birmingham A.
I should just say, we did catch a shot of it briefly as though we stayed with the start-finish line on the last time around. There is another really frantic battle happening between Bath A, Exeter A, Brighton A, Huddersfield and Manchester over 9th place. Somebody is off on the grass by quite a way.
Might have been the 42. I don't know if we can get a replay of that. 5 minutes to go in this one. Let's have a look at this again. Sorry, I just missed in front of the leaders as well. Oh, it was. Oh, just getting wide on the wet stuff there. Was the number 42. And there's nothing really much you can do about that session.
So that's Oxford A.
Freddie Fincham gets a huge load of curb. Oh, change for the lead!
Change
for the lead through the traffic. Rihanna Percox has got through. But look, the gap's gone now because Southampton and Rory Gills are right. Number 8 and number 15 going down Conrad again. This is where Rihanna Percox has been a little bit vulnerable, but that time she got a good bit of straight line speed.
Tom Walker of Northumbria B and Rory Gills of Southampton A have cleared all the traffic now for the lead, though. Up the inside of Joey Dunlop corner goes Callum Barnett, and he's got the job done. Nice clean move there, and it's suddenly
huge off.
That, I think, was the Nottingham C car. That looked like the 50 that they were lapping earlier in the lap.
Driver's okay. Driver's going again. Back with our lead battle. 3.5 minutes to go. And it's once again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6 covered by less than a second. And any one of these could win this. Look at the pushing now from Sheffield A's Callum Barnett. He's trying to get as much of an aerodynamic effect as possible to keep himself in the lead of this race. 3 minutes to go.
The Manchester Met and Oxford Brook C have also cleared all the traffic. For second place, though, goes Tom Walker of Northumbria B. Got the job done, and Rory Gills, opportunism there, paying well for him. He gets himself up into third, following through. So change for second place. Rihanna Percox for Birmingham A is back to fourth, and she's being challenged now as well, out wide, onto the grass almost, onto the curbing. She's been taken there by Manchester Metropolitan Sam Richardson, whom she was battling with earlier in the race for the lead, has got back past her. So it's now Callum Barnett of Sheffield A, Tom Walker of Northumbria B, and Rory Gills of Southampton A, your top 3.
Barnett under pressure again as they come down Con. Oh, right at the inside, the number 52's gone for it, and Southampton are through as well. Rory Gills takes both of them as they come into the valley. Rory Gills back to the front for Southampton.
Brilliantly judged lap all round. A lap ago he was following through for second place, now he's at the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff from Rory Gills. Rory Gills for Southampton A leads ahead of Tom Walker of Northumbria B, Callum Barnett of Sheffield A, and Sam Richardson of Manchester Metropolitan. Rihanna Percox has been taken by Brooks C as well. She's at the back of this 6-cart train for the lead of the race. Freddie Fincham's surely catching up to them. Oh yes, there he is. Everyone's along for the party as we're into the closing moments of this race. 90 seconds to go on the clock. Nobody knows who's going to win this one.
Still a couple of laps to go then as the leaders come down into the valley. They'll pass into our shot any moment. There they are, still the number 7 from the 52-15, but the 15's having a little look down into Dunlop. There'll be 2 more laps to go. Cone penalty for Leeds B, the number 44.
It makes me think, actually, Andrew, I don't know that I've seen any penalties amongst this pack of carts. This is all legitimately for position, as far as I can recall. There's Rory Gills, then Tom Walker, then Callum Barnett, side by side here over 5th place, I think that is.
That's changed.
Rihanna Percox has got back past Brooks C, and Freddie Fincham has also got the Loughborough B effort back past Brooks C as well. So I think they're lying 5th and 6th respectively, with Brooks C now back in 7th. The top 3 have been able to pull away slightly. I think it's going to be one of these 3. I think, but I don't know. I certainly don't know, as they head to Joey Dunlop corner for what must surely be the penultimate time. It'll be the last lap board this time around. Rory Gills will start this one in the lead. The big question, will he finish the lap in the same way?
2, 3 opportunities. Oh, the side-by-side towards the back as well. But we're going to focus on this lead battle. One of these 3 drivers is going to win this race, you'd think. Here's chance number 1. Percox is wide, trying to get back into 4th place. fighting for every single last point in that Birmingham kart. Needs to be careful though to not pick up any penalties. Good drive off the corner from Luda Ben. What a slingshot that was for Rory Gills. And the number 52 is going to have to go defensive. The number 15 on driver's left. This would be remarkable if the number 15 went round the outside. No, he's on the wet stuff and going to run wide, but this is looking good. This is looking very good for Rory Gills. Into Joey Dunlop corner for the last time, round the final corner. There is the checkered flag. Rory Gills takes one of the races of his life here in the BUKC. 60 points for Southampton A, 59 for Northumbria B. And my goodness me, what a race for Sheffield A. They wrap out the top three. Fourth place for Freddie Fincham. He held his nerve in there. He takes fourth for Loughborough B. Manchester Metropolitan, a good result for them at home in fifth. Oxford Brooks C was sixth. Seventh were Cambridge A. Birmingham A ended up in eighth, a long way down. Exeter A were ninth. Bath A, good result for them in the top 10. 11th were Huddersfield A. 12th were Brighton A. 13th Manchester A, another good result for them. 14th for Loughborough C. 15th for Newcastle A. 16th to Montfort B. 17th for Oxford Brooks D, 18th Warwick B, 19th for Huddersfield B, 20th Newcastle B, 21st Bristol A, 22nd Southampton C, 23rd Leeds B, 24th Cranfield A, 25th Aston A, 26th Leeds C, 27th Brunel B, 28th Swansea Met B, 29th Leeds A, 30th Brighton B, 31st Edinburgh A, 32nd De Montfort A, 33rd Leeds D, 34th Nottingham C, 35th Oxford A, and 36th Kingston B. Well, we've already had two, I think, contenders for race of the year there, Howard. That last one in race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I've no idea where Cambridge A came from towards the end, by the way. Well done to Jonathan Collins for getting in amongst the top 8 there and taking 7th off of Birmingham A towards the end. I think what race 3 had in sheer craziness, race 5 had in terms of brilliant nose-to-tail racing throughout and some fantastic racecraft. Let's head on down to the paddock to get as many thoughts as we can in the lead-up to race 6.
And we are in park firmer conditions. Club 100 must have heard me slating their rather lax conditions earlier, and they've shut everyone out of the grid. The clapping you may be able to hear behind you is for Rory Gills, our race winner for Southampton A, and we're going to head over to the weighing scales now and just double check that he doesn't get disqualified. We won't want that, certainly not on the live stream, James. Weight minimum here, I will reiterate, is 75 kilos. Drivers are allowed to carry lead, amongst other things, in order to make up the difference. If they weigh less than 75, they're lucky things. Rihanna Percox there, just jumping on the scales for Birmingham A, and then will be our race winner. Hopefully he is still our race winner once he's been on the scales. The sun's making it a bit difficult for Jimbo to read that by the looks of things. Rihanna weighs in at 76, successful for Birmingham. And our race winner Rory has weighed in. Come and have a chat with me, Rory. How you doing? Good, mate. Just chilling with Chloe at the minute. She's finding some rocks on the floor. But an impressive race win for you, sir.
Yeah, that was all over the place. I'm really happy with that, though. When the sun came out, you know, didn't have to drive in the wet. Really happy with that.
And not been the best of days so far for Southampton, but you've pulled it back here.
Had some bad luck, but you know, after our antics last night, that's a good win.
I was going to say, we've talked a lot today about you being the party uni. How has that helped or hindered your championship chances this year?
I cannot comment to whether that happened or if it helped or not. All I can say is speak to Kirk. He'll tell you everything you need to know. Or Titas. I mean,
Okay.
you can tell by the look of him.
I've not caught up with either of those two today, but I'd be sure to later on this afternoon. What endurance are you in, Rory?
Oh, I don't know. But I'm with Kirk.
So you'll be out some point later with Kirk. Yeah, another sign of perhaps the poor preparation down at Southampton.
I don't know. No comment.
I'll let you off. All right. Congratulations on your race win. I'll get back to babysitting. Where are we going next, Chloe? To this guy on the scales, is that? Only if he weighs in normal. This guy's got a Red Bull suit. Thinks he's Max Verstappen. He's got a BUKC visor though, which is available for the low price of £2. If you'd like a BUKC visor strip, they are for sale at Sign-On. If you're not at Sign-On, then give me a message on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, and I'll be able to post one to you for a moderate sum. Yet to find anyone disqualified. Let's go chat to some of our drivers waiting the other side over here. We got Team Cranfield here, actually. Anyone from Nikita, you want to have a quick chat about Cranfield? How's things going?
Could have been better, but yeah.
What kind of results have we seen today?
In the first race we were 7th. My race was a bit unfortunate, 32nd. And now we finished 24th. So
more to go in this one, is it? We got high hopes for this next driver?
What, sorry?
Who's the next driver? We got high hopes?
Yeah, we do have high hopes, because I think we could do quite a good results starting from 24th, actually. Hopefully top 15, good result.
Look forward to seeing you on the... it is Clubman podium, isn't it? You are Clubman's class.
We are not Clubman, unfortunately, yes.
You were on the bubble, weren't you? You were like...
We were told we're Clubman, and we were told we're not.
Yes, JV made the heinous error of not being able to count at qualifiers, and I had to correct him at Buckmore. Apologies about that.
I mean, we're here to enjoy our time, and I think we are enjoying it quite a lot this year. Cards are definitely a lot better than last year, so yeah.
That's what we like to hear. Thanks for talking to us. I'm going to shuffle further along the pit wall. We've got Team Oxford down there. Maybe we'll go and speak to them. Come on, Chloe, let's go down there. Let's go see what we got the other side of the fuel Bowsers. Lovely photographer Stu Stretton to my right. Let's dive in here for a chat with Oxford. Guys, how's it going?
Hello, hello. How you doing, Jacob?
Not too bad. I say to the guys from Oxford, this young man's clearly not an Oxford University student. I'm not saying you're not intelligent. I'm saying you probably could have got in if you wanted to. What's going on, Louis?
It's the last week of term. Somehow it's the last week of term. But yeah, we're doing okay. I think after race 3 we're second in class, which is hilarious. But yeah, we've got James out next, so coming from 20th, so we'll see how we do.
How is it the last week of term? It was literally February the other day.
I mean, you're asking me. I have no idea why. They're 8 weeks, but for some reason, yeah, 8-week terms are a good idea. So, yeah.
Maximise stress, minimise time.
Well, who am I to argue with the higher-ups of Oxford University?
We all argue with them, don't worry. All of us argue with them, so it's not a big change from the usual.
Well, I'll let you get back to your maximum relaxing on your time off, and I'm going to go and find out who's on pole position for this race.
Good luck. I'll see you around.
I'm sure you will. Okay. Oh, we've got an Edinburgh driver. And I can't quite tell who it is. Is it Kevin? It is Kevin. Yeah. Kevin, you on pole?
No, this is second place.
I won't talk to you then.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm only joking.
I'll try to get to first place by the first corner. Because you can go around the outside, so I'll try that.
You've got your ex-teammate Ben Simpson lining up not too far behind you. Do you reckon you can get the better of him today?
Yeah, I'll go around the outside of first place. He's way down in 5th, so that's all right.
I like the sound of that. I might go and ask him if he's got any other thoughts about that. You got a message for Ben?
Message for Ben? Just don't overtake me.
Don't overtake. I'll see how that goes down. We'll make our way through. Have a quick chat with Matt Lewis whilst we're on our way to Ben. Matt.
Hello.
Bit of trouble for Oxford Brooks today. Are you going to behave yourself out there?
I'll try my best. This is my home track, to be fair. I've done a lot of racing around here.
You say that about Hooton?
Yeah, but I don't do that much racing around. And to be fair, at Hooton I was quick. I just had a puncher. So
you can't say that about every race you go to.
Yeah, I've got an excuse for every racetrack.
Okay. Well, plenty of laps clocked up around here then.
Yeah, enough. But I don't know. Since they got to the rotats, we've been struggling with like a few of our drivers with the weight, especially me. So it's been killing us a bit. So I've been on a strict diet, but see if it pays dividends.
How much weight have you lost since Buckmore?
About 5-6 kilos.
Wow. Any top tips for potential slimmers at home?
Don't eat.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't eat and you don't put on weight. Thank you very much, Matt Lewis. Ben Simpson's here. He's giving us a strict talking to from Sam Cobb. These team briefings really do seem to be a Warwick thing. Ben, I've just been speaking to Kevin. He said, don't overtake me.
Oh, yeah, but he's going to say that, isn't he? But
yeah.
Yeah, well, what else do you expect? He's got his head in the right place.
So you're not going to overtake him?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely you are, absolutely you aren't.
Oh, it's up to you.
I'm stopping this now. This is way too confusing for all our viewers back at home. I'm going to talk to Henry Jackson. Henry, Chloe seems to like your green get-up. Henry, how are we doing around here today, Nottingham-Trent?
Yeah, we've had some good results. Scott had a 4th, and then we've had 2 not great results. Unfortunately, we got taken out in 2 of our races. So it's all up to me a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, one step off the top at Buckmore. Unfortunately, you're narrowly beaten by Jarvis Devon in race 1. Can you go one better here and keep the lead?
I mean, there's some dangerous-looking people further back, and obviously we got Matt Lewis up in 3rd. So it's going to be a bit of a battle. Haven't been here in 11 years, so we're going to try and learn the circuit in 2 laps.
Rob Holland's pretty tasty as well. We're still talking to Henry, Chloe. Have you got a question for Henry?
Yeah.
What would you want to ask him?
A treat.
Not quite sure what that was. No. What's your favourite colour?
Orange.
Orange is his favourite colour, Chloe. Okay.
Believe it or not, it's not green.
I would have guessed green, but I'll take orange. All right, I'm going to go talk to Rob Holland, because he's pretty, well, you call him dangerous, I'd call him tasty, but, you know. I'll speak to you later, Henry.
See you in a bit.
Okay, teammates, clear the grid, please. Clear the grid.
We'll quickly get in with Rob Holland. I did promise to go and find Ben Street in this one, but I will find him afterwards, I'm sure. Rob, just quickly, not spoken to Brunel A today. Lots of dangerous drivers, Henry Jackson said, in this race.
All right, okay, well, I'll try and avoid them then.
Would you class yourself in that top tier of BUKC drivers?
It depends what day I'm having.
And what day are you going to have today?
The fast one, hopefully.
I look forward to speaking to you at the end of the race, Rob.
Cheers.
Rob Holland there, Brunel. There are quite a few dangerous drivers. Me and Chloe will just get out of the way. For those of you wondering why I have a little girl with me today, childcare was unavailable. However, I hope you're enjoying it. Certainly a lot cuter than I am. This will be the last of our sprint races. Sprint race number 6. We've had 5 beauties already, and this is the last of your lot before we go into 3 hour-long endurance races. Andrew and Howard, talk us through sprint.
Wheel and extra B with Kamil Chizevsky at the wheel of that effort. Henry Jackson, we just heard from him, favourite colour orange. Nottingham-Trent A starts from 7th on the grid. Brooks Sierra alongside in 8th. Row 5 is going to be Kingston A with Adrian Jarrich at the wheel and George Story of Northumbria B. Row 6 is Ben Street for Warwick A with Southampton A alongside. Row 7 is going to be Matthew Ryder for Loughborough C and Jeremy Todd for Swansea B. Row 8 is going to be Lewis Bickers from Team A and Thomas Fox, actually representing his own university for Aston A. Row 9 is going to be Callum Hopcutt for Coventry B and Ryan Denny for Brighton B. Rounding out the top 12 is Tom Fickpenny for Loughborough A and James King for Oxford A. Luke Mason takes the UWTSD Swansea A kart from 21st on the grid with Konstantinos starting for Exeter A alongside. Row 12 is going to be Dylan Paddison for Coventry C and Cranfield A. We don't have the driver listed for that one. Row 13 is an all-Southampton affair, and I can't tell you who those drivers are either. Southampton C ahead of Southampton B. Oxford Brooks B starts 27th with Huddersfield A's Stephen Letts starting alongside in 28th. Rounding out the top 13, it's an all-Nottingham affair on row 15. Benjamin Ryan for Nottingham C and Oliver Vronsky for Nottingham B. Row 16 is Newcastle A's Adam Fleming with George Bridson starting alongside for Coventry A. On row 17 is Leeds A's Tom Dent, and then Ryan Edwards pilots the Swansea A effort. And then finally, on row 18 is Ethan Herford for Birmingham B, and Ollie Milner for Huddersfield B. Andrew.
Big race this, big race. I've got that feeling that this is going to be one that we come back to at the end of the season and go, all teams have raced at least 3 times. Some of them have raced all 4 times, those who have raced all 4 times. This one. Here's the scores and the draws. Coventry A currently have a guaranteed 172 points. They lead the round. Huddersfield A are on 167. Both of those 2 teams are in this race. Third are Cambridge A, and Coventry A can't get any higher than 6th. And for the same matter, Huddersfield A can't get any higher than 9th. Clubman, we'll go through that as well. Sheffield are your current Clubman lead is 165 points guaranteed. They're already done. A third of the 12. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be really hard to beat. There's only 2 teams that can. Coventry B are one of those. 12th, 7th and 2nd so far. 168 the possible score they could have. Northumbria B are the other ones as well, but they have to win the race overall. We will get onto podium ramifications as well, but just to give a quick shout out, currently I have Oxford Brooks A ranked 16th, Loughborough A ranked 14th, and Warwick A, I'm going to give a shout out as well, ranked 19th. So this is going to be really, really key. I think you're going to see a lot of teams give this everything, Howard.
Absolutely. This has been, it's been a brilliant first round for the BUKC. Oh, someone spins at the back of the grid. Someone spins round at the very back onto the grass. Will they call that start good? They will call that start good. We'll watch David Whitehouse pull to one side, and then it'll be for the last race of the day. Away we go for race number 6. Simon Morton leads them away. Matthew Lewis for Oxford Brooks A has immediately followed through and has got up to 2nd. And look at that, Ben Street of Warwick A is right up there as well. Warwick B, sorry, Ben Simpson, excuse me, of Warwick B is right up there as well. Very unusual start there. I wonder if one side of the grid got away particularly well there, because that was a very successful campaign there for those starting on the odd side of the grid.
One driver off, going off Rogerson's straight. We'll capture who that was in a moment. Is it the last race of the day? It's not the last race of the day.
Sorry, last race of the round, excuse me. And up the inside there of Henry Jackson goes, I think that was the 8th. No, it wasn't the 8th car. It was number 6. So that's a brilliant start for both Warwick cars. Surprising me with quite how far up they've got there. Birmingham A leads with Simon Morton at the wheel. Matthew Lewis of Brooks A is 2nd, but he's under pressure from Ben Simpson of Warwick B. Henry Jackson of Nottingham Trent A is 4th. 5th is Warwick A with Ben Street at the wheel. And then the 26th of Kingston A, which is Adrian Jarrich, also starting really well on that at the start of this one, as Ben Simpson looks to the inside, partially in attack, partially in defence against Henry Jackson. Henry Jackson, as he was saying on the grid to Jacob, not driven here for a while, but we know he's a fast driver for Nottingham Trent A. I think Ben Simpson just thinking, look, if you're in the sandwich, if you're trying to attack and defend, let's just go tight to the inside. Tom Thickpenny working his way up, and jinking to the inside there, trying to work his way past, I think it was UWTSD Swansea he was trying to get past there. And out wide onto the curb goes the 28. That is the Swansea Met kart. Through Luna Bend they come. There are some real moves at the start of this one. Rob Holland in the 12 there had just got past Jarrich of Kingston A. But out front, this is allowing Simon Morton to get away for Birmingham A here. Got a little bit of breathing space at the front of this one.
Have we mentioned Huddersfield A have not had a good start? They're down in 32nd position as Ben Street has a little look there. Up the inside of Matthew Lewis, and Ben Street goes through.
Yeah, but Matthew Lewis is going to try and get him back. There's a little nudge as well, which puts Street out onto the grass. He won't get too much pressure from behind because it's a Warwick 3-4 at the moment. Warwick's A and B working together, but and look at the gap already that the leader has side by side for second place. Ben Street tries to go through. Meanwhile, Warwick B have lost out as well, because up to 4th place there is Brooks B. The number 2 kart, they've really moved up the order. So it's all change here amongst this pack. I can't keep up with this one. Brooks B now past Brooks A. Now Nottingham Trent A, the 13, gets past the one of Brooks A. So that's Henry Jackson getting past Matthew Lewis. There's your leader out in front, nice and comfortable. And here is Henry Jackson going up the inside of Ben Street. And through also goes the Brooks B kart. Adrian Jarrich is in there well for Kingston. 3 wide amongst the top 10, 4 wide in some bits. The 7's on the grass somewhat. I can't keep up with it. It's just amazing to watch as they will work their way through the first 2 corners.
Lewis Bickers in the black and white suit and the black and silver helmet. He's coming through for Nottingham A as well, so he's up to P7. This is a real rough and ready battle in the top half of the... Oh, someone's gone very wide there, and that looks like Tom Dent. Tom Dent is off at Luna Bend. He was maybe forced out wide there, got onto a wet patch as well as some, but that's the 95.
And that's a shame for Tom Dent, because that was a brilliant run from him. He started in the 30s.
95 in trouble, being tended to by one of the marshals as the Oxford Brooks B cart goes on the inside. Oh,
Rob
number
Holland.
12, Rob Holland is off.
Brunel A. And the 14, there's Dent. He's not happy. It's race over. Has he got a problem at least with the car? Still, it goes frantically, but there's yellows out into turn 1. That'll be fun to all sort themselves out for.
Yeah, we've got a lot of yellows out.
We have, haven't we?
We might almost go full course yellow here. The number 95. Sorry, Howard, I just need to catch who this is.
Yep.
This is Brighton B. I think are pretty much out of the race. There's a kart issue. We've got a kart stranded on circuit. We might go full course yellow here, mate.
Yeah, it's Ryan Denny at the wheel of that 95 Brighton B kart. Did we see what happened at all, mate?
Nope.
Okay. But for now, it continues. Black flag for Nottingham A, who are running in
No,
fourth.
for Kingston A. Contact warning only for Nottingham A.
Oh, apologies. Okay, yeah, that's Kingston A. So Adrian Jarrich, which is unfortunate for him in the sense that he was running very high up in the order. But Simon Morton-Leith, there he is in the number 8 Birmingham A car. There is Brooks B, followed by Nottingham Trent A. Henry Jackson at the wheel of that, and it's Lewis Bickers at the wheel of the Nottingham A effort, I believe. Ben Street then follows in the number 6 Warwick A kart. And Tom Thickpenny has done really well. You'll see him at the back of these shots as Lewis Bickers goes on the attack. Nottingham versus Nottingham Trent. Lovely move by Bickers there. That was beautifully judged there. Not any contact at all. That was just really nicely judged at the end of Conrad Straight. But Henry Jackson's going to try and come back at him into Joey Dunlop. Ben gets the job done. But Bickers will have the switchback coming across the line. It's going to be side by side for third place here on the road. Ben Street looming large and, well, not their mirrors, but behind them looking to take advantage if it comes his way. And Lewis Bickers has got the job done as the 32 of Coventry B goes well wide in the background, but critically and crucially from their perspective is your clubman's leaders at the moment. Meanwhile, further back, Kingston A trying to make up for their penalties to get past the Aston carts, and Southampton is in amongst this as well. We cut back to Brooks B in second, followed by Lewis Bickers of Nottingham in third, Henry Jackson of Nottingham Trent A in fourth. And look at this, Matthew Lewis gets passed there, I believe, by Ben Simpson. Yes, he does, for 8th place. Warwick B past Oxford Brooks A. Interesting what they were saying on the grid about how they've struggled with these new Evo carts, because it really is not Brooks' day so far. Tom Thickpenny's now got past Ben Street. So Loughborough A up to 5th ahead of Warwick A, I can see there. You'll see that as they come onto the Rogerson Straight.
This lead battle is not just any old lead battle, it's a lead battle that could decide who finishes second in the round. Currently, provisionally, Coventry A are winning the round, and they're winning it by 4 points. But there's a tie 4 points back between Birmingham A and Oxford Brooks B, which at the moment would go... Well, I say that's just changed, hasn't it? Because that's... that's the wrong Brooks car that we're looking at.
Yep.
Oh, now it's changed. Penalty. Oh, penalty for Oxford Brooks B. Bump and pass. And that's crucial, because that means now, even if they win the race and Birmingham finish second, that Birmingham would beat them in the round.
Critical stuff here, and how often have we been talking about how it's important to keep it clean and avoid penalties. Still, Matthew Lewis is locked into battle with the Warwick B kart, and Aston A are in amongst this as well, with Tom Fox, of course, on board for that effort. The 50 is out of position, and the 95 is showing us effectively out this race on time, by the way, just as an update on that one. Curb warning for Edinburgh. Look at how the battle, how the lead gap has closed up though. Brooks B goes to the inside here on Simon Morton and gets the job done. So Brooks B moved to the lead on the road, but they have a bump and pass penalty, and because that's determined by positions this year, not by time, that is it. It doesn't matter how far ahead they get in that lead, they are going to not win this race, and as Andrew says, put themselves behind Birmingham for the eventual standings in the round. Lewis Bickers still runs third for Nottingham. There he is, and then Henry Jackson and Tom Thickpenny, who's having a brilliant race for Loughborough A, coming in, cutting his way through all these battles in the top 10, currently lining up 5th.
Simon wearing Rory's helmet.
He is, yes, just to confuse us.
Oh, thank you very much, Simon.
Yes. That's something for... to keep into account. Ben Simpson putting a lap on the 50 car. He's got Tom Fox right with him. Matthew Lewis is there as well for Brooks A. Then there's Southampton and Coventry. They're all in this battle here, all the way down from 8th down to 12th this is. And Exeter's in on it as well, actually. You've got Coventry A and Exeter A, 12th and 13th on the row. Two of the teams vying for the outright round victory this morning at Three Sisters. Remember, this isn't it for the racing today. We've got round 4 to come for you this afternoon. Meanwhile, we cut back to the leaders. Simon Morton right on the tail of Brooks B. We don't actually have the driver listed. I'm not sure if you recognise who's at the wheel. Brooks got, I'm getting a bear with me gesture. Lewis Bickers, though, seems to be closing the gap as well. He is closing the gap. In fact, it's all closing up between these carts. The 32 of Coventry B, though, looking to get past Warwick A, who've been a little bit off the pace over the last few laps. It's Callum Hopcutt for Coventry B there. We cut back to Aston A. And now we cut back to Tom Thickpenny, who's got past Henry Jackson on the last lap, but Henry Jackson's not letting that position go.
I'm going to hazard a guess that it's Piers, Pakenham, Walsh.
That's a good guess, actually, now you say it. That is his normal helmet, I think, so that's a very shrewd spot. Furiously puts away on the championship permutations and round permutations. Look at that battle pack that just went through shot, by the way. That is the one I was talking about from 8th downwards, Warwick B downwards. It's absolutely, it's all the way down to 15th, 8th to 15th, separated by mere tenths at the moment. So there's a battle at the front for the overall lead of the race. Brooks B leads Birmingham A. And then here is the battle group from 8th downwards. Ben Simpson of Warwick B, Pascal Pook of Southampton A, Aston A's Tom Fox. We cut back to the leaders because still Simon Morton is all over the back of Piers, Pakenham, Walsh for Brooks B.
Just to give you guys a shout, a heads up, keep an eye on Exeter's position. They're currently P11, and with how the drop scores work, they're not that far off further improving their score. Now at the moment, there's a whole, it's exactly the same as what we saw at Buckmore Park. A clear leader, this time it's Coventry instead of Loughborough, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 teams on 160 something, and each position is going to be really key. At the moment it's still Birmingham holding second place for the round on countback ahead of Oxford Brooks B once you take into account Oxford Brooks B's penalty. But look at this, Simon Morton might have a little attack here. No, he thinks better of it.
He's been holding station for the last few laps, I've noticed, but it's not deterring Lewis Bickers' assault on the gap.
Elsewhere, just to run down the provisionals, Huddersfield are on 167, Cambridge are on 166, Sheffield are on 165, Exeter A are on 163, Warwick A, Loughborough A, Coventry B, Nottingham A, Oxford Brooks A are all on 162. I'm not even going to try and work out that tiebreaker. And Oxford Brooks C are on 161.
Wow, the closeness of the racing we've seen reflected in the round scoring so far.
Good, very wise little gesture there from Simon Morton. He was pushing Pakenham Walsh down the straight. Pakenham Walsh was checked over his shoulder. Simon gave him a little nod and say, yes, I will work with you, keep going, don't defend. Very, very heads-up driving there from both of them.
Yeah, very good. I wonder if Morton is aware of the penalty that Brooks B have. Because this is his turn, this is his win at the moment. If he can just work with Piers, Pakenham, Walsh to pull away from Lewis Bickers, although Bickers really isn't allowing that to happen. And Tom Thickpenny in 4th from Loughborough kart there, you just saw him flash over the back of your sock. There he is with his yellow, his ombre helmet. Is that how he? His sunlight yellow and orange design. There he is. Very lovely there. And this is going to become a 4-kart battle for the race. Henry Jackson is somewhat off the back of this in his blue and white race suit. You just see in the back of some of them shots. Now, Southampton A and Exeter A have both got past Warwick B. So Exeter A now up to 9th place is the number 10.
And now
Constantinos
starting to increase their round score.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the significance of that. So look out for the number 10 on the timing screen to your left. There is the battle between the 32 and the 6. That's Coventry B and Warwick A. Coventry B doing a good turn here to try and win in Clubman's, currently leading that class fairly comfortably. The next one down there is the 22 you just saw there, the green helmeted Ben Simpson driving the Warwick B kart. And they're not really in the hunt, Warwick B, for the club to get an outright victory. So it's looking good for Coventry B at the moment. Oh, I'm getting a finger waved at me. No, it's not.
At the moment, Sheffield A are looking like they're going to win because they've already got 165 in the bank. Coventry B currently it's not completely over, 163.
Yep. Top 4 now, nose to tail. Henry Jackson didn't seem too happy about it. There he's in 5th. Then here's the 32 Coventry B in 6th. Ben Street and that Warwick A kart in 7th. Then comes the Exeter kart that's got to the head of that crazy battlefield for 8th now. Pascal Pook behind him for Southampton A in the 7th. There is Pascal Pook in his blue and bright yellow helmet, and then Ben Simpson of Warwick B is behind them. Back to the leaders, now having to deal with traffic. Here's Packer and Walsh for Brooks B. Leads the way. Simon Morton's been holding station tactically. Past the 19, which is Newcastle A.
Just to talk about our round winners elect at the moment, Coventry A now up to 11th place. They need to they need to get 7th or higher to start further extending their round leads. At the moment, they're in a very, very good position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saying that they just lost 4 positions. Moved by the number 5. That's on a back marker. So
it is, but it's allowed Tom Thickpenny's got right onto the back of Lewis Bickers. This is Loughborough A onto the back of Nottingham A, the number 4 onto the back of the 5 here. You'll see them coming onto Rogerson straight on this shot. So you've got the 2 the leader, the 8 of Birmingham, the 5 of Nottingham, and the 4 of Loughborough A.
Sorry, mate, did we mention that Oxford Brooks A have received a bump and pass penalty?
We haven't mentioned that Brooks A have received a bump and pass penalty. Is that recent?
I'm calling this now, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is Oxford Brooks A's title challenge dying.
Yeah.
They're going to have used up both of their drop scores in terms of the kind of scoring that you need to do to mount a championship challenge. You know, Oxford Brooks A are going to have used up both of their drop scores, and they've already dropped other points across the season. This is not looking good for Oxford Brooks A at all. No.
We're into
yellow flag out to turn 1.
Yep, indeed.
There's a driver just coming onto the Rogerson straight. Stranded. One of the other. Oh, it's the number 50. Nottingham C. Nottingham C off.
So we have just over 8 minutes left to go. Your top 4 are still nicely packed close together. You can see there the 32 of Coventry B have pulled out a bit of a gap there of Warwick A. In fact, Exeter are now reeling Warwick A in, if anything. That went down by half a second on the last lap. Look at this though, change at the front. Something's happened to Piers, Packard and Walsh, and both Simon Morton and Lewis Bickers have gone through. This is it, it's kicked off now at the front. 2 of them go to the outside, 2 of them go to the inside. It's Simon Morton for Birmingham A. Lewis Bickers and Tom Thickpenny has now got the job done on Piers, Packard and Walsh again. So it's now, oh, has he though? Because Packard and Walsh comes back. Will have the inside going on to the Rogerson straight. I think he'll hold on to that. Indeed he does. So it's Birmingham A, Nottingham A, Brooks B, albeit with a penalty to be applied, and then Loughborough A. The dam's broken, as it were. The gloves are off, and the battles have begun amongst the top 4. And if I were Henry Jackson in the Nottingham Tread A car, I'd be putting the hammer down to try and catch on to the back of this and make it a 5-kart battle, although the gap has gone out quite a bit. To the Lewis Bickers goes defensive, but Tom Thickpenny gets a beautiful switchback out of that corner and gets alongside Piers, Packard and Walsh again for 3rd place. The same people go to the outside and the inside as a lap ago, and Lewis Bickers gets a lovely run off of that Joey Dunlop corner. Is he going to have an opportunity into Paddock against Simon Morton of Birmingham A for the race lead? Yes, he does. Beautiful move. Nottingham A to the head of the field. The number 5 leads. Side by side for 2nd place is the 8 and the 2. No, they're not. Tom Thickpenny's in there with the Loughborough A kart, so the rest stay as they were. Nottingham A in the 5, Birmingham A in the 8, Loughborough A in the 4, and Brooks B in the 2. Brilliant battle between these 4 drivers in the closing stages of round number 3 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. Nobody attempts anything into the corner at the end of Conrod Straight, but they'll head now down towards Joey Dunlop corner. Who goes for what strategy? Lewis Bickers stays on the conventional line. Up the inside goes Simon Morton, brilliantly judged on the inside. Tom Thickpenny's judged it well as well, though, so he's side by side. Birmingham A versus Loughborough A. I think Morton's going to hold on to it. He does. Piers back and watch for Brooks B as well. Gets past Lewis Bickers of Nottingham A. It's now Birmingham A, Loughborough A, Brooks B, and Nottingham A. What a battle this is turning into, and this could run for the next 6 minutes, but Simon Morton for now is back to the front for Birmingham A.
What an absolutely sensational move by Simon Morton. He just seemed to slip it nonchalantly up the inside. Now he's going to go defensive. Now this is wise because he knows it's so slippery around the outside. Brooks B up to second now. But this is really, what's really key is keeping ahead of that number 4 car. That's the one that's fighting them in terms of the championship in this particular round. But a brilliant bit of heads-up driving from Simon Morton. He had a lot of this in the Enduro at Bookmore Park where he nearly held off a charging Carl Morby for the best part of 10 minutes. He's got, oh my goodness, 5 wide coming down into the valley. What on earth was going on there? But he's got 5 minutes now to fend off 3 drivers equally of high amounts of talent as he had to deal with Carl Morby in round 2.
On to Conrod Straight one more time. Well, not one more time, one of several more times, which is possibly unfortunate news if you're Simon Morton, because you'd probably like this to end now. Tom Thickpenny goes to the outside. He's going to try and get a switch back on Piers Packen and Walsh in that battle over 3rd place. There's traffic coming into play here. The 97 is up ahead of them. That's Coventry C. It stays as they were going through Joey Dunlop corner, but brilliant run out the corner for the Brooks B kart. He gets alongside Nottingham A, and so does Tom Thickpenny for Loughborough A. I think they're both going to get him. They have both got him. It's Simon Morton for Birmingham A, then Piers Packen and Walsh for Brooks B, then Tom Thickpenny for Loughborough A, and then Lewis Bickers. But Thickpenny's looking to the inside of Brooks B, who goes wide out of there, and I think Thickpenny's going to get it done for Loughborough A. Up the inside, beautiful move. Thickpenny up to second for Loughborough A. Now, will he use the element of surprise and try something? Look over the shoulder from Morton. Well, he might. Every man in his dog, it must seem like, is trying to get this lead off of him at the moment. Lewis Bickers tries to get a Thickpenny-esque switchback out of the corner, heading down to Joey Dunlop, but it hasn't paid off there. He goes for the wide line for Nottingham A. Piers Packen and Walsh keeps it defensive on the inside, as does the 2 ahead of him. As they come round to start a new lap, Simon Morton feels the need to go defensive into Paddock corner. Will that compromise him onto the Rogerson straight? On they go. Birmingham A, Loughborough A, Brooks B, and Nottingham A. And the gap is going down between these guys in Nottingham Trent. Side by side for the lead. Brilliant run off of Luna Bend for Tom Thickpenny and Loughborough A. He gets alongside. I think he's going to get the job done. Piers Packen and Walsh is trying to follow him through. Lewis Bickers is trying to follow through. Are they all going to try up the inside of Simon Morton? All of them bar Bickers. Through goes Tom Thickpenny into the lead of the race. Loughborough A lead. He's going to have to go defensive though. This time Simon Morton takes the conventional line, but that's going to leave him exposed to Lewis Bickers. Indeed it does. And Morton, having led the race at the start of the lap, is down to 4th place. This is fantastic battling at the head of the field here at Three Sisters. Tom Thickpenny goes defensive against Piers Packen and Walsh. Lewis Bickers is going to try and get alongside, but it's not on, so he goes back. Falls back into line behind Brooks B. Brooks B, remember, do have a bump and pass penalty to be applied, as does their sister kart, the Brooks A kart, running down in 16th. It really hasn't been a day for Brooks, as Andrew says. This could be their championship bid dying. Simon Morton's going to try and get a switchback, is he, on Lewis Bickers. Goes wide on the entrance. He'll try and late apex it to give himself a good run heading towards Joey Dunlop. Who does what this time round? Top 3 go defensive. Simon Morton goes to the outside. He's going to try and get a good run off the corner. Piers Packen and Walsh somehow finds a gap alongside. 3 wide for second place. Brooks B's going to lead it, but who's going to be second? It's going to be Lewis Bickers for Nottingham A now, ahead of Simon Morton and Tom Thickpenny. This is absolutely frenetic stuff.
The racing's on fire, the spreadsheet of doom's on fire. There's the 3-way tie on 167 for second place. There's a 3-way tie for 5th place on 166. 6 teams are covered by 1 single round point, but the result, it could be up to a 5-point swing in the championship. Round the outside goes Simon Morton. That's very brave indeed. but he's going to lose out there. He's lost a position to Tom Thickpenny. It's now Brooks B ahead of Nottingham, Loughborough, Birmingham, but we know the Brooks kart has a penalty.
We do indeed. Lewis Bickers may not know it, but he's sitting on a win for Nottingham at the moment. Less than 90 seconds of this one to go. Who is going to take the victory in this race? Who is going to take the victory in this round? There are so many unknowns in this season of BUKC, even more so than we've come to expect. And just in the background there was the 13 of Nottingham Trent A. He's been sitting quite dormant. I've been actually surprised at how he hasn't been catching them. But Henry Jackson is closing in on them slowly. He took half a second out of the last lap, and the gap is down to 2 seconds. So will he come to feature? I reckon they're going to have one more lap after this. Lewis Bickers jinxed to the outside, but he may actually lose the effective lead trying to take the actual lead, because that card at the head isn't in the effective lead. Simon Morton goes to the outside line. He's going to try and get good drive to set up an opportunity into Paddock. It's worked well for him, but Tom Thickpenny is in turn trying to get past Lewis Bickers, so there's no opportunity. On to the last lap they go. Who is going to take this victory?
Just to update you folks as well, Exeter, 6th place. They're now sitting second in this round, but that could all change depending on what happens between these 3, 4, 5 drivers on this last lap of the race. They're going to come round onto the Conrod Straight for the final time. Will Brooks go defensive? Yes, they will. To hard drivers right. Thickpenny's got to go round the outside of Bickers. Remember, actually, that's the battle for the lead, because the bumper passes multiple positions. It's all about Bickers and Thickpenny. Can they make a move? Can Simon Morton make a move? He's looking to the outside, but it looks like it's going to be Nottingham. Nottingham are going to win the race as a count of the penalties. There it is. Brooksby think they've won. Oh, big off right at the end on the last corner. But Brooksby take it on the road, but they have a penalty. Nottingham A takes second, so they will take the win. Loughborough A, then Birmingham A, Nottingham Trent A, Exeter A are 6th. Coventry B are 7th. Oh, they just miss out on a
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Three Sisters Kart Circuit near Wigan for your Alpha live stream of round 4 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'll be alongside Andrew Mather in the commentary box throughout the afternoon. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we're going into our second round of the day, which is the 1 hour endurance races. Pit stops will come into play, and we've had some fantastic racing so far this morning in the sprint round, so I'm sure we are in for a treat. It was Coventry A who won the round this morning, who is going to take home the honours this time around. We're good for a start. Appreciate we haven't had time to give you the grid. We started up again quite quickly off of the lunch break, but we're away racing for race number 1 of round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship. It's Tom Thickpenny who leads them away. On duty for Loughborough A there in the number 4. You can see Ben Simpson in the Warwick B car, though, challenging in the 22. And then there's the 16 of Brooks D in 3rd place. Are they all going to get through cleanly? It's a long race, remember. It's really not worth making contact and throwing it away on lap 1. That old adage of it's not possible to win the race on the first lap, but it's certainly possible to lose it, as they work their way through. And Ben Simpson has got past Tom Thickpenny, so there has been a change, and Brooks Deers got by as well, as Rory Gills of Southampton took a memorable victory this morning for that team. He's got himself up to 6th place by the looks of it. At the end of lap 1 then of round 4, it is Ben Simpson of Warwick B ahead of Brooks D, Loughborough A, Northumbria B. Looks like it might be Tom Walker at the wheel of that one. He too had an amazing race this morning in the sprints. Then it's Southampton A, and look at this side-by-side for the lead. Brooks D has got the job done past Ben Simpson. He got terrible drive off the corner to Simpson. He's lost out 2 positions there. Brooks D leads ahead of Loughborough A, and look at this Southampton A on the outside challenging, as is the 52 of Northumbria B. Brilliant stuff this. We've loved our first visit to Three Sisters so far, providing great racing such as this, and they've both got Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough A kart, so it's now Brooks D ahead of Northumbria B, excuse me, and then Southampton A, Loughborough A, and Warwick B. All changing the top 5. Ben Simpson, who but a few laps ago was leading, or challenging for that lead, is now in 5th. There's the 97 of Coventry C. Good start for them so far. Side by side with the number 9 of Oxford Brooks C. Back to our leaders, and Northumbria B has got to the head of this one. They've all mugged Brooks D on this one, and Loughborough A up the inside of Southampton A at the end of Conrod Straight. Here they are heading down to Joey Dunlop Bend, the final corner on the circuit. Thickpenny in the number 4 goes defensive against Gills in the 7, and they all hold station for now. Northumbria B then changes of lead there. This is the initial frantic phase before the pits open in a few moments' time, in a few minutes' time. Looking over his shoulder all the time, Northumbria B. As I say, I think it is Tom Walker at the wheel of this effort. Harder to call the drivers, of course, because they're going to switch round, but we will call them as we spot them. Not a lot of field spread so far, as has been a very welcome characteristic of these new Club 100 Evo karts this year. Rory Gills gets a lovely switch back off of the corner after Conrod Straight. He's going to be up the inside. He's got the job done even before he's turned in to Joey Dunlop corner. Southampton A up to 2nd ahead of Loughborough A. The battle goes on to another lap. Ben Simpson in that Warwick B car now falling back into the clutches of UWTSD Swansea A. That's the USA team that you can see in 6th place on your timing column on the left-hand side. This is the battle for the lead, though. Tom Walker in the 52, Northumbria B kart, and Rory Gills. If memory serves correctly, this is a bit of a resumption of what we saw this morning, I think. Through they go. Everyone stays as they were, but look at Rory Gills. He's got such a run on Tom Walker, but thinks better of it, stays ahead, working perhaps with the leader to pull out a bit of a gap here, because of course in this endurance format it's all about not losing that time is the critical thing. We have a fairly lengthy sprint format, it has to be said, as Ben Simpson gets very leery, and that's going to allow Brooks C, the number 9 kart, through. I wouldn't be too surprised. Tom Thickpenny shrimping, it's called, where you duck your head like that to try and get as much advantage. Does give you a slight aerodynamic advantage, does have the detrimental effect that you can no longer see where you're going. I remember the first time I tried that to Glanny Gores once, and didn't realise the straight had a kink in it halfway through. Challenging for 4th place. Now UWTSD Swansea A have got onto the back of this top 4. Stuart Harris, I think it is, at the wheel of that effort. There's the 28, looks over his shoulder to go, where did everybody go? The answer is he's been putting some impressive pace in. He's got the fastest lap of the race in this early phase of it, the 46.9. So, doing well at the moment are UWTSD Swansea A. As Tom Thickpenny gets, it's actually Oxford Brooks D challenging Loughborough there, but it stays the same. Rory Gills now got a bit of a gap out and behind them. No, it all stays as it is, although UWTSD Swansea gets a brilliant run off the final corner, and I think he's going to have Brooks D. There's a driver out wide there. It's the 45 of Brighton A. They've had something put them down a lap. I don't know what it would be. The pits are open. That is the first thing to note. So I'm going to assume that Brighton just pitted, and they're the absolute earliest team to do so. So pits are now open between 5 and 25 minutes into the race. And then we'll the second window will be between 35 and 55 minutes into the race. So just to be clear, as it's all getting a bit leery, difficult portion of the race if you're involved in a battle. You need to look to drivers left as you go across start-finish to see if anyone's holding out the pit board, but you've also got to be, conscious and exercise common sense. There's 3 wide into the Lunar Complex they come. There's Oliver Basie-Fisher of Birmingham A in the 8 cart, and Sam Cobb with his flame helmet of the number 6 Warwick A team. Ben Simpson in the sister Warwick cart there, dropping down further in the order. Kingston A have just pitted and Leeds A have just pitted. So this Brooks C have pitted as well. So a 1 minute teen seems to be the kind of lap time to be looking for a decent stop as Lewis Bickers emerges from the pits for Nottingham A. And that was a slower lap for them, a 1:23, so perhaps not such a great stop for Nottingham. Brighton's wasn't that fast. The 45, the very first stop we saw, that wasn't a 1 minute teens either, that was a 1:23. So if you want to follow along, don't forget you can follow all the timing that we have right here at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. You don't need to stick World Wide Web at the start of that. There's a little comms hook you just saw in the shot. It's probably more interesting to look at the cards, to be fair. Meanwhile, back at the front, none of these, I don't believe, key protagonists have pitted, but you saw there Tom Thickpenny put his arm in, put his arm out, as they go side by side. That's going to be Nottingham A a lap down. Loughborough A are in the pit, so they'll now drop down. Nottingham B have just pitted, and it seems, and they've dropped down quite a way. So Loughborough A are now in the pits. Meanwhile, Warwick A and Birmingham A, although they've switched places, they continue to work their way through. They're now up to 7th and 8th, benefiting, of course, just naturally by way of not pitting, whilst others around them do. But they are also putting in quite some pace. Rory Gills has stayed out, as has Tom Walker in the Northumbria B cart. Here is Tom Walker in the Northumbria B cart, and the UWTSD Swansea A cart has stayed out as well, which is the cart right with him. There's a yellow out at turn 1 and turn 2, and that's because of a stricken cart. Who's that? That is a cart that's going to need recovery, and it's just off to driver's left on the entrance onto Rogerson Straight. So they'll go through turn 1, through turn 2, and it's there. You can just see the driver there where the flag was waving with the stricken cart. So I'm wondering who that would be. Nottingham may have dropped well down the order. It's not. I thought we'd seen Lewis Bickers come out for them, if I'm honest. So who's dropping down? It's Newcastle. I did think I saw the 19. There it is. Sorry, thank you. Good pick up my cameras. There I am staring at the timing screen, and the guys have found it for me. Now underway again. That is the Newcastle cart, and they have lost some crazy time in well, they've lost a very detrimental amount of time there. It's Aaron Leishman and Alexis Pirelli piloting that effort, but they've now got it all to do. UWTSD Swansea have got past Northumbria B, and Southampton have pitted, I believe. They've dropped down the order. So, this is the thing to remember going forward in the race. Southampton were your leaders when the pit window began. So that's the Southampton A effort of Rory Gills. And actually we don't know who the other, we haven't got any drivers listed. He is Rory by his helmet. Drivers emerge from the pits. Brooks D have pitted, they've had a good stop. Huddersfield A have had a good stop as well, at 1 minute 12, that's a very good pit stop lap time. Oxford A have pitted, Coventry B have pitted, Bath A have pitted, and Newcastle A, well, they lost a lot of time there from their time stationary on the side of the road. Not sure what it was, but problem actually they fell that car. Either way, they're now on the way again. Didn't need recovering. So we didn't have any full course yellows or anything like that, which would have thrown pit stop strategies into disarray. Hello, Mr. Webber.
Hello, what have I missed?
Oh, it was a frantic first few laps. Southampton A are going very well here. Loughborough A featuring at the sharp end as well. Northumbria B as well as Abhishek Gautam of Bristol pits. That's them heading into the pit lane. Swansea B have just emerged from the pit lane. Nottingham C, slowish stop for them. Oh, and something, there's a bigger problem for the Bath A car because it's just posted a 1:58 as well, which is definitely, well, if it is a pit stop, it's the longest pit stop we've had in the race so far.
Yeah, that's flagged out in turn 1.
Yeah, Northumbria B continues to battle actually with UWTSD Swansea A. They've yet to pit. This is Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough car. He has pitted. Just before he did so, he was in that battle with Northumbria B and UWTSD Swansea A at the front of the field. So key players in the race, as far as we can tell, are this car, the Brooks D car, the 16, Southampton A, Northumbria B, UWTSD Swansea A and Loughborough A. Those are the teams I think we should be looking at, although keep an eye on Warwick A and Birmingham A. Neither of them have pitted yet, and they've been doing some really impressive pace with Sam Cobb and Oliver Basie-Fisher at the wheel respectively of those two efforts. So plenty of people throwing their hat into the ring to win this one. Change of the lead again. I don't know if we can pick this up on cameras, but the 28 and 52 are still battling out there over the lead. They were less than a tenth of a second apart when they crossed the line. 28 and 52. UWTSD Swansea A, but the trouble is with this battling, here's Southampton, so Rory Gills did stay in the kart at that pit stop, but the big question is, are the 28 and the 52 losing time to their rivals by having this battle out on track ahead of their first pit stop? Will that actually come back to haunt them come the closing of this pit window? So the really representative time to look at the actual state of affairs is between 25 and 35 minutes into the race. That is the dead time, as it were, between the two. It's usually quite lively, actually. That is the time between the two pit windows where the order that you see is truly representative. Just looking to see who else is pitting. Something has... Bath A have had some drama. It was a black flag. Black flag I've just seen. So they had an advantage by contact. Black flag. Nottingham A have also picked up a bump and pass. So that'll be a 4-place drop for them by the end of this race. It looks to me like Warwick A have just pulled into the pits. So Sam Cobb has gone in there. We're here with UWTSD Swansea A. And they're actually running with some fast karts on track at the moment. You've got Lewis Bickers of Nottingham A right with him. Now, that Nottingham kart is actually a lap down, as far as I understand it, because it's done its pit stop. There is Coventry pitting. Winners of this morning's round, sprint round. Joe Fowler brings it in. So keeping an eye on the times here. Warwick have set a 1:16 dead lap there, which is not the fastest stop we've seen, but also definitely not the worst. I'd say that one keeps them nicely in the fight. As UWTSD Swansea A set a new fastest lap of the race of 46.616. They are really setting the timing sheets alight here. Is I think I called the UWTSD Swansea B drivers earlier on. It's actually Sam Johns and Harry Farnhill at the wheel of that effort. Not quite sure who it is in the kart right now. Actually, yes, I do think I think it's Sam Johns. I think when we have seen that driver, it's not looked like a Harry Farnhill to me. So, here is the number 6 of Warwick, now back out. And who was that one? That was the 14 of Leeds A, which suggests that Warwick have lost a little bit of time on their outlap. Maybe coming out in some form of traffic. Leeds C have pitted, 1:23 their time, so not too quick a pit stop, I'm afraid to say. Coventry have emerged with a 1:19. Now that's not a great stop either. Coventry C emerged with a 1:18. C team actually having a better pit stop time than the A team there. Northumbria B continues to circulate at the head of this field. There's some 12 seconds up the road from Leeds D. but I believe all of those karts, I think the top 5 all owe us a pit stop. Northumbria B leads D, Brunel A leads B, and Warwick B all owe us a pit stop. So if you're following along on timing, the 6th place kart of Southampton A is your net leader at the moment. There's Leeds D pulling in, Tom Fox at the wheel of that one. So that means this is the race presumably where Leeds D are not eligible for points, which matters of course in this format because unlike the sprint races this morning, there are no drop scores here in the endurance racing. The 44 Leeds B kart, we just saw them in shot. There's the number 9 of BUKC. Looks like they have Huddersfield A for company. 6 of Warwick there. Chasing Huddersfield B, the 18. Birmingham A have pitted as well, by the way. So now both of those two Ford's charging teams from early on, Warwick A and Birmingham A, have both pitted. So it looks like Northumbria B are running late in this pit stop window. Now we often talk about this, the best strategy on paper is to pit as early as you can in the first pit window because the tanks of the karts have to be brimmed as they go 3 wide on the straight there. That was interesting. I think Birmingham A was one of them. Back with Tom Thickpenny now. He's with Brooks D. Now this is representative right here. Good spot by the guys on the cameras if we can stay with it. Cross over to a different battle. So just there coming into the back of shot was Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough kart. He has pitted. So we're looking at UWTSD Swansea A, who have also pitted. That's why the camera guys are sticking on this. So we're now seeing the net leaders cycle through to the front. As look at this battle. This is tasty with Warwick A, Birmingham A, and Oxford are in there as well, the 42. These are not, no, they are all on the same lap, excuse me. So Huddersfield B, the 18, the 8 of Birmingham A, and the 42 of Oxford, and the 6 of Warwick A are all locked into battle there. But the ones that we should be keeping an eye on are the 7 of Southampton A, although I think they've got out comfortably in the net lead of this race. UWTSD Swansea A, the 28. Yeah, so there is your leader in traffic behind the 41 there. There's the 7, that's your leader. And then the 28 there is UWTSD Swansea. I think they're your net leader. Now this is the battle over net 3rd place, which Brooks D are currently leading in the 16 kart. And Northumbria B have pitted. They have pitted. And what time did they do? A 1:23.9. That's not a great stop from the Northumbria B squad. So I think that just leaves Brunel A of the front runners, the number 12, who have yet to pit. There's Warwick B. They've done the switch. They've switched Ben Simpson to Alessandro Bozzoni. And this battle, meanwhile, so there is the 12. That was your race leader there, just working his way through some traffic. Who's looking at it's Luke Barton listed against that one. That's your leader. And then once they've pitted, appreciate your timing tower on the left hand side has frozen at the moment, so I can appreciate it's just reworked itself as soon as I say that. So there is the 12, your leader, working his way through traffic, and then 8.5 seconds back from him is the number 7 Southampton A kart. UWT, and we understand that will be your net leader once all the pit stops are working themselves out. UWTSD Swansea A, the 28, who had a monster first stint. The net second, it looks Brooks D in net third, Loughborough A in fourth, and Brooks C in fifth. Huddersfield A as well. Look like they will be in a net sixth. I appreciate they show up seventh at the moment, but we're all waiting for Brunel A, who owe us that pit stop towards the end of this pit window.
Sorry for being a bit quiet. I've been doing the maths. We had a couple of changes, just to let everybody aware. In race 5 of Heat 3, there were some last-minute penalties. So just want to give you the official results for round 3, first of all. So Coventry A were your winners. We knew that for a long time. Exeter A ended up second, actually clear in the end on 167 points for the round. Loughborough A were third on 166, and then this is where it got all quite tight. But as I say, penalties, particularly penalty for Birmingham, lost 4 positions in this now. Big effect on this. Cambridge A were 4th, Brooks B were 5th, Sheffield A were 6th, and Wood at Clubman. 7th were Nottingham A, 8th were Huddersfield A, and 9th were Birmingham A, 10th Swansea Met A, wrapping up that top 10. Also Clubman, Coventry B were 2nd, 11th overall, and Northumbria B were 3rd, 16th overall. There's some notable exceptions there that I didn't read out. Oxford Brooks A finished in 17th, Southampton were 18th. I'm just looking further down the list for Culvermans who really fell down. Aston 54th. Also our key Clubman runners. Warwick B got another good Clubman score in fifth. Kingston A got good 36th, about 10th. What this has done to the championship as we went into this race then, your leaders in the championship are still Exeter A. The thing is, Exeter A have now got the second, the first and the second. Started to the championship run today. Coventry A are second, 4 points behind in the championship. Third are Loughborough, also on that score. So Exeter have got 230, Coventry and Loughborough have 226. Then there's a bit of a jump down to 4th place, Oxford Brooks B on 217. Birmingham are 5th, and I think Birmingham will be really kicking themselves after this morning. For me, they missed a wide open goal to get at least a podium in the round. And it's cost them. It's cost them. They've now, I reckon, dropped about 6 championship points there. And they're in this really tight battle for over 4th place. As I say, Brooks B 217, Birmingham A 5th 216, Warwick A also on 216, Cambridge A starting to come into it now. They're 7th on 210. Loughborough B 8th 209, Nottingham A 9th 205, and Oxford Brooks A. It's a real shame. It's just not coming together, this Oxford Brooks A title defence. At the moment they are 10th on 203, with a 2nd, a 16th, a 6th and a 17th their results so far this season. And unless they could do something remarkable in this round, we might already be counting out the reigning champions for any kind of formal title defence this year. "35 minutes to go in this race then, this first race of the day, for the afternoon. I see how you did it early afternoon now.
And what that means is that the pits are now closed, and sure enough, Brunel pit just at the very close of that pit window. You couldn't have gone later, and that means now that the legitimate leaders, the representative leaders, have come to the front of the field. So indeed it is Southampton A who leads. The battle to watch, and we did see a bit of it. We were looking a lot at the Brunel car, which was your leader, so right that we should have looked at them. But the battle to look at the moment is still the battle raging between the 16 of Brooks D and the 4 of Loughborough A. They're really, really close together, and they're battling over 3rd place. So Southampton A lead by 5.1 seconds from UWTSD Swansea A. So that's 7 ahead of the 28. The gap there is 5 seconds, as I say. Then it's a further 2 seconds further back from UWTSD Swansea A to that battle I was talking about, the Brooks D versus Loughborough A. I should say one of the battles that we've seen on screen a lot. Here it is. Here is that battle for the 3rd place. The one we just cut away from is also a really good battle, which is Birmingham A, Oxford A and Nottingham A. They're all battling over 7th place at the moment. So that's definitely a good battle to keep an eye on. But yes, I broke out of order then. So it was Brooks D and Loughborough A are battling over 3rd. That's one to look out for, the 16 and the 4. 6 seconds back from them, Brooks C and Huddersfield A, the 9 and the 3, they're having a battle. and then it's 7 seconds further back from them to the Birmingham A, Oxford A, Nottingham A battle. Coventry C is actually in on that as well. So there's plenty of good battles. Here is that battle then between BUKC and Huddersfield. The 9 and the 3 working their way through traffic. Can see it's Stephen Letts at the wheel for Huddersfield A as they work their way through. So this is the battle over 5th place. Otherwise, sort of by themselves as they go through the traffic. Oh, and the 16's round. Oh, and Brooks D is round. Brooks D is round just in front of our comms position. Sorry, this is, folks. There they are. What happened there? Because that is a very, very odd place to have lost the car, particularly in the dry conditions. Should have mentioned that. We are in completely dry conditions now. We both looked up then because we heard the tyres squeal.
I just wondered, did he run wide coming out of Luna?
Do you know, I suspect there must have been some sort of contact there, surely, because nothing's showing up. Huddersfield B recently received a penalty for bump and pass, so there'll be 4 positions, added to their final race result. But yeah, Brooks D dropped down the order. Meanwhile, this is Brooks C in the number 9, just putting a lap on the 32, which is Coventry B. But yeah, I did not see what started that, and I'm afraid we didn't pick it up on the cameras. Bit of a gap now between Brooks C, which is the first karting we shot, and the kart that just came into shot, which is the 3 of Huddersfield A. Huddersfield setting themselves up as one of the key protagonists of this year's season. They've had a good first few rounds. But yeah, speaking of which, Exeter A, who, as Andrew said, are sort of starting to mount their very commendable championship bid so far. They're currently in 11th. They've just got past Huddersfield B. In the battle over 3rd then, of course, Loughborough now by themselves because of the demise of Brooks D in that spin that we just saw. So Southampton A lead by 6 seconds from UWTSD Swansea A. Loughborough A are a further 2.5 seconds back, now running a bit of a lonely race because they're 6 seconds up the road from the Brooks C Huddersfield A battle that we were showing you but a moment ago. The 9 versus the 3, and then we've picked it up again. There it is. So this is the battle over 4th place now, with Brooks D dropping down. Where is Brooks D restarted? They've restarted in 10th. Just looking for who else is having a good battle out there. The Nottingham A and Birmingham A battle continues 5 seconds down the road from this battle we're showing you. 32 is a lap down. So it's this battle over 4th and 5th. And then a further 6 seconds down the road to 6th and 7th place battle between Nottingham A, the number 5, and Birmingham A, the number 8. And then a further second behind them, Oxford A is defending the clubman lead, actually. That might be one worth picking up. The 42 and the 97 of Oxford A and Coventry C. I'm actually going to check, actually, whether Coventry C... Yeah, Coventry C is a points-eligible drive. This battle over 4th place does appear to have died down somewhat. Brooks C. Well, the gap went down the last lap by a couple of tenths. But it is further back from these guys. I think we'll be able to pick them up now. Oh, no, we do stay with this one. Further back, it's several karts. Some Nottingham Trent A there, who are in a battle with Warwick A. Warwick A have not done as well during their first pit stop. We said that it was a very slow stop for them. So, as there's a curb warning for Oxford A. As we are past the halfway mark of this one. And there we saw a little bit of the battle going on behind, I think, with Nottingham A and Oxford A. Good spot from the guys on the cameras. There it is. You can see the Oxford cart coming through. You can get a shot of them down the straight. I'll point them out. Still, Stephen Letts is staying in touch with this BUKC cart. There's Leeds B, that's the 44. They're running down in 20th right now. There's so yes, this is one of the battles to be looking at. There is Warwick A in amongst this with the 20 of Coventry A as well. This is all over 12th place, which at this lap was led by Leeds, the number 14, as they come round to start a new lap. So there is the 14 of Leeds, there is the 20 of Coventry, and then Huddersfield is behind them. Here we go. So there's the 14 of Coventry A, the 14 of Leeds A, then there's the 20 of Coventry A. Winners of the sprint round here today at Three Sisters. The 18 there, that's Huddersfield B. Then there's the 6 of Warwick A and the 13 of Nottingham Trent A and the 26 of Kingston A. Nottingham B and Northumbria B are all with them just for good measure. Northumbria B have definitely dropped back. They did not have a good pit stop. They had an amazing first stint, but they did not have a great pit stop. And look at this, Warwick A to the inside of Huddersfield B. That's for 14th place. As who was that just pulling into the pit stop? Because no, that is a bit early to be pulling into a second pit stop. With Nottingham Trent A in for a black flag. They've had a black flag for 2 bump and passes. So here it's crucial that Leeds A gets through the traffic cleaning efficiently. That was a very robust and bold. That was I'm coming through on the back marker there. So this is all over the team positions. Just as an update, BUKC still ahead of Huddersfield A that we were looking at earlier, and Nottingham A just ahead of Oxford A for 6th. But keep an eye on the number 5 and the 42 on your timing column to the left of your screen, because that's a close battle as well. Then they're all sort of evenly spaced all the way back to this battle that Leeds A is leading. Down the Rogerson Straight again. Leeds, Coventry, Huddersfield B, the 18 cart. The 50 is out of position, a lap down, and then Warwick A in the number 6. Kingston A, Nottingham B in the 34.
So I've been doing more maths.
He has. He's been sitting. There's GCSE maths exam papers. There's Coventry go to the inside of Leeds A. This is over 11th place, and Joe Fowler gets the job done.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where, as we are now, sad to say, we'll be halfway through the season at the end of this round. Oh, 2 drivers off. This is going into the Lunar Complex, and drivers need to be careful here. Not quite sure who that is.
It's a triple figure
number.
number.
It's going to be either 103 or the 109. Might be the Southampton C cart. It's a tricky position to get recovered from there.
That is a difficult one. You've got to...
I'd get out and turn that around. This is the classic situation where it's actually better to get out the cart and turn it around yourself than having to wait for a gap.
Yeah, and that
is... the driver's losing tons of time here. Now they get going.
And that is allowed in the rules. It's very clear. Even though we're in this... It's the 106. It's UWTSD Swansea B.
So for anyone watching this back, that's the classic situation where you actually want to get out of the cart and physically turn it round yourself, because then it's much easier to pull away, get back in the race. Just to note as well, I know there's been a couple of questions about it. Clever thing that they're doing here at Three Sisters, because it's obviously quite a quick section of track as the drivers head past pit exit. The yellow flag's being held out whenever there's a cart coming out of the pits. So if you see that in turn 1, that's actually more, and it's especially if it's a stationary yellow flag, that's why that's being done. It's not actually an incident in the S's, it's to let drivers coming down the pit straight know there's going to be karts coming out pretty much into their faces as teams come out the pits. Into the pits comes X to A. Key pit stop this, championship leader, 9th on the road at the moment. They were 11th at the halfway point, so still good, still decent points, but they need this to be a good pit stop. Pitting early in the window. Driver getting in. If they're doing a driver change, of course, we'll have 23 minutes to run to the end. Here's the battle between 20 and 47. That's actually that's not for position. That's the Coventry A car trying to pull its way back through the field. This is our other championship protagonist now. Second place after winning the sprints round this morning, Coventry A. But there really has been, I just must have mentioned this phrases, a change of the guard this morning. Apart from Loughborough A, none of the teams in the top 8 have won championships in the last couple of years. Southampton A, though, your current leaders in this race, and they need this. They need this to be a good round to pick up some of the lost ground on their fellow Premier teams. If you're joining us this afternoon and you didn't see the racing this morning, don't worry, you can watch it all back on the BUKC Facebook channel later this evening.
And you should watch it.
And you should.
Please
The sprint round was unbelievable. But just to explain backgrounds of number boards, you see it on the tower on the left-hand side as well. Premier teams are karts with red number boards, clubman karts, so this is our subclass within the mains championship. They are the karts with the black number boards. Equipment exactly the same between the two, but those two classes fighting for different honours at this level of competition.
Absolutely. UWTSD Swansea A, who pitted from second, have had a decent stop. They did a 1 minute 14. Also, Leeds D were one of the first pitters in this window. If it was a pit stop, it was ridiculously fast. They said a 1 minute 05.
Wow.
So they either spun, which is bad, or had the most amazing pit stop by about 5 seconds. I'm not sure about that one. Southampton A have pitted, crucially, from the lead, so both first and second have pitted, and both of them set reasonable enough stop times, although Southampton lost about 3 seconds to UWTSD Swansea A in the stop.
Battle going on here, Howard. University of Wales, Trinity St David and Warwick A. This is over 8th position, just behind Joe Fowler here as the 45 Brighton A comes into the pit lane. And side by side, going down Conway. That's the number 12 making their way through, so that's Brunel A, I think, making their way past.
Was it Huddersfield B?
Might have been Huddersfield B. 18, yep, absolutely right. Making its way past through some traffic. There's the 6. The 6 has got past the 28. So Warwick A, saying that, Warwick A ran a little bit wide off Dunlop and lose the position. So just as they've overtaken it.
Warwick A are doing Southampton a favour here, Andrew, because Southampton lost some time, to UWTSD Swansea in the pits, and by holding Harry Farnhill in that 28 kart up through battling, Warwick A are allowing Southampton to get that time back out.
Yes.
So I haven't clocked actually where the Southampton kart has come out. If they've come out in anything like clean air, they are actually being helped out with it.
Yeah.
Now the 14 has got past Warwick A here as well, so Leeds A have now got past Warwick A. You can see now the 14 ahead of the 6.
That's the 41 pits. Yeah, the gap at halfway was 5.4 seconds for Southampton A over the old Swansea Met team.
Yeah, Huddersfield A have just pitted as well. Decent enough stop at 1:16. Brighton, we saw going into the pits, that wasn't such a quick stop, I'm afraid to say. That was a 1:25 there. And Coventry B have also pitted. Had a good morning, didn't they, Coventry?
They did. They've really put themselves in contention now for Clubman. They are now third in the Clubman standings within the championship after 3 rounds of qualifier.
Now, I may be taking a very small sample size here of this race, but I can't help but notice that since we've switched to endurance format with pit stops, I'm seeing a greater number or proportion of prems featuring in the top part of the field. When I'm looking at the pit stop times, there, you know, Nottingham C just did a 1 minute 25. Swansea B just did a 1 minute 25. The likes of...
sorry, contact between the 28 and the 14. This is as they're trying to get past the Nottingham C number 50 cart. Just about live to fight on another day. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's fine. This is for position on the road, albeit Leeds A offer us a stop.
And Leeds A going for the move as well. Chopped across. Oh, in fact, the 28 having a look up the inside of the 36. That's a back marker, but that was well dealt with by Harry Farnhill because he closed in on the 36 very quickly there.
Crucially, here we go. The 36 is Leeds C. So through goes Leeds A very, very quickly there. And there's the thumbs up to his teammate, his sister teammate. To say thank you very much there. So there was a bit of teamwork, very good teamwork by the way, completely tactically fine, and indeed what you should be doing if you're. And you know, thinking about it now, I get a distant memory, Andrew. Might be that the Leeds teams want to work nicely with each other this afternoon after what happened this morning.
Yes, if you missed one of our earlier races in the morning, we had a quite comical situation where the Leeds D team, as I mentioned, that Leeds A now up the inside and going for position, and Leeds take into 5th place. So that's a great move there by Leeds A. Yellow flags coming down the hill and into the hairpin.
Well, there is a stricken driver there.
Oh, it's the number 50. It's Nottingham C. So Nottingham C, who were in a little bit of bother earlier on with these very drivers, Nottingham C have pulled off the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Loughborough A have pitted crucially. It's a 1 minute 16 for them, not too bad there. BUKC C have also pitted a 1 minute 18. We saw them battling with Huddersfield earlier on, so the question is going to be whether they've emerged ahead of Huddersfield. I think that they have. Yes, they have. And the gap is still only 1.7 seconds. So all that battling, all the pit stops, and it's still only 1.5 seconds effectively between.
This battle over 4th place now on the road going on.
I do think this is gifting the win to Southampton, unless Southampton are getting held up in some very dense traffic right now. Birmingham A currently your leaders on the road, but owe us that stop. Southampton A are 4.5 seconds down the road from them, and they don't owe us a stop.
I just wanted to address something this morning that I said that wasn't actually correct. Race 2, we talked about Leeds B and Leeds A not swapping positions around, and I was a little bit like, well, why are they doing that? There's actually a very good reason. We discussed this with Jack from the team on the BUKC Radio podcast. Clubman's is actually their priority. The Leeds B team is the priority for the year. So Leeds A, yes, you know, having a good day today, but in the grand scheme of things, they are focused on the B team, which is why they kept the B team ahead.
Okay. Because they want that Clubman's success.
Yes, they want the Clubman's success because they've got a champion. They know the A team's going to be a bit in and out because they've got drivers who aren't able to commit to the whole championship.
On that matter, somebody just ahead of Harry Farnhill on the road pitted, and I think it is Leeds A.
Leeds A
have started dropping down the order. So Leeds A have come in. So that means of these front runners, we'll keep an eye on what Leeds' pit stop time is. Birmingham A owe us a stop. Southampton A do not owe us a stop, and we understand they will be your net leaders when the pit window closes in some 7 minutes time. Yeah, we've still got quite a way to go this one. Huddersfield B do owe us a stop. UWTSD Swansea A do not. Loughborough A do not. BUKC C do not. That's a legitimate position for all of those teams. The 44 of Leeds B does owe us a stop, I believe. One would imagine a lot of universities, unless they're deliberately splitting strategy, will pit on subsequent laps.
Change for 3rd, Howard. University of Wales Trinity St David have just gone past Huddersfield B.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, I believe the 18 owes us a stop, but what that effectively means is that Harry Farnhill has no carts between himself and the Southampton A cart.
Yeah, the effective
leader. So he can now set about trying to close that gap, and that's it now to the end. There's no more stops for either of those two carts. So I'm sure there's probably other carts that are various laps between them physically on the road, but he now has nobody else to pass, but the leader does, Harry Farnhill, running with the black helmet and suit combination in the 28 University of Wales Trinity St David A Swansea A car. See, every time I even say that name before, I seem to mess it up. That's why we need to shorten this.
It's Swansea Met.
Swansea Met.
The gap, though, is pretty much stable to what it was at halfway. So halfway it was 5.424 seconds, so 5.201 now. But, different drivers in the karts now. 13 minutes to run.
Yeah, we've not seen much of the Southampton kart, but they must have changed the driver from Rory Gills in that second stop. We don't have the drivers listed for that kart, so we'll have to do it by eye if we can spot the 7 from our comms position. But that there is the man who's going to try and hunt down whoever the Southampton driver is, the 28 kart of Harry Farnham. In fact, I'm going to have a quick look at them because I think Southampton are just coming around to our comms position now. And it's Pascal Pook at the wheel of the Southampton kart.
Yep.
So that's Harry Farnham.
And he is pulling him in now. Farnham has taken another 0.3 of a second out of Pook on that last lap. So 4.981 now the gap. Loughborough A still doing good. Do Loughborough as a stop?
Loughborough A, no they don't.
Okay, so Loughborough A looking good at the moment in third place. They need to have a good round. Loughborough A kind of did the bang opposite of what they did in the sprints, or what they did at Putmore. They were very, very loud in the sprints at Putmore and dominated, and very quiet in the endurance. So far, complete opposite. Very quiet in the sprints this morning. James Mills took a win along the way. This could be the start of something good for Loughborough if they can bring home this top 3.
So I think with Huddersfield B now having stopped, and incidentally it was a 1:20, which was so-so, I think it's fair to say, not the fastest stop we've seen. All of your top, I'm going to say
6.
No, because I think Exeter have done it as well. So your top 7 are all representative, and I actually think. No, I'm going to go further than that. I'm going to say your top 10 are all representative at this point.
That's good work by Exeter again. That's really good work. They've pulled themselves up from 11th at halfway to now 7th. That is very impressive stuff. But you're going to have a battle coming on here because Nottingham A are starting to close in on Exeter A. So if we can pick this up, the number 10, the number 5, and the number 20 not that far behind. This is the point of the season that gets, really, really exciting for a lot of people in the paddock. We're looking at Leeds A here. I think this is the battle over about 11th place. Yes, it is. Warwick A at the front of it, followed by Huddersfield B, Oxford A, and Leeds A. This is for just over 10th place. So we'll see the distinctive helmet of Sam Cobb. There's Ryan Luscombe going by in the pink and purple suit, the number 10 Exeter A kart. He's now got a job of trying to fend off Nottingham A for the next 10 minutes.
Brooks D kart on Coventry C. We did see them briefly then. There's the Warwick kart. Just flashed through the shot. Distinctive helmet of Sam Cobb, I believe, out there at the moment. There it is.
Tom Dent is having a battle, yes he is, with Oxford A there, so Leeds A driver. Yorkshireman from Sheffield, now racing for Leeds University.
There's your leader on screen as well, the number 7. So that's Pascal Pook. And there at the back of the straight, just there is the 28 of Harry Farnham. That's the gap, first to second.
Oh, spin! That's...
is that Brooks C?
No, I don't think it is. This is coming on to down the valley. And again, I think it's the Swansea Met driver again. Nottingham C.
Nottingham C. That's very much not Brooks C. Similar helmet colours though to whoever's piloting Brooks. Brooks, put your drivers' names into the system. It's causing terrible things for us today.
There has been a change though for 12th place. Oxford Brooks D are now ahead of Oxford A. Oxford A doing a good job here in terms of clubmen. They are leading clubmen karts in the race. I'm just going to look at where they are in the clubmen standings. They are 28th overall after round 3, so 7th in class. in the championship. So this will be a good start for the number 42 to see if they can keep themselves in there as we head to our next event, which we'll give a shout out now. I think it's the first time we've mentioned our next event, next time out, which will be at the brilliant circuit in Wales, South Wales, at Llandau in a few weeks' time, on a weekend as well. So we've got no excuse not to watch.
I'll tell you who hasn't had a great race, who I expected to.
Go on.
Brunel.
Yeah, down in 21st.
Yeah, they're running around with BUKC out there. I've just seen out the window of our comms box as we look at our leaders on your screens. Yeah, they're running around, but they're a lap down.
It's starting to fall away from them, aren't they? I mean, we talked, we gave the stats that of the 2 qualifier winners for quite consecutive years. One of those 2 teams goes on to win the championship, almost about similar to Formula 1, how winner of the Australian Grand Prix often goes on to win the championship. I'm afraid I don't think it's going to happen for Brunel because they've not got to the same heights that we saw on that Friday qualifier. They've slipped all the way down to 14th in the championship now. And, you know, not having a good race here, which is going to write this round off for them in terms of a strong result, like a top 5 result. I think we start to count them out of the championship reckoning.
Intriguing situation at the moment. Both first and second place have just got onto the back of a train of karts to lap. So there's Pook making his way through for Southampton. He's now got to try and put a lap on Leeds, which Tom Dent's no slouch. And as we've been talking about before, no blue flags in this format. But then behind him, the other pack of karts who just saw coming into shot, Harry Farnhill of UWTSD Swansea A, is also working his way through those as well. So interesting test here for the 2 drivers. Can anyone gain any time or lose any time whilst trying to navigate this traffic? Birmingham A have just got past Huddersfield A, by the way, for 5th place on that last lap. Don't know if we can pick that up on this straight. They'll be coming into shot. We're going to see a replay of something here.
Oh, it's the spin.
Okay.
Spin.
That's weird one.
Is that BUKC?
They'd not gone on the wet stuff. You can see there's still a bit of a wet patch there. Oh, someone's had a trouble there. It's the 47. The 47 in trouble on the Rogerson straight.
That's Exeter B.
But yeah, that was a weird one from SMC because I think they just locked up. The wet patch scared them. Black flag for the number 18.
Huddersfield B, and that's going to be expensive for them because they've been having some great battles out there with the likes of Warwick A and Brooks D, but unfortunately they're going to have to make one extra visit to the pit lane than everybody else, so that is going to be expensive for them. We're heading just towards the tail end of this race, and in theory, by the way, the pit window is still open. It's going to close in about a minute's time, but just to talk through where we're at, Southampton A, they've driven a brilliant race. They're 5 seconds to the good ahead of UWTSD Swansea A. The gap's ebbing and flowing through the traffic. Loughborough are a further 12.5 seconds down the road. Oliver Wedden must wonder if you couldn't...
Where's everybody gone?
He really probably wants some battles, but he can't have any. He's 12 seconds behind the car in front and 8 seconds ahead of the car behind, which is Brooks C in 9th. They themselves are in a clean bit of road. 6 seconds back behind them is a furious battle going on for 5th place between Birmingham A and Huddersfield A. So the 8 and the 3 are the 2 karts to look out for the highest battle that is also extremely close. Exeter A is further 3 seconds back from them in the number 10. Nottingham A are in 8th, a further 3 seconds back from them as well. And they're in a battle, Nottingham A with Coventry A over 8th place. So the 5 and the 20, they're less than a second apart. 5 seconds back from them is Brooks D, who are also locked into battle with Warwick A, so that's the 16 and the 6. Also having good battles out there, Leeds A are locked into battle with Coventry C. And Northumbria B, who featured so prominently at the start of this race, they had a really good start. Not quite sure what's happened to their effort in this one, if I'm perfectly honest. Having a good battle out there with Nottingham B and Kingston A over 15th. One last mention, Brunel A and Huddersfield B are having a battle over who can get into the top 20, which, as we've been saying, not really where we'd expect to see Brunel. Those are some of the key battles.
Pit window is shut, so all teams have now completed their pit stops. It is now a 4.5 minute sprint to the end. So 4.2 seconds is the lead gap between Southampton A's Pascal Pook and the University of Wales Trinity St David's A-team driver, which is Harry Farnhill. Loughborough A look like they've got 3rd place sewn up. There's Jack Linus in the Huddersfield A kart, the black and blue helmet. trying to find a way back past Birmingham A. Trying to figure out which driver. I think it might be Oliver Basie-Fisher out there for them. Check that for me.
Keeping my eyes
they
peeled
come
for
round
you.
past
Yep.
our commentary box. 4 minutes to go. Here's the battle. Yes, it is Oliver Basie-Fisher.
It is
in the
Basie-Fisher.
Janetta
It's
suit.
Jack Linus of Huddersfield, if we haven't mentioned that as well. They're just coming to the end of Conrod now. Yeah, exactly where this camera's panning. There they are, going through shot. Good pickup, guys. That was nice. Coming down to Joey Dunlop corner now. This is the closest battle of the top 10 then. Who is going to take 5th place in the closing stages of this race? As I say that, though, Coventry have just got past Nottingham A for 8th as well. So that battle's carrying on in the top 10. Not everything is decided here at Three Sisters by any stretch of the imagination.
You know what? They're not that far ahead of Exeter A. Ryan Luscombe just passed through the shop there as well in the purple and pink suit. And got a fluorescent helmet just behind them. There he is, at the back of this train. 3 minutes to go. He's not out of this either.
Absolutely
we could
not.
have, on the last lap, Luscombe's got to get past the battle marker.
Yep.
This could be a very tight finish to this 1 hour enduro come the end of this race.
Absolutely, and he goes for putting the lap, does Luscombe. Now the proud owner again of an Exeter University student ID card. We need to see the cards outside on drivers to prove you're a student. You don't need to hold on to just a point. So here it is, and look, it's closing right up, isn't it? Because Luscombe is now right with these two. And so it's now a 3-horse race for 5th.
And he's the fastest driver out on circuit. He's just set a 46.544. That is very fast. And he's now challenging Jack Linus. He's going to go through. He's going to go through here. And Exeter A are going to take 6th place. No, they're not. Jack Linus able to hold it round the outside. Now, that's the difference now. We're in the afternoon. The track's a bit warmer. It's a bit less damp. You can hold it round the outside of the corner with no name.
And yeah, that's what I've loved seeing so far today at Three Sisters. I thought it was the wet conditions initially, but the high-speed nature of this circuit, some of those corners, you can hang on to it around the outside. You can have a proper dogfight around this circuit. Basie-Fisher in the number 8 there, he's doing everything he needs to do. He's picking off the traffic nicely. And the battling between Jack Linus in the 3 Huddersfield A as he goes wide, and that's going to give Luscombe an opportunity. Surely gets alongside over 6th place this is, and gets the job done. Ryan Luscombe moves Exeter A up 1 more place to 6th place. The current championship leaders are up to 6th place. And here's the question, does Luscombe, well, I think we do know the answer actually. Luscombe does have the pace here to get onto the back of Basie-Fisher and pass him. The question will be, does he have the time? With just over a minute to go. Southampton A, they're holding the gap really stably. The gap is just shy of 4 seconds, and the lap time deltas between them and Harry Farnell in the 28 are near as makes no difference. So pending any disaster, that should hold to the end, and they will soon be coming on to the final lap.
The thing with Luscombe as well, with the position that they're in, I'd say it's worth the risk as well. It's worth the risk trying to get this position, because you never know what you could get in terms of gains and championship points. It's worth having a go for me. 30 seconds to go, so the leader will see the last lap board.
Brunel is traffic, and that's
and
there's
cuts across
Basie-Fisher
the front of Birmingham as well.
Yep. And that's going to give Luscombe the opportunity, heading towards Paddock Bend, 3 abreast into turn 1. Oh, and there's contact as well, and that's it. Luscombe's up to 5th. Oh, and he goes wide as well, and that's going to let Linus go through. But it wasn't without a bit of a heart-and-mouth situation for Linus there.
Yeah, that'll be a frustration for Basie-Fisher, because the driver, the number 12, really properly chopped across the front of him twice there. We are now on the last lap. Looked like Basie-Fisher was going to have another look at
it. Penalty for 2nd place.
Oh, now.
Bump and pass. UWTSD Swansea are going to lose 4 positions at the last. Oh, and how costly is that? How costly. After a brilliant 59 minutes of effort from the UWTSD Swansea crew, they are going to lose 4 positions. Meanwhile, though, here comes Pascal Pook for Southampton A. It's been a brilliant run. Rory Gills did some brilliant work in the first part of the race, and Pascal Pook has done everything he needed to bring it home. Southampton A win race number 1 of round 4 here at Three Sisters. A brilliant race run from them. Their pit stops were decent. and their pace on the track was fantastic. UWTSD Swansea crossed the line in second, but have that penalty, which means 17 seconds later, Loughborough A and Oliver Wedden
need to keep an eye on the battle for Huddersfield and Birmingham. I don't think it's over yet.
No.
Just trying to see where they are out in circuit, whether they've come across the line. They've just crossed the line now, and Linus wins it. Linus wins it, so that's a good drive from Jack Linus again. I reckon that's going to be Loughborough A third, BUKC fourth, Exeter A fifth, Huddersfield A sixth, Birmingham A seventh. But the beneficiaries of the number 28's penalty will be Loughborough, BUKC, Exeter and Huddersfield. So that's important as well, you know, being able to be in that range where the Swansea Met penalty will count. Coventry A, another good score for them. P8, Nottingham P9, Warwick A P10, quiet race for them, but still good points. Brooks D confirmed in 11th, 12th for Northumbria B and Top Clubman, another good result for Northumbria. 13th for Leeds A, 14th Oxford A, 15th Coventry C. That's one of their best results of the year so far. We're going to pass down to Jacob in the pits as the drivers come in from race 1.
Welcome back down to the pits. That was the first of our endurance races. Apologies for no pit lane reporting during that one. A few technical issues which we wanted to iron out. We are going to go grab our crew drivers from Southampton A as Pascal grabs his transponder and number plates. Once he's done, we'll grab a quick word with him and Mr. Gills, who I believe he was racing with. Pascal, to the front. Is this your first BUKC race win?
Yeah, this is my first actually BUKC one, yeah.
Congratulations, sir. How did you quite manage it?
Roy did the first 2 stints, got a nice gap, and was just controlling it the rest of the way, I guess.
I see, one of those double stinting things where you just get straight back in the car. Is that been the secret here?
Yeah, I guess, because you sort of get used to it, and then when you get back in the car to it, you're sort of already used to it, where it usually takes like a couple of laps when you personally get used to the laps.
And who's the other two in the next endurance for you?
Kirk and Titas.
Do you reckon they can bring it home and get a round win?
I'm sure they can make a lot of places, for definite.
I'll have a quick chat with Rory since he did the first 2 stints. Come on over, Rory. Wow, done for the day and you're already changed before the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
You poor thing.
Yeah.
Why's that, Rory?
All this racing and, yeah.
No one else is that exhausted.
Well, you know, I'm just weak.
You said it, not me.
In particular, but yeah.
You've earned yourself a second gold medal here. Are you hitting form just to the right time?
Yeah. I mean, as the team struggled today, but we're getting there eventually. We're going to do it.
Just ask Pascal, do you reckon Kirk and Titas can equal this result and put you on the podium for the round?
We could. I can only hope. That's what we want to see.
It's a very safe answer, Rory. Thank you very much for talking to us and congratulations on your race win. We're going to go talk to the Exeter team, who are championship leaders and lining up at the front of this one. It's looking good for them. Chloe's pointing at him and he's just tapped on the back. Rory, quick chat. I know I've spoken to you a number of times today, but you are our championship leaders, second place this morning's round. Is this Exeter's year?
Possibly. I mean, we're not even halfway through the rounds yet, but yeah, it could be if we don't make any mistakes. I think we just got to get as many points as possible. I'm not thinking about the championship too much, just the person who finishes first tends to win, so that's the goal.
That's what I like to hear. You seem to get better as you lose more drivers. You lost Alistair for Buckmore and did very, very well. You lost Jarvis and Alistair here, and you're doing just as well. Are you the next one to drop out and take one for the team so they can carry on improving?
Possibly. That could be the only solution, so we'll see. We'll see where we end up next.
Well, I want to see you at Lando, but if not, I kind of understand.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Cheers, Rory. Let's have a wander further back down the grid. So we've stayed towards the front these last few days, and I'm going to try and get a university who I haven't spoken to just yet. Huddersfield we've yet to talk to. We'll talk to Huddersfield captain Aaron Walsh. Aaron, quick chat for the live stream. Come over to my left because Chloe's on my right. Haven't spoken to anyone at Huddersfield today. How's your day going?
It's not going as we would hope, to be honest, but we did quite well in the last endurance, so we're hoping to bring it back for this next one.
Where did you manage at?
To get fifth overall.
Okay, so a strong finish here could see you on the podium.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be getting a good result for this second round.
Who are you pairing up with?
Sam Turn.
And he did particularly well earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, he did really well. One of the best in the A team for the sprints, but we just had a bit of a shocker later on in the day.
I did hear about a certain Mr. Lex misbehaving.
Well, I can't comment on that.
Well, after what he said on the live stream at Buckmore about dating his sister, I've not dared to interview him this time round. Huddersfield's traditionally been a title challenger. Do you reckon you're still in the mix this year?
We've had a bit of a rough start to the year with dropouts in the A team, so we've had to draft from the lower teams, but we did quite well in the endurance at Buckmore and top 10 finish for the sprint round this time, so hopefully we'll be able to pull something out of the bag.
And Willie Chew's watching at home, and he's been texting me, inboxing me, dying to know if he and Dennis can hook up this year at the party.
Dennis is a very private individual, so you'll have to ask him himself.
I did say this to her. I said, look, well, you've got to get the best lines, the best dance moves, and you've got to buy him a few drinks.
It's not easy either, so he's got to proper put the work in.
You say he's not easy, but after a few drinks, we've all seen the videos. Aaron, thanks for talking to us. We're going to head further down the grid. Aaron Walsh there, captain of Huddersfield University. Let's carry on moving further down. I think I've spotted Team Sheffield. We've done Leeds, Chloe. We've done Leeds. I know he's got a funny voice, but we've got to do everyone. We've got to do Sheffield, because Sheffield, I believe, I want to say won Clubman's this morning?
Yeah, we did.
How did you manage that?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't you? Okay. Let me just step by here. How, were you involved in this? We were involved. Okay. Yeah. So tell us how you've managed to win Clubman's.
Not really sure, to be honest. Just drove it. Good cart, I think it was.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just drive it. Honestly, is it Amy or Amy? Amy. Do you have anything to add? Do you just drive?
Yeah.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the secret to winning our Clubman's class. Just drive. Thank you very much, Sheffield. We've spoken a bit to De Montfort this afternoon. We'll keep shuffling back. I don't think I've done a Birmingham interview. Team Birmingham are lining up just behind you there, James, over your right shoulder. I'm just going to dive in the middle of this group here and see who wants to chat. Jake, have a chat with me, won't you, Jake? Come on in. Birmingham were hoping to mount a title challenge this year. How's that gone up until now, the middle of round 4?
I think up until now, qualifiers went well. They won the round. I think they got third at Buckmore Enduros. That's right. Third, Buckmore sprints didn't go brilliantly, but I don't think it'll be. Yeah, it's not too bad. What did you do today in sprints? 9th. Okay, so yeah.
Speaking of sprints, we do have Simon here. Simon, come on over. You were involved in that manic, I would say sixth race, where the top 4 was separated by a hair width. Tell us a bit about that battle.
So got a good start, obviously, got away, and then I think it was Piers caught me up, and then before you know it, it's just white lining at every corner. It's a shame not to win the race because that cost us, but I was like, oh wait, hang on. Yeah, it was a shame not to win the race again, but it was a really fun race to be involved in, to be kind of racing right at the very top with some of the quickest guys in the series was really, really good. Really enjoyed it. So yeah.
Cheers, Simon. We'll catch up with all our teams later on in the show, but for now the carts are heading out for endurance number 2. We'll be down here in the pits giving you all the action from the pit stops, but for now, Andrew, Howard, back to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Jacob. Thanks continuing the great work down in the pit lane. Here we go then for Heat 2, second 1 hour enduro. The grid looks like this. Leeds D and Kingston A on the front row. Exeter A and Bath A on row 2, Leeds C and Brunel A on row 3, Coventry B and Loughborough C on row 4, Exeter B and Warwick A on row 5, Huddersfield A and Swansea D on row 6, Southampton B and Brighton A on row 7, Leeds B and Huddersfield B on row 8, Brunel B and Nottingham A on row 9, Sheffield A and Southampton C on row 10, De Montfort A and Swansea A on row 11, De Montfort B and Manchester Met on row 12, Cranfield A and Kingston B on row 13, Birmingham B and Brooks A on row 14, Cambridge A and Aston A on row 15, Edinburgh A, Brooks B, Newcastle B, Manchester, Loughborough B and Brighton B, and we are good to go, and we are racing once again at Three Sisters. This is race 2 for round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship 2019, and straight away it's the 72 kart that's got a really good start, and the number 10 challenging Exeter A trying to take the lead. Yes, so the championship leaders are already into the lead of this one.
Great start there from Rory Cuff, isn't it, at the wheel of that one. 47, by the way, gets save of the year so far for me. Exeter B all over the curbs there, but thankfully did not spin round and start facing the oncoming traffic. So happy to say that all ended with a rather stylish bit of video footage for him to show his mates rather than anything more serious. Brunel A starting higher up here, but coming under attack early on here from Warwick A.
Ben Street at the wheel.
Absolutely, side by side, coming on to the second lap of the race. At the end of lap 1 then, Exeter A, Leeds D, Brunel A, Warwick A and Kingston A, your top 5. As round goes...
That's Huddersfield. That's Sam Turn. That's Sam Turn off at the outcome of the S's. So yeah, the number 3 of Huddersfield A, that is not what they wanted. They've fallen from 11th place. Oh, somebody's off. And Mackenzie Shepherd does a very good job to avoid. Suzanne Gutsold's going to get a benefit out of that. That goes past the 56, but couldn't quite make out who that was, bouncing over the grass in the Lunar Complex.
I think it was the 77, which would make it De Montfort B. Brooks B get black flag, advantage by contact, and black flag for Huddersfield B as well.
Oh, someone off at the last corner. That's Brunel. That's Brunel A off.
That's big as well.
So really, it's going from bad to worse for Brunel A now. The number 12 have not had a good first race, and they're off here early in race 2.
Forgive me, the black flag for Brooks B was for causing multiple contact, and Huddersfield B's was for advantage by contact. So that is very, very costly for both of those teams. Unusual sign of a cone warning for Exeter B.
Sorry, I've got it wrong. It's not Brunel A. Brunel A, of course, up there in 3rd. Might have been another Brunel kart. I recognise the helmet as a Brunel helmet. So look out for any Brunel karts, Howard, falling down the order.
On the BUKC Siblings Cup watch, by the way, both Goodsolds are out at the moment to start this one for their respective teams. Birmingham B in 18th and Aston A in 26th. So a fair few cars separating that battle.
Yeah, apologies, it is Brunel B who have now fallen all the way down to the very bottom of the order. Just trying to work out which is the driver, because that's definitely a helmet that I've seen in the Brunel A kart in previous races.
James Ryan?
Yeah, it's James Ryan. For some reason his helmet always reminds me of Heinz Harold Frentzen.
There are far worse helmet designs that someone could remind you of. I loved the Frentzen design.
Here's your battle for second place then. Warwick A and Brunel A. Definitely Brunel A. They've not fallen off the road, Andrew. So
it's definitely Tom Constance as well, isn't it?
Yes, it definitely is. Ben Street doing another good job here. Now, will we see the Ben Street and Alistair Irvine duo that won last time out at Buckmore Park in their particular race emerge again? Finger point of doom from the number 31, which is Loughborough C. Currently got the Southampton C, which is ineligible in this race, I should state. Pretty much the whole round. Southampton C only with 2 eligible drivers here today.
Bear in mind as well that for half of the teams, this is their last chance to race here today. Each team does 2 races across the 3 that are held in the endurance round. And look at this. Up the inside of Warwick A goes Brunel A for second place. Good move by Tom Constance. Is Ben Street going to have an answer back? No, he's not. raised his hand for something. He was acknowledging his pit call, probably.
Yep.
Because pits will open in some 50 seconds' time.
They will do indeed, so that'll nicely time anyone.
Oh, and
the
there
47
again.
running while it's X to B.
That was a carbon copy of what X to B did on the first lap, Andrew. He really loves taking those curbs.
JV won't love him for
No,
taking
he
the curbs,
won't,
though.
indeed. And it's the side of the car that you don't want to take curbs with as well.
Yeah. Chain taking a good battering at that point. What battle have we got going on there? I think that was the number 39 having a go.
So I'm going to look out the window for a Brunel kart diving into pits. No, he goes round again. So whatever he was acknowledging there, who is the first to blink?
Might be someone towards the back. If you're towards the back end of the field,
now's the time because
you
you're going
pit now.
Yeah, just
pit
as
now. Is anyone going to take that option? No, nobody's taking the option. Oh, they've all missed a great opportunity there towards the back end of the field to get yourself out of a bit of traffic there for a while. Didn't turn one, just overall there. Reason being, you know, if you're in this position now, if you're in about, you know, like Jamie Zara here, the 16th downwards, you know, you're in amongst it. You're not particularly going quickly because you've got slower drivers ahead of you. You pit there to get yourself onto a clean bit of track. And nobody took it. Nobody took that opportunity at all. Will anybody take it this time? No.
Someone's dived in. I can just see it from the window, so I don't know who it is. Someone's going to start to drop rapidly down the tongues.
This is absolutely spot on from Aston A and Suzanne Gutsold.
Sorry, Andrew, it was Kingston who were in, and too many people are pitting. That Cambridge car is almost certainly going to get held up at the fuel bowsers. There's only 2 fuel stations, and I just saw 4 carts piling into the pit lane. So unless they're going to execute some of the faster stops.
Sorry, I shouldn't do that. Spin outside of, there it is, outside of our commentary box window. It looks like it's the number 66. It is, that would be De Montfort. No, it's 95.
It is.
Not the 66 at all.
That's Brighton B, the 95. As the number 5 of Nottingham A pits. Now they're pitting in from quite high up. We're having a good battle with Bath A before they came in. So look out for them. I'm looking for the early pit stops.
49's in as well.
Kingston had a good stop. It was a 1:14. That's very decent, very respectable. Aston's not quite so good, 1:18. Kingston B a 1:23 and Cambridge A a 1:27. That's expensive for Cambridge from where they pitted. And I think, Andrew, that's how we called it. They got held up at fuel bowsers. So I don't think the stop itself was slow. Who was that? I think that was one of our front runners. Yellow flag out. That's, as Andrew was saying in the last race, to cover.
Nottingham A on their way.
Yeah, that's to cover drivers exiting the pit lane. And they've emerged at 1:18.0. Not too bad. May have got slightly held up. Cranfield A, a 1:19, excuse me.
Huddersfield A have pitted. Looks like Sam Turn stayed in the cart. We should explain as well the number 60 only had 3 eligible drivers this morning, which is why they kind of fell away in the clubman ranks. They were right up there after 2 races. Then now they're 21st in their 3rd race, and then their 4th race didn't count because they didn't have an eligible driver. Unfortunately, they slipped off the podium, but it was a really good effort this morning from the local team.
Here they are. Getting past the 45 Brighton car is behind them. Bath gets involved in an incident there.
Damage on that
cart that they think that's not the Bath one. Is that Coventry Seed? Recognise that driver? I'm not willing to put
get a
money on
replay
that one.
That'd be good. It's 3 something. It might be Coventry B 32. But the front left on that cart not attached anymore. It's a second-hand axle now. Yeah, I think that was 3 drivers trying to use one piece of road through the corner with no name as they start to head down into the valley. Unfortunately, let's have a look at it again. So yeah, the 32 innocently at the back, minding their own business. Manchester go, there's nothing wrong Manchester do. It's the Bath cart. It's the Bath cart spinning, and bam, there you go. And that's a broken front left wheel.
It was also not helped by whoever that was who nudged on the rear of the Bath cart then as well. I'm not saying there was much they could have done. There was absolutely no malice in that. But there's your leader, the number 10 X-Turn. You know what's critical here, Andrew? Before they execute their first stop, whenever they choose to do so, they're 4 seconds to the good here, as Manchester A have pitted yeah, indeed it is. Coventry B continue to fall down. Swansea A look like they're pitting as well. De Montfort A have emerged from the pits at 119. That's all right. So we're seeing 114s. And I think the fastest I've seen that I genuinely believed was a proper pit stop was a 1:12. As we look at Ben Street in the Warwick cart. Southampton C ineligible by any chance in this race?
No, they're not eligible any point of the afternoon, I think.
Oh yeah, sorry, you said, yeah. Yeah, Rory Custom did a great job. Just fastest lap of the race did our leader, a 46.875.
Sorry, how that commentary, that's big. That's actually big for Clubman, because that's one of our teams that was in the top 3 in Clubman going into this round. So this round 4, will be a bit of a write-off for them with that retirement now.
Yep, no drop score, so that is going to be expensive indeed. Now you do get dropped rounds. I know it all sounds confusing, but honest. We have drop rounds as Club 100 staff are there recovering that cart.
Brunel A are in to second place. Come in for their first of 2 mandatory pit stops.
Important they get this one good, Andrew, because they were only 1.6 seconds to the good from Warwick A, who in turn had Loughborough C with them as well. So important that Brunel execute a good stop here, and important, as we've been saying, feels like all day, it's important they get a good result here for Brunel. So the number 3 of Paddock. And the battle of the B teams just flashed through your shot as well. The 23 of Loughborough B with Freddie Finch with the wheel, and Andreas Goodsoul for Birmingham B. They are both running well here. They're inside the top 10 at the moment, albeit with some pit stop corrections to be made. Speaking of which, Brunel A did have a good stop, a 1:13.5. That is not too shabby at all. Good stop from them. Can't say the same, I'm afraid, for Manchester Met, a 1:24.5. That's not terrible, but it's by no means the quickest we have seen. Pits, as far as I can judge.
Pit stop going on.
Yep. Alistair Irvine getting in, by the looks of it. There he goes.
So this is exactly the same strategy that Warwick A played back at Brookmoor Park, the Street Irvine combo, with Irvine doing the middle stint. And did a very good job. Ben Street was full of praise for his Warwick teammate. Said he was the man who got them the win and had the better pace on that particular day.
So the gap between Brunel A and Warwick A now is 3.7 seconds. So Brunel had the upper hand in those pit stops, gained a little bit of time. Aston A, we just saw going through shot. They've done a driver change between Goodsoul and Fox.
And a battle going on involving Fox and Goodsoul Senior, just a couple of places on track behind. Battle mainly going on for Andreas, just behind this battle, over 8th place. So Loughborough B and Birmingham B involved in that battle.
Yep, that's the...
There it is, just up to the top of your screen now, coming down the hill. Goodsoul trying to go around the outside of Freddie Fincham there in the Loughborough B cart. Leeds B just ahead as well.
Yep. Pick this up...
Leeds C, sorry. No, this is all over 6th place. So this is four carts fighting for position here.
Yep. Briefly saw it a few minutes ago, but here it is properly. Freddie Fincham in that 23. Goodsoul in the 39, and sorry, yes, the Leeds C car in between them, the 36, one of our clubman runners, and then the 47 of Exeter B.
Coming down Conrod straight then. Look at the speed of the 47, and the 47 does indeed go through and back up to 7th place there. Good move into the corner with no name. Looks like Goodsoul is going to be pitting on this lap for Birmingham B. Here he comes, nice and steadily into the pits.
Good time to do it as far as I can tell, Andrew. Pits are fairly quiet. Brighton A have just done a stop. Other than that, I haven't really seen anyone going into it. And here is that stop.
.9 seconds the lead then for Exeter A over Loughborough C, who are eligible in this race.
That's not a vertical stop, is it? It's a manual driver. That was Southampton City.
They are not eligible in this race, so we can kind of discount them from this one. But what a season so far it has been for Exeter A, as we still see them out there, still leading. There's the number 27 of Cambridge A. Who had a very up and down season so far. Did take a win though this morning in the sprints.
Just got a glimpse there of Edinburgh A, the 56. Kenzie Shepherd at the wheel. Clubman's featuring a little better in this race. We're picking that up at an extremely advantageous time for them in terms of how pit stops have worked themselves out. But
spin coming onto the Rogerson straight. I thought I heard someone getting excited outside the comms box. Probably means it's the Leeds car. There they are. Driver trying to recover back on circuit. Can't quite make out which number it is.
I'm going to say that's a 6 at the end of that number, he said, with no qualification of that at all. It's the 95. Fair play, fair play.
Into the pits, the number 31. That's from second place, isn't it? That's the Loughborough C kart that was running up high.
Yep, absolutely. As there's a penalty for Southampton C for bump and pass. They were ineligible, but they also just picked up a penalty. 95 Brighton B was indeed the stationary kart there. Yeah, we should explain, there's a sort of ridge that runs around the outside of the track, and Leeds are the one team who've put the effort in to come here behind the comms box as Mackenzie Shepherd in the Edinburgh A kart pulls into the pits.
And they're thoroughly entertained by the thrills and spills out there.
Yeah, we get, it's like a little alert that goes off for us that, oi, wake up comms box, there's something interesting happening. There is Alistair Irvine, ahead of Southampton C and Kingston A. Kingston A having a decent run. As we look at Edinburgh A having their pit stop. Exeter A still yet to stop. Edinburgh have emerged.
So, fight going on here for 8th place on the road. This is Warwick A, ahead of Southampton C. So Warwick A have jumped back ahead of Southampton C on the road.
And as I say, Kingston A are with them, Andrew, and having a good run here.
Yep.
Can't recall. I think they've done that stop.
And they've just come back out, behind.
Yes, they have. So they've done this.
Sorry, I thought I saw a car that was coming out of the pits. It was a bit of an optical illusion on the screen. But 42.5 minutes to go. Can Alistair Irvine put in a similar kind of performance to what we saw at Buckmore Park? He seems to have the measure at the moment of the 103.
But Kingston has the measure of the 103 as well, and have just gone through. Good move there by, I think that's Adrian Jarrich at the wheel. 103 is going to fight back into Joey Dunlop corner. And the driver gestures to him behind to say, let's work together. Yellow flags for an emerging kart. Loughborough B have just pitted. That's a 1:15. Speaking of which, what's happened to Birmingham B?
They're 16th.
Yeah, but Loughborough B have just pitted, and before the pit stops, Birmingham B and Loughborough were together. Is what I'm thinking. Okay. Paddock, yeah. Birmingham just had a slightly slow lap. 53 second. No. What am I talking about? That's not last lap. Their first lap. I don't know why that's suddenly become so separated. We saw Freddie Fincher and Andreas Goodsall battling away. To be fair to us about having optical illusions, the sun is right in our eyes in the comms box, which is not something I thought I'd be saying when we all arrived here this morning, and it was chucking it down. Still 40 minutes of this one to go. Jarrett of Kingston heads down the Conrod Straight in pursuit of Southampton C, the driver of which asked a moment ago if they could work together to stay on terms with Alistair Irvine. Alistair's had a very quiet day today, hasn't he? He's not really been in many battles, and here he is setting the pace just to keep these two at bay. Who knows, you might get some racing action yet. It's an extra 1-2 because they both owe us a pit stop. So they're going to leave this late, one would presume. But at the moment, the 10, some 18 seconds ahead of the 47. But critically, the gap between Exeter A and Brunel A is 35 seconds, which to me suggests that Penalty Disasters Exeter A have plenty of time in hand to make the pit stop. I say plenty. As Southampton C goes for the pass on Alistair Irvine and gets the job done. Now Southampton C are not eligible for points, so in a way there's no point Irvine losing time battling. The trouble is he now has the Kingston A cart right on his tail. That's a slightly different story. Nottingham A have got past Brooks A for 8th place as well. That's another change going on. Pits are very quiet, as is not uncommon in the middle of the stint. The battle over 4th place heads down towards Joey Dunlop corner. And there's a lot of traffic ahead of them, it has to be said. Who's this that they're all catching?
Side by side.
48.
Just having a little look.
So they're coming upon this pack of carts, Brunel B, Swansea B and Manchester Metropolitan, all battling over 30th place. That's the traffic they're currently working their way through. I know it doesn't feel like a lull for the drivers out there, but I'm going to take a moment in the lull just to give a shout out.
Massive spin.
Okay.
Sorry, Howard. It's the 95 again. Is that a big one?
That's, yeah. Brighton B, as we say, and yeah, almost going straight on and going up Penrith's climb for the full international layout here. Which is a great circuit, but I don't recommend trying it whilst karts are racing on the alternative one.
Yeah, you're going to lose time.
Yeah, and it's quite a climb for these Rotax engines to deal with. Luke Austin of Alpha Live.
Yes.
Shout out to his dad. In the break between round 3 this morning and round 4, I got to sit in the newly revamped Alpha Live van. It's amazing. So shout out to Luke Austin's dad, because I understand he put a lot of effort into that. I'm thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed. It's a proper little... I'm slightly jealous being in the comms, but I mean there is more room in the comms box, I won't lie. Although it's a fairly close run competition today between a VW transporter van and a shipping container. Anyway, I digress. Well done to all the guys at Alpha Life. They're continuing to improve. Leaders in finally. So Exeter A, Rory Cuff comes to a stop
at the wrong bouncer. What's going on
That's not in the game plan, surely. Well, there's some time definitely lost there. And when I said they had time in hand, I'm not sure I meant they had time to lackadaisically go down the pit lane slowly. Well, gets in sprightly enough. But he's not slow getting away. That's not the best. The 78 goes cross-countrying on the main shot. That being Kingston B. So, where's this going to put them in relation to Brunel A? Exeter B owe us a pit stop, so they're just to worry about.
They're just ahead of Warwick.
They're just, well, that's it then. They've lost the lead to Brunel A there in the pit stops then. Brunel A have taken the net lead here.
And they've lost second, and they're about to lose third.
Because there goes Alistair Irvine, literally as they pass our comms box window. That could have been very costly for Exeter A. That was not, I'm afraid, the pit stop of the championship leaders. As side by side, look at this, 3 abreast.
Wow.
This is for position into Joey Dunlop corner. Rory Cuff of Exeter A, Irvin of Warwick, and Adrian Jarrich, who I think is having a fantastic day at the races today for Kingston A. That was brilliant stuff. And just as soon as we were saying Exeter A were down, they show that they're not out.
Well, it wasn't a pit stop of the champions or champions in the future, but that overtake was an absolutely brilliant move. That was by the Exeter A kart down the inside of 2 drivers. They are now back up to 3rd.
So, Exeter B have pitted now as well, and their stop wasn't great either. And it means that Brunel A have come back. Here's the replay, Andrew. The Jarrich had Irvin alongside, and then Cuff judged it brilliantly. Bit of contact between Warwick A and Kingston there.
I actually think they held each other up by doing a little bit of that rubbing his racing thing.
Yeah.
Rory just thought, well, I'll have a piece of this. Yellow flags out, Howard?
Yeah, we've got...
And move for second on the road as well, so the 103's gone backwards now as well. So, well, maybe like red rag to a bull now, Exeter A, having lost that time in the pits.
And it's a big amount of time, Andrew. The gap to Brunel is some 9.5 seconds that Exeter have lost there just through trundling down the pit lane.
Now the interesting thing will be, they've pitted late there. Will they pit early in the second pit stop window?
Well, they didn't do the driver change, so it means that it's certainly much more open as to when they'll do that pit stop to do the switch to Konstantinos. So yeah, no, it is up in the air as to exactly when they shall pit. But Brunel A have stolen the lead here in the pit stops. That's the big news of the first 25 minutes of this race. But Exeter A have at least got to the head of this pack. So this is your battle for second. Alistair Irvin looking for third, past the 103 of Southampton C. Not eligible for points, but they're definitely a factor in this fight. And Warwick A are up to third on the road. Good move from Alistair Irvin. So I knew he'd get to have a battle eventually today. He just had such a quiet sprint, as I recall earlier on. But right now, the Warwick driver, with his distinctive pink helmet, working his way through, hoping he'll need to stay on the tail of Exeter. Maybe we're in the leader. Meanwhile, De Montfort A have just got past Exeter B for 10th place. And Leeds B and Sheffield A have just got past Birmingham B in a battle over 16th place. So the pits are now, they have been for a while actually, some 2.5 minutes ago the pits closed. So everybody has pitted, and the order that you now have is representative. So let's run you through it. Brunel A are your leaders by 9.5 seconds from what you have on screen now. The battle over second, Exeter A. So that is a change for the lead in the pit stops between Brunel A and Exeter A. Warwick A are right with them, as we've been discussing. They're on screen now. Southampton C are fourth, but aren't eligible for points. Kingston A are fifth, having a good run there, and effectively your clubman leaders by quite some margin. Loughborough B are sixth. Brooks A are seventh. Nottingham A are eighth. And I should say that so Loughborough B are a bit lonely. They've got 3 seconds either side of them to the carts ahead and behind. Brooks A are really close together with Nottingham A, so there's a good battle going on. So there's a good battle, this battle going on over second that you can see on the screens. There's also a good battle going on over seventh. Brooks A, Nottingham A, Brighton A, part of that. Look out for the 1, the 5 and the 45. The 66 De Montfort A, as I was saying, just took 10th off of Exeter B. Aston A are right with Exeter B as well, so there's a battle going on there over 11. Huddersfield A are on the move. They just moved up to 13th. Ahead of Loughborough C and Leeds C. Are Huddersfield the ones who were on a recovery drive from an early drama? Yes, I'm getting the nod there from Mr. Mather. So they're working their way up. They're up to 13th. Loughborough C in 14th. Leeds C in 15th. Those carts are all close together. Leeds B are a little lonely in 16th right now. Sheffield A are in 17th with Brooks B for very close company. Look for that position changing over 17th and 18th place. Birmingham B running in 19th. Manchester A running in 20th. They're a little lonely as well. Southampton B are at the head of a battle over 21st place between themselves, Cambridge A and Bath A. Then a couple of seconds back are Cranfield A and Edinburgh A, who have Swansea A for company in a battle over 25th. De Montfort B are in 27th, some 2 seconds further down the road, a further 3 seconds down the road to the 28th place of Newcastle B. Swansea B, this is where the gap's quite big, are a further 13 seconds back in 29th place. They turn at 2.5 seconds ahead of Manchester Metropolitan, who ran at the top 30. 4 seconds back from them is Huddersfield B, who've had some dramas. 9 seconds back from them is Leeds D in 32nd, 33rd. And 4 seconds further back is Brunel B. Then it's 27 seconds back to Kingston B, which is one of the carts we've seen having a few dramas from offs. It's 2 laps further back to Brighton B. I'm delighted to say, by the way, we saw the damage to Coventry B's cart. They are back out in a different cart and circulating, albeit some 20 laps behind. So there you go. That's the order as we're at the halfway stage.
Sorry, everybody, I pressed the wrong button. Halfway stage indeed. Just to reassert just how well Exeter are driving at the moment. If the race was to finish now, and the points be tallied up, obviously this is Exeter A's last race of the day with a 4th and a 2nd. There would be only 4 teams that could mathematically take the victory off them in the next race, race 3. Means they'd be guaranteed 5th in this round at least, which is still pretty good. If someone had offered, the likes of the Loughboroughs, the Brookses, the Birminghams, the Brunels, you'll have a top 10 at your qualifier as the number 26. That's a move for the change of 3rd.
Yes, it is. Adrian Jarrett has got past Alistair Irvine, so that's for 3rd place.
If for any of the teams thinking about titles, if someone offered them 1st, 2nd, 1st, 5th, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 5th, 4 rounds in, I think they'd be pretty happy with that, especially in a season like this where it's completely wide open and there's a lot of teams taking points off each other.
Yep, guarantee, and that's just the worst case scenario. They could finish higher than 5th yet. So, it really is very impressive talent for the Exeter team in a season that is looking very open.
But there is a very big but here. Where did they have their weak results so far this season? Wilton Mill. Where do we finish the season? Wilton Mill.
Side by side, Warwick A and Kingston A go in the battle over 3rd. It's a brilliant battle between those two. There is the 2nd place cart of Exeter A. And then look at that, the 103 of Southampton C still getting involved here. Albeit not for points. And who's that who's with them on the road?
That's the 46. Side by side, Warwick and Kingston down the Conrad Straight. Is Irving going to have the gap underneath? Good respect from both drivers to get through there cleanly. But what this is doing is letting Exeter A get away. Irving up the inside into Joey Dunlop. Can he get the move done? He's going to have to stick it up the inside into the S's and through Paddock Bend. No, he's not quite able to get it done this time. Adrian Jarrett holds on to that P3.
Spotted James Johnson out there, our Clubman's correspondent and Swansea driver. I do hope he's taking some avid notes for his...
as he's driving
As
round.
he's driving, I hope he's taking avid notes. Heck, we saw someone nicking a cone and taking it for a spin this morning. Why not write some things?
Oh, yeah, unfortunately we missed that in the comms, but we've seen the videos of, I think it was James Rickles.
Go on social media, folks, and there are some amazing videos and I'm sure memes already coming to fruition to do with the lovely journey that you see Andrew, not everyone hates Collingwood Road and bits of off track, some of them take him for a ride.
You just want to give them something to see.
Yeah, it's boring sitting on the same apex all day. Still the battle goes on between Kingston A and Warwick A. This is over third position on the road, and in about 50 seconds time, folks, it's going to be eyes to the timing screens again, because the pit window will be opening. There is Brooks A running with Nottingham. Good pickup from the cameras, because this is another battle to be looking at. This is the battle over 7th place. With Brighton A as well. Brighton A driving brilliantly to keep up with these two very established teams. So Brooks A, Nottingham A and Brighton A all fighting over 7th place. But holding station for now, you can see the different strategy that people take when competing in an endurance versus a sprint. You can bet quite a bit that in a sprint situation someone would have sent a move up the inside as anyone biting the bullet and pitting, because it's open now. Anyone who dives into the pit lane would be guaranteeing themselves.
Brunello in.
Yep.
Leaders in, so that's great work by the leaders. Yeah. Get in, get the stop done, get out again.
Agree. That is very, very clever play there, and here they are.
Just timed it as well.
So someone's getting held up in the pit lane behind them. We switch from Tom Constance to Rob Holland.
Oh, come on. That's a bit of a slow getaway for me.
Yeah.
Now, you're not allowed to push the carts anymore, but it is interesting to see how the different drivers play getting in and out the carts differently, because we've had a bit of practice with it, Howard, in our Club 100 endurance team, and I'm finding that really as you're jumping in, you almost start bracing yourself with the throttle as you're getting in and pressing the button at the same time.
Yes.
And there's quite a few drivers getting in and then thinking about, I'll press the button now, and I think it's losing them a couple of seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of the very rare times I'm watching the BUKC and I go, I could do better than that.
As Nottingham A comment, you put yourself
down. Drivers are going to be stacking here.
Drivers are going to be stacking. Now is a very bad time to pit. I'm really sorry to say this because it feels like I'm adding insult to injury, but it was the 95 of Brighton B we just saw going in, so they're going to lose a lot of time.
48's going to lose a lot of time as well. That's Brunel B.
I would say though that Brighton B are the best team to lose time, being as there is a 20 lap gap to the cart behind them. Take it easy. I mean, don't, because you'll cause a queue. But
Exeter A have fallen quite a long way down the order, though.
They have. Let's have a look at what their time is.
Just ensure that they're right. That's a very, very long way down the order.
They've
not come back round yet.
1:35.
There they are. They've lost a whole lap. They've effectively lost a whole lap. They've just come out ahead of Warwick A. Now, was there an extra problem?
Were they stacking in the pit lane?
Well, no, because they got out. Sorry, it was the leader that we were talking about.
It was Brunel who pitted early. So Brunel pitted early. I think Exeter have got seriously caught out in the traffic in the pit stops there. He was saying they'd have to stack, and that was a 1:35 lap.
Sorry, folks. Brain's done a bit of a doolally. Yes, of course. Yeah, I've got my Brunel and the Exeter's confused. So yeah, I reckon you're right. I reckon Exeter have had to stack there. Well. Just at the point at which we're thinking.
Nottingham A have lost out in that, by the way, as well. Sorry to cut the question out. But theirs was a slow stop, as was Huddersfield B's for the record.
Sure, just as we were thinking, Exeter A started to put themselves in a very good position championship-wise. Something happens to them. It's the nature of the BUKC. What can they do now with this fight back? Just as a reference, so that was a 1:35 pit-affected lap for them. What kind of time drop are we looking at there?
That's 10 seconds.
It's a 10-second drop. So if we added 10 seconds to where they were at halfway, that's putting them into the Oxford Brooks A, Nottingham A region around 7th and 8th. When I've taken a nice screenshot of what the scores and the doors were at halfway through. So that's kind of our referral.
It was a 1:35, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think more like 18 to 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, let's push them further back then. Let's push them back towards you know, where Birmingham B and Leeds
Penalty
were.
for the race leader. Penalty, for the net leader, as we anticipate it when all the pit stops work themselves out. A bump and pass penalty for the number 12 of Brunel A has just come up on timing. And that is going to be very, very expensive. And it throws the door wide open, because with Exeter A hitting problems and Brunel A having a penalty, oh gosh, who does that mean it passes
Warwick
to?
A.
It's Warwick A, isn't it?
It's the battle. The effective leaders is the leader on the circuit
So
now.
this really close battle between the likes of Warwick A and the points ineligible but still there no less Southampton C and Kingston A, who have done their pit stop, so on with them on the road. Wow, this could get very, very tight for the leader, this one, when in some 15 minutes time the pit window closes and we see exactly how all the chips have landed.
And of course, you've got the Exeter A cart still in there.
Sorry, Kingston.
A lap down.
Sorry, Kingston haven't done their stop. They're leading the race.
Yeah, the effective leader of the race is also just the normal
This
leader of the race.
is looking very good for the likes of Kingston and Warwick.
This would be huge for their clubman's challenge as well.
Manchester A, for the record, just pitted. Not the fastest time. Bath A, I assume that's a pit stop. 1 minute 46. Lost nearly 30 seconds in that pit window. De Montfort B have emerged from the pit lane at 1 minute 23. I don't know if this is just teams are...
Oh, big
what's
crash.
happened there? 2 carts off over at... Is that Luna? It is Luna. In the middle of Luna Bend.
Look out for 2 drivers falling down the timing order. Couldn't quite make out who those were. I don't know if we just caught the end of that incident.
Swansea... Oh, bear with me.
Battle for the lead going on though. Alistair Irvine has got past the Exeter A driver and is now right behind Kingston A's Adrian Jarrich. Yellow flag still out at Luna Bend.
I think this is going to be Swansea B.
Oh, wheel off.
I think this is going to be Swansea B and Manchester Metropolitan.
Well, that would be a real shame for the home team of Manchester Metropolitan.
No, forgive me, they've just crossed the line. They were just in the pits.
No, I think you're right. I think that's the Swansea driver. I think I recognise the details on the helmet. The 2 little black stripes.
Swansea B just crossed the line to set 1 minute 25, so he's doing well. Difficult to tell with the pit stops going on. Looking for who's dropping down.
Yeah, I think it's Ben Goodwin. I think it's Ben Goodwin who's in the wall. Well, not on the wall. He's stood on top of the wall now with his helmet off because the race is run. Swansea B still going down?
Yes. Yeah, they are. Oh, bear with me for that. Penalty given for Bath A for curbing, so that's not related.
2's
I'm
in.
worried
Brooks B are in from 7th place.
How does Cambridge sound as a candidate? Sorry, I hate wildly speculating like this, but they have not got a slow time, yet they continue to drop down the order.
Yeah,
so
I might be right
think
there.
Cambridge is 1.
We'll keep an eye on it as we need to focus on the leader pitting.
Indeed.
So the leader pits. Warwick A are in.
Yeah, and how crucial could this be? Alistair Irvine gets out. Looks like they're doing the driver swap. Indeed they are. That was a very graceful throw of a seat insert there by Ben Street. And out they go.
That was very graceful. It was
like
a small man gets rid of your seat insert, sir.
I think he might be in the wrong sport. I think he's worthy of shot put or, you know. Right, what time do they emerge with? A 1 minute 18. That'll do. That'll do. That'll definitely keep them in the fight. Brooks B have emerged as well at 1 minute 16.
You start to see now how much time Exeter A have lost as well, because the 17-second gap now between Warwick A and Exeter A. So if you think the 2 of them were pretty much together at the start of this pit stop cycle, yeah, so Exeter A have lost a lot of time, but there they are. Still going round though, still going strong.
I am a little perplexed as to what... Did the other cart that went off with Cambridge, the managed to get going.
Yes, they did. So we do reckon that it was the Swansea B card who was the other one off with them. It's the Cambridge A that has still not come back round.
Leeds D had a slow stop.
No, it definitely is, because it's 3 minutes 51 gap as Brighton B start to pull their way back through. That normally indicates that something funny is going on regards to the cards up ahead. So yeah, it's Cambridge A who unfortunately
it was Cambridge A.
out of the race. Oh no, Exeter A off! Oh, the championship leader's off! Oh, this is big. This is really big. And can they get going again? Yes, they can. I think this is on the Rogerson Straight, isn't it? It's just coming past our commentary box window. So what on earth happened there for Exeter A? Let's get a replay of that. Now so they're in a battle. Do they get encouraged into this? Oh, they do. Yeah. Oh, they do indeed. And that's a big off. Who was directly behind Exeter A in terms of, was it Brighton A? I think it was. I think Brighton A. Wow. Yeah. That is controversial. We'll look out for if there's any penalties given out due to that. There is the number 10. It's back up and running again. But my goodness me, just when you think the BUKC is going one particular way, no drama strikes. And all of a sudden, Exeter A are in a bit of a damage limitation job here.
They've lost 6 positions as a result of that incident. It was Brighton A who they were running on track with. They were certainly near them when it happened. There's a cone penalty for Exeter A just to boot, just been issued as well.
Kingston A look like they've pitted. Yes. Have they got out ahead of Warwick?
No, they've lost a lot of time. In fact, yeah, they've emerged at 1 minute 29, Andrew. They've lost some 15 seconds then in that pit stop to Warwick. And Southampton C didn't have a good stop either, so you've got to say Warwick A are in the pound seats here.
I just want to have a look at that replay again if we can for the guys in the truck. I want to see if we can identify which driver it was. Probably won't. If it was a black suit and a white helmet, I haven't got a chance. There's one black suit and white helmet that I do know. It's Carl Morby doing a really good job. Second place on the road now for Brooks A. Yellow flag is out at the bottom of the Rogerson Straight. Here's the replay again.
I know this is
the number 10.
So there's the 10 and the 45. So is it the 25?
This might have been the 25 that got into them.
Which would make it...
Let's follow this all the way through.
So that would make it Swansea A in the 25.
Yeah, I think it is going to be the Swansea A car. Well done, guys, in the truck. And yet, Swansea are just going to get into the back of Exeter. Oh, that's silly. That's a really silly little... Well, it's not a little one at all.
They've got on... Actually, they went on a long way as well. There they are recovering.
So it was Swansea A. Oh, dear. We'll have to grill Mr. Johnston about that.
And I'm afraid, therefore, because we can eliminate that it's not James Johnston, that makes it Ryan Edwards at the wheel of that one.
Yeah.
Can't exactly see... It's not the best angle to see the incident from.
Yeah, true.
I'm not sure how much room was being given on the inside, but yeah, either way, it's worth noting as well that there's been no call from race control regarding that incident either.
Yep.
So, from an official perspective, benefit of the doubt given, I guess. But either way, the effect is as it is. And do you know what? They're actually really close together on the circuits as well. And who's that round? Was that a stationary
cart? Yes, that was a stationary cart down at Luna Bend. Can't quite make out which number it is. It is the 56. Oh, it's Edinburgh A. It's Kevin Sang. Kevin Sang is in trouble.
And that's from 11th place. That's going to be costly for them as well.
Losing positions now. That's the Manchester 8. They're going to have lost about 10 positions there because Manchester 8 just shot by the number 60. There goes Andreas Gutzol as well in the 39. So he was 21st. So Sang's going to fall all the way out of the top 20 with that spin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it me or is it just getting a little bit exciting out
there? I don't know what it is.
Pit from the lead.
As we enter, yeah, indeed, Loughborough B pit from the lead, and that leaves Brooks A out ahead. Now I'm just going to check that Brooks A definitely has a stop. And they definitely do.
Now actual change for the lead effective. Loughborough B, according to timing, have got out ahead of Warwick A.
Whoa, That's big. That's big, and that's taken... Okay, I'll hold my hand up and say that's taken me by surprise.
13 seconds. They've taken 13 seconds on that stint out of... actually, no. Oh, no, it's not that close. It was 4 seconds. 4 seconds was the gap between Warwick A and Loughborough B at halfway. So really good work there by the number 23.
Yeah. Exeter B have just had a slow lap, and I thought they'd already done a stop as well, so that's an interesting one.
Freddie Fincham and James Ireland, who've come from the back of the grid as well. Oh, contact! More contact. Someone's going on the international loop.
Someone is going up the international loop.
Let's get a replay of that one as well. It's all getting a little bit fraught out there, as I think that's the Southampton Sea Carts going for a move. He's just come back. He's just come back. He's going to cross the start finish line. I think it's the 40-something, 45.
It's Brighton A.
Brighton A have become the first team in history to do a full international lap of Three Sisters in the BUKC.
Oh, we shouldn't laugh because that's highly inadvisable, but it's just... Why?
Well, they were encouraged into doing it.
I know, but that's one heck of a run-off to use. Oh well. It's
there you go, JB. The carts can get round.
It's lovely to have them back in the race.
Lead C, I think, have pitted as well. There's the 23. There's your effective lead battle. So it's Freddie Fincham and Ben Street out there now. Another really good drive from Fincham in the BUKC.
Now, bear in mind, Brunel A look like they're sitting pretty, but remember that they have a 4-place penalty for bump and pass.
Yeah.
So you are going to see Brunel A feature in these last 10 minutes and look like they're leading. They may even cross the line, as Brooks B did, I think, earlier on today. They may cross the line and think they've got this.
Yeah.
They haven't, I'm afraid. There is a penalty shown for them on timing. But yeah, Loughborough B have pulled a blinder here, haven't they? Although that's not how to pull a blinder. And that's not what to do when you've got Warwick A bearing right down on you. So, in the closing minutes of this is where the action is, folks. This is the battle for the lead of the race effectively, because pit stops have all worked themselves out, and the cart up the road, albeit some 12.7 seconds up the road, has a penalty. And penalties are by position now, not time in the BUKC. So this is your lead battle.
Leeds B are having a very long stop. They have now re-emerged down in 15th place.
1 minute 24, it's not great. We've had... I really want to look back at what Brighton's lap time was, but you can't, can you? Because bear with me.
8 minutes to go then. There's the number 39 of Andreas Gutsold, currently in 20th position, ahead of the leaders.
Lap record for the Three Sisters International Loop is a 56.685 set by Brighton A. Inadvertently. There is the BUKC pub quiz fact of the year.
Exeter B have had a good race here. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to check that they're eligible.
They have, and I think they are. Yeah, they have. I agree. We get this in the endurances where we just have to pause and think that. But yes, they have had a good race. Contact warning for Warwick A. They'll want to avoid that. Ben Street on screen in that number 6 cart, the third cart in this train. And they're trying to put a lap on Birmingham B and Sheffield A, the 39 and the 15, who incidentally are locked into battle over 20th place. So plenty of battles going on, and 2 of them are on screen here. Ben Street is trying to put the lap on Andreas Gutsold. He's going to go for it here. Gutsold, though, isn't really thinking in terms of being traffic. He's thinking in terms of, I really want to stay ahead of Aidan Charity in the Sheffield A cart. As they work their way onto a lap, a new lap. What else is close out there? Nottingham A in the number 5 and Brooks A
Street trying to go around the outside. Howard Street trying to go around the outside of Fincham into Luna. Didn't quite work that time.
And side by side, 420th place goes 39 and 15 as well. Goodsall just about manages to hang on to it as Ben Street puts the lap on him. There goes Charity to the inside, and Ben Street thinks about going to the inside. It's the battle for second, followed by the battle for 20th. Aidan Charity gets Sheffield up to 20th. Nice move, has to be said.
Talking Goodsolds, Aston A. Oh, up the inside, change for the lead.
He goes for it, and Ben Street gets the job done on Fincham, and Aidan Charity is going to do a massive favour for Warwick as well and block off Freddie Fincham, in spite of him being a couple of laps, one lap down.
So the combination of Ben Street, but Aidan Charity is actually having a go now at the effective race leader. He's trying to get himself back unlapped, but Ben Street's like, no, mate, that's not going to happen. And Freddie Fincham goes through as well. Aidan Charity running a little bit wide there, but this means that Warwick are an effective lead of the race, because remember, Brunel A have penalties. Is the combination as Aidan Charity goes up the inside of Andreas Goodsall for 20th place again. Warwick A, Ben Street, Alistair Irvine are your effective leaders of the race. Could they get 2 wins in endurances in a row?
We have seen some very successful endurance pairings before. Should just say, just on one of the long shots there, I spotted the 27, which means that Cambridge A have taken another cart and have gone out to continue circulate. So good for them.
Spin down at turn 1 at Paddock. Can't quite make out who the driver was. They'll come round onto the Rogerson Straight in a moment. They're back up and running again. We're focusing on this battle for second on the road, but effectively the lead once penalties are applied to the number 12 Brunel A carts.
I'm going to say it's the 78 of Kingston B, which is another cart in the class of we can lose a bit of time. There's 2 laps back to the next cart down the road.
Yep.
Huddersfield A have just overtaken Aston A. There's a brilliant battle going on from 7th downwards. We obviously, and rightly so, are focusing on this effective lead battle, but one of the good battles in the closing moments of this race. Look out on your timing for Nottingham A and Brooks B. They're battling over 5th, the 5 and the 2. And then further down from them, 3 seconds down the road, is Brooks A leading a fantastic train of carts. Kingston A, Huddersfield A, Aston A and Southampton C are all part of that battle, and it's changing every single lap. In fact, Kingston A are dropping down the order, excuse me. Where is that? The pits are now closed. So there's some drama that's befallen them. It's a 1 minute lap for Kingston. That's a Brighton kind of time. Anyway, those are some of the battles to keep your eyes on in the closing moments of this race.
Oh, black flag. I was just about to praise them. Oxford Brooks A, 7th place, but they're going to have to come into the pits late on for a bit of a telling off.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's somewhat costly for them. From 7th place, they were having perhaps one of their better races today. Anyway, the leaders, the effective leaders, are Warwick A. Here comes one of the battles, by the way. This is Manchester, fending off Cranfield. That is a good battle for 16. Keen to pick up the leaders if possible. We're going to see a replay here. This is
the move.
Yeah, for the lead of the race. And there's the Sheffield cart, a lap down. He's perfectly entitled to do that. He is in a battle of his own, but he effectively managed to block off the attempts. There is the lead battle, and wow, Freddie Fincham's fallen away back in this, hasn't he?
Still going to be a good result for them from the back of the grid, as I say. I'm just going to check, is this their... No, this is their first race as well, so that we'll see him again in race 3. It gives him a shot of getting a good top 10 in the round with this first result.
The risk here...
Spin down at the S's. We've seen a lot of spins down at the S's in this particular race. I think it's a 3-digit number. Might be the 103, actually. Let's just check it as it comes onto the back straight.
It is the 103.
It is the 103.
So that's Southampton C. They're not eligible for points, but they were featuring so well throughout the race.
We're going to have to get a sweeper out.
We're going to have to, aren't we? And that's someone to get us bumped, to get restarted in front of. Jamie Zara is right on his tail. And is that a somewhat annoyed Jamie Zara who's just come out from a black flag? It is.
down in 19th place now.
Yeah.
He's nicely got through there. Here is Ben Street though.
And the risk
he's like a fine wine. He gets better with age.
The risk here, it has to be said, is so long as he doesn't battle too much with Aiden Charity, those two karts are a lap apart.
Yes.
But if time gets lost, then Loughborough aren't that far behind to take advantage. That's really the only risk that remains for Ben Street here. Yeah, that's an unhappy Jamie Zara in that BUKC kart, isn't it? Just saw the driver in the number 1 shaking his head. It'll be this lap plus one more. He still looks very racy, doesn't he, to try and unlap himself?
It's not even a proper unlapping of himself because he's not trying to unlap the leader on the road.
No, no, indeed. Oh, and the traffic's coming in here again, and it is the Southampton Sea.
Oh my
it's
goodness
the Southampton
me!
Sea!
Now I've got to say that was Southampton Sea's fault. As I called that was Southampton Sea's fault, not paying attention. But my opinion counts for nothing in the commentary box. Let's just see how race control see that.
Critically though, what has that done for the gap between Warwick A and Loughborough B? It was 2.4 as they crossed the line, so not too much damage. I mean, as we're on the last lap.
Fair play actually to Jamie Zira. Was getting out of the way, recognised it was the leader, and was getting out of the way. It's just a shame that the 103 didn't do so as well. I'm gonna have a slight rant here. That's why I don't like ineligible drivers, folks, because they get involved. Brunellet come over the line. They have won the race on the road, but we know they have penalties. Here comes Ben Street. It's going to be 2 wins in a row for Ben Street and Alistair Irvine for Warwick University, and they take the race in race 2. And what a performance that has been. Loughborough B are going to take second from the back of the grid. Fantastic effort from Freddie Fincham and James Ireland. And it should be Nottingham A coming home in 4th on the road, but will inherit 3rd. Yes, it is. Exeter B are your top clubmen. Oxford Brooks B are next up. Then Exeter A, great recovery. Great recovery in the circumstances. A bad pit stop and being taken out by Swansea A. The championship leaders recover to finish in 8th. 9th for De Montfort A. 10th for Aston A. That's a good result. And a win for Suzanne. What all in the Cutsole Derbies. 11th place is Brighton A, 12th for Leeds B, 13th for Manchester A, 14th for Cranfield A, 15th for Loughborough C, 16th for Kingston A, 17th for Leeds C. Oh, that's a shame for Kingston A because they were right in the scrap in the early stages of the race. 17th for Leeds C, 18th for Sheffield A. Brooks A with their late black flag end up in 19th, 20th for Birmingham B, 21st for Bath A, and we're going to go down to Jacob.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Howard. Eagle-eyed viewers of the stream will notice I got myself some new headgear. I'm going to dive in and grab Mr. Ben Street. Boys, the reason I'm coming to talk to you is that you've won that race. You've won that race, yes. It's not confirmed in that I'm JV and the race winner. But yes, Brunel did have penalties, and Andrew and Howard have called that as a Warwick A victory.
Andrew and Howard. Oh, I hope you're right. What am I looking at? Where's the camera? Oh, right. Yeah, I hope you're right, Andrew and Howard, because I'm just waiting. So we'll see. That was so intense. So yeah, I think.
Tell us how you did it, Alistair.
Yeah, I don't have words. I'm just waiting. We'll see. I don't know.
I'll ask Ben. Ben, 2 endurance victories in a row now for you two as a duo. How does that feel?
Feels good. He drove really well today. Absolute flying he was.
So did you?
Yeah. No, it was okay. Fast track, nice flow to it in the dry. And yeah, had fun.
You two make a cute couple. Where do we go from here as a endurance duo?
Yeah, not Landau. I'm off skiing. So who's your partner going to?
Kyle.
He gets Kyle.
Is Kyle as good as Ben?
I feel we'll find out at Landau. So
How could you possibly leave this handsome young lad to fend for himself with some guy called Kyle?
He'll be fine. He's quite quick, Kyle, to be fair. He was 18 last year, I think. So he's good. He's good.
And in terms of Warwick's title push, bit of a wobble this morning, but back on track this afternoon?
Yeah, it's been good this afternoon. I think for the title itself, it's going to be tough. There's some good teams out there this year. So I have to wait and see how we do.
And since I asked you on Valentine's Day, any plans for Pancake Day?
No, when is that?
Today.
Is it today?
Yeah.
No, I've got no plans, mate.
Alistair, any plans for Pancake Day?
I didn't know it was Pancake Day, so no.
Your girlfriend not going to make you some pancakes for when you get back to Warwick?
She's not at Warwick.
Where is she?
It's down south. Southampton, actually.
Your girlfriend's down south?
This is all on you. This is always your fault. Every week.
It's just making conversation, Alistair. Thanks for talking to us, boys. We'll see you later. Warwick A there, winners, I think, of Endurance number 2. I'm here with Dan Cohen from Aston. How you doing?
Very good, thank you.
How's Aston's day going? I spoke to Suzanne briefly earlier.
It's gone awfully. In our sprints, every single one of us spun out. Every single one of us got binned. So I think we finished 44th overall, which for a Prem's team is not what you want.
Not really, is it? Can you make up for it in the Endurances?
Let's hope so. They just finished 10th from 30th, so we're starting 7th here, so hopefully we'll do well.
What do you think of my new neck gear? I'm trying to hide the fact I put on a bit of weight in and around the lower head here and between the shoulders area. Would you like it?
I think it looks quite good. You look a bit like a gamer.
Oh, I wouldn't want that. I was slating sim racing last night at the dinner table. Thanks for that, Dan.
No worries.
See who's in front. Oxford Brooks B are in front. Joe, you're not getting in here, are you? Huh? You're not getting in here, are you? I don't need a seat, sir. Oh, little Jack's getting. Jack, come and have a chat to me beforehand. I'm getting in this one after. You're not? Are you partnered with Jack?
No, I was partnered with Piers just then.
I was going to say, so, Jack.
Yeah, great idea that is, isn't it?
I mistakenly interviewed you earlier. I said that you won the race and you were a naughty boy out on track.
Well, gotta say that one, weren't we? Okay,
what did you do?
I just ran a bit wide coming out of there, whatever corner that is, I don't know, off the back straight, and just clipped a cone on the rumble on the exit. It's a bit frustrating because I placed penalty automatically, but in my head I still won, so that's all I'm thinking about, you know.
It's too dark here apparently, which is probably because I'm stood in front of the sun. Let's go the other side of the car and get Nicky's way. Always nice talking to you, obviously. You know, I didn't regret our interview. Are Brooks B doing better than Brooks A this year?
Yeah, at the moment, definitely. But then that doesn't really say much because we're not doing particularly good either. Just seem to be collecting a lot of penalties at the moment. Really silly errors seem to be creeping into the driving for a lot of us. I don't know what it is that's changed this year, but we need to change something because we've had 3 black flags today, you know, and you can't really do anything with that. So for the best winner in the world, we could go away and win this one, and it would help. But we're looking at another not great round. So I don't know. Need to reset.
Sounds like someone needs to step up and have a firm word. Maybe even get the back of the hand out across the board.
But it's either going to be that, or they're all going to pack it in. It's the two.
I heard the vicious rumour going around the paddock. What can you tell us anything about this?
Well, I mean. Splitting the team at the moment, I'd say 50-50. Some of them don't want to bother. Some, most of us do. I think we will be racing. We will definitely be racing, if for nothing else, because most of us love it. There's just a few people who got their back out over maybe not getting the results, or maybe how some of the judicial decisions have been come down to. But it's just part and parcel of it, really, you know. And there's no point throwing your toys out the pram. You might as well just go out and have fun and still try and win. But maybe the winning side has got maybe in the way sometimes for some of the people. So. But I'm still going to enjoy myself, and I'm still going to try and win. So that's all that matters.
That was beautifully put, Jack. Very well said, and couldn't have asked for a better answer to that question.
Thank you very much. Well, I try my best.
I'm going to go see who else is in your race. Thanks for talking to us, Jack. There you have it. Andrew, if you're still listening, you may have heard that rumour over lunch. That's the latest. Let's have a chat with Kingston, who did very well in the last race. I'm going to slide in. Andrew, come and have a chat. Well, I just wanted to chat with Kingston. Very well in the last race. Well, they were running well.
Yeah, until Sam got in. Then it all went downhill from there.
Where's he gone now? Have you sent him home?
Yeah, he's just in the car crying, I think. I don't know. You know what? I didn't see what happened to him. He's claiming someone put him on the grass. In fact, he was claiming it was the number one that put him on the grass. So.
And they start in front of you in this next one.
Oh, revenge coming up then. Yours do? No.
In the car.
We've got Andres in the car. He's our B team. He's number one star for the B team. It's going to be good stuff.
Let me get. Has he got 3D glasses on?
No.
Andres.
Really fashionable.
Yeah.
Have you been to the cinema?
Not recently, no.
You seem to have 3D glasses on.
They give you extra speed on the straights.
Okay.
Yeah.
The extra dimension really comes into play, does it?
Yeah, especially on the braking zones.
That's cutting edge technology, that.
Of course, Kingston technology for the win.
Thanks for letting me in on the secret. Andrew's just been telling me that the number one kart was potentially responsible for a binning of your A team in this last race. And they're starting in front of you. He's just giving you a quick little wave. Have I got anything to be worried about? Should I be slipping a note under JV's door and drivers in the... drivers? Race control?
I mean, if you can turn the ear away when he's flying on the grass, I'm more than happy.
I can't promise to do that.
Why not?
It's just against my nature.
But you can try for me. I'll let you know. I'll give you the 3D glasses if you do.
You got yourself a deal.
I like that.
I'll go let him know that we've got a deal. All right. Let's quickly jump in here. We've got Gareth, I believe.
Hello.
Gareth. So Kingston, whose B team is starting behind you, think that your car just punted their A team off in that last race. They might be out for revenge.
I mean, if that's really how they want to try and play racing, I don't know what happened, to be honest, because I was getting ready for this. But
how good are you under?
A bit unsporting.
It does seem a bit unsporting. How good are you under pressure? Can you deal with someone slamming themselves up your rear end?
Well, it happened to me a lot this morning, and I still came off all right. So hopefully.
Brilliant. And we just spoke to Jack briefly about Brooks A not necessarily having the season they'd want to have. Any comment on the rumours of a split in the Brooks camp?
I mean, I think we're going to have a bit of a team shuffle. It's just weight, I think, to be honest. It's not that they can't drive. It's not that they've forgotten. They're just a bit heavy.
Okay. Well, we'll keep a keen eye on that. The viewers at home are dying to know what's going to happen. Rumours must be circulating on Twitter by now. I haven't checked my phone in the last 20 minutes. But thanks for talking to us.
No worries.
Gareth Haynes there, addressing the rumours of an Oxford Brooks breakaway. Jimbo has been over the radio to say that the karts are going out, but I think we've got time for another interview, to be honest. A few teammates towards the back of the grid haven't cleared. John appears to be waving at something out of race control. I'm going to quickly go back here and have a chat to the 103 kart knob not. I think he waited for me to get close to the kart, and then as soon as I was about to kneel down, he thought, well, I'll have him. This will be our last endurance race. 1 hour of racing here at Three Sisters to go. Andrew and Howard, it's back to you in the commentary box.
Jacob, Howard's going to give us a very, very quick grid as someone spun at the back of the field.
I am. Thank you, person, for spinning at the back of the field. We have a hope of getting through this. Brighton B is on the first row. Loughborough B is second. Row 2 is Manchester A and Newcastle B. Row 3 is Oxford Brooks B and Edinburgh A. Row 4 is Aston A and Cambridge A. Row 5 is Brooks A and Birmingham B. Row 6 is Kingston B and Cranfield A. Row 7 is Manchester Met and De Montfort B. Row 8 is Swansea A and De Montfort A. Row 9 is Southampton C and Sheffield A. Row 10 is Bristol A and Coventry A. Row 11 is Nottingham Trent A and Brooks C. Row 12 is Nottingham B and Nottingham C. Row 13 is Oxford A and UWTSD Swansea A. Row 14 is Leeds A and Newcastle A. Row 15 is Birmingham A and Coventry C. Row 16 is Northumbria B and UWTSD Swansea B. Row 17 is Southampton A and Warwick B. And row 18 is Brooks D and Loughborough A. Did you just get rejected by the entire field going by? Did anyone wave?
Nobody waved back.
I don't think they can see us, to be fair. The sun is glinting right on our window. This is just mad. You were waving like crazy. Anyway, Andrew.
Yes, very quickly. Eyes open, folks. Ears open, rather. Warwick A are your clubhouse leaders on 112, not in this race. Here's the list of teams that could beat them. Southampton A, Loughborough B, Brooks B, Brooks C, Swansea Met A, Coventry A, De Montfort A, Birmingham A, and Aston A. There we go, ready for a race now. Right. And away we go then for the final race of the day here at Three Sisters. Race 3, 1 hour to decide who wins round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship 2019. Fairly even start, the 95 alongside the 23. The 23, can they get the lead? And yes, they do. So Loughborough B, Howard, straight into the lead of the race.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Sam Dickens, who's starting that one, I believe, as they come on to... Actually, that looks very Max Reed-like. Confess I don't actually know their helmets that well enough, but that did look like Max Reed to me. Anyway, he's in the lead, and second place is Jack Ransom, so Brooks B have had a good start there from 5th on the grid as they all work their way through. Is it all clean, and is everyone through? I'm delighted to say, not seen anyone go off yet. Skylar Robinson there in his distinctive yellow and red suit, I believe that is, for Manchester, as they come across the line for the first time, or at the end of the first lap, one should say. Loughborough B lead, Brooks B ahead of Brooks A. It's been a good start for both of them. And look at this, Jack Ransom going for the lead of the race, got it done as well into the Lunar Complex. So Brooks B take the lead of the race.
They do indeed. Just to run through clubman permutations as well. Current clubhouse leader in clubman is Kingston A. Just going to make sure that Jack Ransom's not under pressure here. No, he's completely fine. So Kingston A done for the day. A 17th and 14th is giving them 91 points. To be fair, I don't think that's going to win them clubman, because something around 105 points will win clubman. Here's a list of teams that could beat Kingston as it is. Coventry C, Northumbria B, Sheffield A, Newcastle B, De Montfort B, Warwick B, Manchester Met, Swansea A, Newcastle A and Edinburgh A. They all have a mathematical chance of winning the round in clubman, and through goes Haynes for Oxford Brooks, and it's an Oxford Brooks 1-2.
It is, and it's the first time we've said that in a long time. So to the head of the field go Brooks B and Brooks A, and a driver off, well way off there. Is that on the Rogerson Straight? It looks like it is, but I can't see them. Oh, it's very early on in the Rogerson Straight.
He's also got very wet shoes.
He has. Who's dropping down the order then is going to be the question when they come through this time. As they yellow flags are out there, and all the drivers there who are going three abreast are going to have to sort themselves out for that, and that in itself could cause a bit of a problem. Dropping down the order, it is Manchester Metropolitan who's dropping down the order, and so too is Brooks C. Can't see where they are. Brooks C have now crossed the line after a very slow lap, but Manchester Metropolitan have gone straight to the back. There they are, trying to recover the kart. And at the front of the Brooks karts haven't switched round yet. It's Jack Ransom leads them in.
In fact, now, in terms of where Oxford Brooks A are in terms of the championship, you don't want that. You don't want to switch them.
No, sorry. Well, I used switch there in poor context. I meant had they just literally had an overtake happened. I agree with you completely. We're at the stage now where it really is, I wouldn't say every Brooks kart for itself, but certainly it is not clear cut which kart is the more stable betting. And there's another driver stationary.
28, I think it is.
Yeah, that will make it UWTSD Swansea A. That's expensive. And we've just seen them throw away a really good finish through penalty. I mean, it's still a good finish for them. But that was... it's not been as good. It's a case of what might have been, I think, is the right way to put this for UWTSD Swansea A. Warwick B get a penalty for bump and pass. So whatever you see happen to Warwick B, the number 22, over the course of the next hour, they have 4 positions to be added to wherever they finish. The Brooks 1-2, as there's a black flag for Bristol. 33, advantage by contact. If you thought the list of those who could take the round win was quite long, folks, bear in mind that all races count and there's only 3 races. So there's still kind of half of some teams' points tallies to go. Yeah, which is why the list of people in the fight for the round win is so much longer than in the sprints. Because usually by this point, we've had 5 out of 6 races. So, Jack Ransom leads the Brooks 1-2 onto a new lap. Loughborough B are keeping with them. Behind them then is the 27 of Cambridge A. You just saw them coming onto the straight behind you. And the pit window is open already. It goes by that quickly. I don't think anybody has chosen to benefit. To be fair, I don't think anyone in the field had actually past pit entrance by the time we tipped below 55 minutes. But does anyone take the opportunity this time round? Anyone out of the top 3? No, they all look to go round again. Who's going to be the first to box?
Did anyone towards the back end?
No, that's what I think they had all actually passed pit entry. And there goes the 20 and the 4. Coventry A and the 4 of Loughborough A are the first to pit, and the 42 of Oxford A, I'm afraid, is likely to lose time because all the fuel bowsers are going to be full. So no, I don't believe anyone took the advantage because I think they'd all passed pit entry by the time. The only person who came into the pits last time around was Bristol A, and that was to serve a black flag. So the first pitters were Coventry. So we'll see what time they come out with. And it's a 1:14 for Coventry, which is a very respectable stop, and a 1:13.6 for Loughborough A. That's a good stop. That's a really good stop. And so we wait to see what time Oxford A get, because as I say, I figured they were going to get held up somewhat as we keep the leaders on our screens. There's the 33 of Bristol who've emerged from their black flag. And Oxford had a 1 minute 27.8. Well, there is a very graphic graphic representation of what happens if you mistime these pit stops and you get held up behind a fuel bowser waiting to be fueled. That's the consequence. So a good amount of time, a good chunk of time lost there for Oxford A. Meanwhile, their fellow City University, Oxford Brooks, are for the first time today controlling the pace at the front of a race. Jack Ransom leads. I'm going to say that's Gareth Haynes. And actually, are they getting side by side here along the Conrod Straight? They're pretty close together. And Haynes is going to go through, and that hasn't paid off at all well because that's allowed Loughborough B immediately through against Jack Ransom. That can't have been in the game plan, and it's allowing Loughborough B now to challenge for the lead of the race against Gareth Haynes. As they come onto a new lap, that seemed somewhat careless. I thought I saw Ransom on the Conrod Straight do a gesture to say, yeah, go through, mate. And now Ransom tries to get the position back from Loughborough B, but Loughborough B are nowhere near as compliant as a sister teammate. So it didn't pay off there for Loughborough B, for Brooks B at all.
I don't want to be overcritical, but I just don't understand that. I honestly don't understand that.
So Haynes had a good run off of Luna and had got alongside. But, yeah. And now there's the lead change for the lead, and Loughborough B get to the head of the field. It's going to be 3 wide for the lead all of a sudden here.
Yellow
and I think the yellow flag's out for one of the emerging drivers, and now they're going to hit traffic. Swansea A have pitted, Cranfield have pitted, and Brooks D have all pitted. But that has allowed Loughborough B through, and now it's going to be a battle through the pitting traffic.
I'll explain why I don't understand that as the number 23 makes its way through some more traffic. We've talked a lot about how Oxford Brooks A's title defence isn't quite going to plan. You know, they've already had a bad race in this one as well. You know. As Collins
and that
just
was
been decimated.
He has, and critically, he's been decimated by a kart that was.
He's the 56, isn't
it? It was. They were only out there on that wide because they were being lapped by the one.
56 should have backed up.
I agree with you on yes. The cause there was the leaders coming through.
So just to finish his point, so Scarrow Thames actually fights his way back to the front. The reason why my might seem a little bit nonplussed, everyone. No, Oxford Brook's A's title challenge, as sad as I am to say it, is over. It's gone. There's too many teams between them and the lead to affect the championship bid. The Brooks B team are right in it though. I don't get why at this stage of the season the Brooks A team haven't just gone, do you know what? It's not our year, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure the trophy stays in Oxford Brooks. That's better from Jack Ransom. Now to the front. Switch them now. A and B, switch them over. A serves as rear gunner to B. They've got a lot of respect for each other between teams, and you put the B team in a position where they can come away from Three Sisters tonight in a genuine fight for the championship.
Sorry, that noise of mine was the 56th of Edinburgh A's having more adventures out there. But yeah, it's a difficult one because they know where they finished this morning. You know, they were all there at the podium presentation, so they know what the game is at this point. And yeah, there was a curve warning for Edinburgh. I'm not too surprised to see that. I think we got that on camera. We're looking back. We saw Rihanna Percox briefly, and behind her is a battle between Kingston B, Brighton B, and Sheffield A. Are Brighton B eligible in this one? So I'll throw that one at you.
Sorry, I was just focused on that we've had a change for the league. B
we
team
have.
is now ahead of the A. The B team for Brighton is eligible.
Okay.
I'll give you the ones that aren't.
Yeah, do that.
Yep,
23
in and out in quick succession. We got Captain Oliver Worden here. No, Andrew.
Southampton C if they're in this one as well. Oxford A also not eligible in this one. And I think that's about it.
Okay. So, well, Oxford A lost a lot of time in the pits, so yeah. It was a good stop there for Loughborough B. They pitted, of course, from the top three, and it was a 1:15, so that's okay. They can work with that. They can work with that, and the question is going to be what pace are the two Brooks carts that just flashed through your shop on through this traffic. They've clearly opted to stay out a little later. They're not taking the early pit stop. So can they set that pace that's going to set them apart from the Loughborough B cart out there? De Montfort A have pitted. I'm afraid it wasn't the fastest stop. Aston A have pitted. Their stop was better. 1:17. That's not too bad. De Montfort were in the 1:20s. Still plenty of this pit window to go, so there's plenty of teams that owe us a stop, not least Cambridge A, currently in third on the road. Fourth before these pit stops began. They're setting decent pace, just set a personal best. Through into the pit lane comes Kurt Langley, I believe that was, in the Southampton A cart. He's pitting from 10th. Decent effort there. We'll see what their times are like in the pit lane. Brighton B have pitted, Kingston B have pitted, both 1:20s. Brooks's pace, it's in the low 47s through this traffic. Working their way through, and just to put that into some context, their fastest lap of the race set in clean air was a 46.716, so it's right that we keep an eye on them here on our screens to see how they are picking their way through the traffic.
Want to keep an eye on Loughborough A. Loughborough A are one of our teams that could win the round, and given that Exeter A have recorded a score of 106 points, which is already being beaten by Huddersfield A on 112 and Warwick A on 112 as well as
race
leader
is
in. So Jack Ransom in for Oxford Brooks A. Really good chance this for Loughborough A to lead the championship coming out from Three Sisters tonight.
I think we're good to go down to Jacob to watch this one.
We are indeed good. Jack Ransom pulls up to 2 empty fuel houses. He's out, and it looks like he's double stinting as well. Can't quite remember who said he was going in on this one. It might be Joe Bleakley, who's just arrived at the back of the car. But Jack Ransom is indeed back in. A reasonably quick pit stop from the Brooks.
Was indeed. Clean stop, so Ransom in for a double stint. Where will he emerge? I reckon he's going to come back out around. Now the crucial one is, can he get out ahead of Loughborough A? Loughborough A pitted very early. Here comes Gareth Haynes. Lots of speed into the pit lane. Nothing wrong with that. All under control. This is a crucial stop. Perfect here would be B in the A, and we're going to go back down to Jacob in the pits.
Was switched off. It's switched back on now though. Gareth Haynes jumps out of the cart and he's double stinting as well. Yep, straight back in, and another decent pit stop. Kick off from the back and out he goes. Back to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Jacob. Sorry we came down to you a bit quick there. I was about to say B ahead of A, but ahead of Loughborough as well would be perfect for them, and I think they've done it. I think they've more than done it.
Yeah.
So that's great work by the Oxford Brooks teams.
A's ahead of B, though. Did you mention that?
No, that's the that's the wrong order, boys.
I think A are ahead of B because A's stop was a couple of seconds, nearly 3 seconds quicker than Brooks B's.
Yeah.
So that accounts for that. Should say, by the way, I mentioned Southampton earlier. Their stop was fine. 1 minute 16, not too shabby at all. Yeah, but Brooks B's stop was a 1 minute 16, and Brooks A was a 1 minute 14. I should say, I know you just all watched it, and it didn't look anything like that long. I'm including the entire lap with that because that's the easiest way of doing it. So, yeah, Brooks A now back ahead of Brooks B.
And Loughborough B as well, so it's the same three that we had at the front.
It
now together. They've all double stinted. Leeds A have got a penalty, the number 14. So now we kind of just wait for the next 10 minutes to see how this all plays out. 35 looks very quick. And is drawing up alongside Jack Ransom. Jack Ransom's looking across going, what on earth's going on here?
It's Manchester Metropolitan as well. It's the one that we saw spun off and losing so much time earlier on. I think you just got... They're just emptying the tank, mate. That's the difference. Just the fuel mass. It's right.
It's Sam Richardson. Oh, fair play. It's Richardson
it is
at the wheel.
okay.
It's not
fair enough.
It's not a slow peddler. So maybe he'll help the Brooks boys at this stage of the race.
So I do have to ask because I
don't think it is a relation.
In all of no. I wasn't going to ask that. No, I don't think it is. But in all of the context, this is completely normal for Oxford Brooks. But having seen the performance over the last couple of rounds, I've got to ask the question: where have Brooks suddenly found this pace from?
Yeah.
Because suddenly they're at the head of a field, controlling the pace. Well, we've still got to wait to see how. There's still a lot of teams to open pit stops. So Cambridge, your leader on the road.
Change the effective lead on the road.
And it's happened again, though. If that was supposed to be a switch, then they're allowing Loughborough B to get awfully close to overtaking them side by side for what we believe will be a net second. And Haynes just manages to hold on to it. Was that a touch on the rear, or did he just was that him motivating himself by nodding his head? I'm not quite sure what that was. Cambridge A. Your leaders on the road owe us a stop, as do Warwick B and Birmingham A and Birmingham B. Not unusual to see Birmingham going a little deeper into the pit window.
Different strategy from the Birmingham team this time. They've got Rihanna Percox in, which I imagine they'll run Percox and Morton again, but they've switched which roles they do. So it was Percox doing the middle stint at Bookmore Park, but this similar strategy of running long in the stints.
Yeah. It seems more popular now, and I'll say as well, this double stinting driver seems more popular than it used to be in the BE cases. Not that no one ever did it, but it seems slightly more popular now. Sheffield A, by the way, they had their pit stop, quite a slow stop, a 1 minute 23 their time, so they'll have lost a little bit of time to those that they're fighting.
Got to be careful though, these drivers as well though, because in all of this kind of squabbling with the Manchester Metal, they have lost a little bit of time to the Cambridge A team.
Yeah.
Now, Cambridge A have still got work to do. They've got to have a good stop, but you never know. You could see Cambridge A pull out ahead of this quartet of carts that you've got on your screen at the moment.
No, it's a very good point. It's a very good point. And what's the gap at the moment? It's 21.5 seconds between Cambridge A and Oxford Brooks B. That's not enough really to do a stop, I don't think. So at the moment, I would say I'd expect them to slot in behind Loughborough B and Loughborough A when they emerge from the pits. Speaking of which, by the way, I'll just double check. We did see Loughborough A doing a pit stop on the first pit.
Yeah.
So Loughborough A looking good here as well. So
it's strange though, because we talked about this at Football Park, how we had big swathes of the day where our big traditional two of Brooks and Loughborough, their B teams outperforming their A teams. We're seeing it again here in this one. Birmingham A are in. I just saw Rihanna Perkins in the background of the pits. But yeah, the B teams again outperforming the A teams at both Brooks and Loughborough at times this season.
I mean, we have always said how at Brooks it's basically, I always think of these like Squad A and Squad B.
It's two separate teams both going for the championship.
Yeah, but that is definitely a new. I'm not sure if it isn't by accident or by design, but it's definitely a new way of doing things at Loughborough.
Yeah.
So Birmingham A then have emerged. It's a 118.5. It's slowish. When we've been seeing 114s as they the
just
leaders
gone past
pass
the
that.
Birmingham B cars as well.
They have indeed.
Who haven't stopped yet.
No, who are second on the road indeed. So of those top runners, I didn't. Oh no, sorry, they've just passed them. Sorry, I saw Birmingham B shooting down the road. There's Cambridge. They are due to give us a stop. And actually, as you can see now, they're... no, sorry, that can't be Cambridge, because the leaders are behind.
I'm going to give a bit of a alumni brotherly love here to Sam Rowland. Sam, if you're watching this back, you let the Brooks guys and the Loughborough guys go through far too easily there.
Sorry, the 17 of Aston just gave me a little bit of a... because I thought for a moment it was the 27 and they'd lost a load of time somewhere. It's all fine, Cambridge fans. They're running well.
The Aston car to that though. No, I'll just this is me being picky and overly critical of my former uni, but I just thought there, that's one of the things where I think Birmingham need to be a little bit more perhaps aggressive or tactical. They've got the A team that's in the battle here. The Brooks carts have changed position again.
Yes, they have.
They have. So back into second place goes Gareth Haynes ahead of Jack Ransom, and the Manchester Metropolitan car follows through. But yeah, I just thought that was a really good opportunity there for the B team to actually hold some of the A team's rivals up, and Sam kind of just jumped out the way.
If Cambridge, I was about to say, if Cambridge are going to pit, they're going to have to pit soon. They are now in the pits. So race leader in. The question will be where they slot in. Brooks A takes its rightful lead of the race. And there, I believe, is the 27 coming out of the pits. And their stop time isn't with us. It's a 118.6. That's not amazing. And they've come out a lot further down than I anticipated. They've come out 8th. And the reason is they had a slow lap before the one in which they pitted. Not that slow, they lost a couple of seconds. I'll confess, I wasn't expecting Cambridge, unless there's a load of carts that have yet to pit, like Manchester A and Coventry. No, Coventry pitted. We saw them go in. So, hasn't quite gone as well for Cambridge as I thought, as the Brooks carts switch back again. Ransom now ahead of Haynes. And still, Loughborough B, I believe is Max Reed at the wheel of that one.
Yep.
I believe, well, sorry, he's still keeping with them very well here for Loughborough B. So it's a Brooks 1-2 and a Loughborough 3-4. It sounds like old times again, doesn't it? We haven't had this situation much. And indeed, it is Brooks B from Brooks A and Loughborough B from Loughborough A. The gap between the two Loughborough carts is significant. It's 10 seconds back to Loughborough A in 4th, in the number 4 cart, they're the tightest battle in the top 10 at the moment, actually, the battle over 4th. It's the 4 of Loughborough A, the 60 of Manchester A, and the 20 of Coventry A. They're all really close together in a battle over 4th. I say it's the tightest battle. I've just remembered that the top 3 carts are nose to tail. That aside, it's a very close battle within the top 10.
Just to remind you that Manchester A aren't eligible in this race.
Good point, well made there. So it's they're not important for
Oh
the
no,
perspective.
sorry. Yes, they are. It was the second race that they weren't eligible in. Apologies,
Okay,
I'll retract that completely.
They do matter, and I'll challenge anyone who says that. Having completely disowned them, and now we're going to completely re-own them again. Right, we have just closed the pits, not us personally. Someone has just closed the pits, and that means that the order is now representative. So, as we approach the halfway stage, let's give you a rundown of the order. Brooks B lead from Brooks A, ahead of Loughborough B. It's then 10 seconds back from that leading pack to the 4th place battle of Loughborough A, Manchester A and Coventry A. They're all less than half a second apart each. A further 1 second back is Nottingham Trent A, so they're slowly coming onto terms with that 4th place battle. They closed the gap a little bit on the last time around. And then it's a further 5 seconds back to Brooks C in 8th, who has the very close company of Cambridge A and Nottingham B. 2 seconds further back from them, in 11th is De Montfort A. They're a little bit lonely because it's a further 1 second back to Leeds A. And Leeds A are in a battle with Newcastle B and De Montfort B. Swansea A are a couple of seconds further back from them in 15th, and they have Birmingham A for close company. Then it's 2 seconds further back to the 17th place UWTSD Swansea A. They are very lonely because there's a further 9 seconds back from them to Newcastle A, who are in a battle with Warwick B. That's over 18th and 19th place. Brooks D have just got themselves up to 20th. They're further 5 seconds back from B. They have close company from Sheffield A in 21st, and Southampton A in 22nd, Edinburgh A in 23rd, Kingston B in 24th. These are all less than a second apart. Northumbria B in 25th, Cranfield A in 26th. That's a good little battle there. Currently being led by Brooks D. Look out for the 16 and all of its many friends just behind it, out on the road. Second further back is Birmingham B in 27th, and they have Brighton B, the number 95, for close company with them. Then it's a further 9 seconds back to Aston A, 29th overall, and they're quite lonely because it's a further 9 seconds back from them to Coventry C. It's then a further 4 seconds back to UWTSD first, a further 2 seconds back to Oxford A, who are having a good battle with Nottingham C over 32nd, although I believe at the top of the they are points in this one. Further 8 seconds back to Bristol A in 34th, and then a further 14 seconds back to Manchester Metropolitan, and then finally a further 7 seconds back to the 36th place, 103 of Southampton C. That's your full rundown as we approach halfway of the final race of the day here at Three Sisters, race number 3 of round 4 of the 2019 British Universities Karting Championship. This is your Alpha live stream of all of the action. Myself, Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather. In the comms box, together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out online. Best thing to do is to go over to our page on Facebook. That's probably the most active place. But you can also go to doubledashmn.com. or we are at Double Dash MN on Twitter. We're looking at, good pickup from the guys on the camera, because we're looking at the battle I was talking about, the Brooks D kart leading the battle over 20th place, and it may be a way down the order, but don't think this is a great example of quite how frantic it is right through the field here. So you've got the 16 of Brooks D, then it's the 15 of Sheffield A, the 7 of Southampton A, the 56 of Edinburgh A, the 78 of Kingston B, and the 52 of Northumbria B, all lying astern. There they are coming onto the straight, and there's some traffic spattered in for good measure, and the leaders are coming in, coming through this traffic as well. Beautiful. This is going to be an interesting time, because all of these drivers are in an intense battle, which is why Jack Ransom right now is getting held up and is now gesturing to go why are you all just... What are you all doing? And the answer is that they're having quite a battle. 35 of Manchester Metropolitan is in there as well. Oh my goodness. Warwick have
It's
come
cake
in.
time.
It's cake time.
Oh, wow. See, this is a special non-nutty one.
Oh no, I'll have a slice of that.
Mr.
Thank
Mitchell
you.
is
Sorry.
having cake. There's a race going on. It's at the halfway point. The critical thing... Oh, as Manchester Metropolitan have a penalty. The critical thing at the moment is Brooks B leading this race is also meaning that they would win the round. So that would be good for them. Second place, Brooks A, they're a little bit out of it, but at least they might salvage the top 10 with this. If the race was to finish right now, round 4 of the BUKC would look like this. Brooks B would win on 118 points. Loughborough B would be second on 117. Loughborough A would be third on 160, and then it would be Warwick A on 112, Huddersfield A on 111, Brooks C on 110, Coventry A on 109, and your championship leaders Exeter would be on 106. I've not run the numbers yet on what that would do for the overall championship. Apologies.
Sorry, this is like when guests turn up to your house unexpectedly and you go, gosh, the place is in a terrible state. So just the effort that they go to. We should say, we have a race winner in the box. Do you want to improv?
Yes, actually, give me.
Wait, sorry,
keep talking, Howard.
Sorry,
I'll be 20
we have a
seconds.
race-winning duo in the box. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, hang on a sec. Let's get the headphone. You're going. Me keep talking. Okay. I get how this commentating thing works. I'm having a slice of cake cut for me right now. It's delightful. Right. We're looking at the leader, Jack Ransom, who's not been able to put a lap on the Manchester Metropolitan kart. So this is 35th place kart, having the pace to keep ahead of the first place one, because it's the BUKC. And he's still staying well ahead. He's dealt with the traffic better than Gareth Haynes, though, of Brooks A. And in fact, Gareth Haynes has got Max Reed for very close company here in the battle over second place. Although this is what we were talking about all along, in a way, is that the Brooks A kart should do the rear gunner duty for the Brooks B. So this is perhaps finally what we should see from Brooks, albeit possibly by accident, not design.
Right, hopefully this works. Alistair Irvin joins us in the commentary box, a race winner out there. Three Sisters.
Not for race-winning reasons. Does this work, by the way?
It does work.
It does work.
Here, yeah.
I came for the purpose of it.
Well, yes, we always with
That's what I'm thinking.
Three sisters. Pull one ear back so you can hear us. Three Sisters as a circuit. How have you found it?
It is. I really enjoy it. I wouldn't be surprised if we... I was going to say don't come back. But I've really enjoyed it, driving it, especially in the dry.
Yeah.
I didn't drive it in the full wet. Mine was sort of a mix this morning. I don't know, looking at people's reactions this morning, it's a bit positive, bit negative, but honestly, that afternoon enduro I had earlier, doing it in the dry, it's so on the limit, and being smooth was awesome. I just really enjoyed that. Sorry to those on the live stream who want to talk about that.
It's not going too bad for Warwick this season. I mean, we're seeing already this afternoon. This season keeps going back and forth. I think there's probably about 10 teams still with a legitimate chance of winning the title, of which Warwick are one of them. There's this contact there between
Southampton A.
Yeah.
And
how's the dynamic in the paddock at the moment? I mean, we get a sense of it to an extent, but you're right in the middle of it. How is everybody feeling as the championship is at its midpoint now?
From our side, Exeter look very strong and are definitely the favourites. They could easily run. I mean, they didn't have a great endurance.
They didn't, so they're vulnerable now to losing a few points.
I'm trying to think who else is. Loughborough, after was it disappointing from last year? Still good, but they've sort of come back again.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I see as the championship battle being. Where we fit into it, we we seem to perform all right in sprinting, it's not quite enough, and then well in enduros. I don't know why that is, so we're a bit all over the place. What do you think else? Oh, and Birmingham. Birmingham also up there. So we'll see what we slot into it, but I definitely think sort of Loughborough and Extreme are the favourites.
Well, Loughborough now having the opportunity. They need to get up a couple more positions. They've got a good opportunity here to actually lead the championship, leaving Three Sisters this evening.
Wouldn't mind if they were 8th, because that would put us behind us, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, James Mills definitely on the move.
He looks very fast. They all look quite fast. So.
Manchester are doing a good job of staying.
It's Ocean Batch at the wheel of the car at the moment. He's doing a very good job. There's more cake-related chaos in the background.
Can I just say, I just want to make it clear, I have a service announcement to make once we finish this interview. That sounds very grand, but I'm just saying, I haven't just been stuffing my face with cake. Okay, I have, but while stuffing my face with cake, I was also
slicing the cake.
No. There's
we've got
to do a bit of a shifteroo for people on Facebook. I'll do it now.
Oh, okay.
Some of you may be familiar with how we're limited to stream time on Facebook. Luke Austin of Alpha Live has just been able to talk to me, and it turns out that the stream is going to end exactly 2 minutes before the end of the race.
Oh, fantastic.
So if you'd all like, but on YouTube we're doing great, we're doing fine, it's lovely. So our suggestion is, if you're watching on Facebook and you want to see the end, which I'm guessing you do, head on over to YouTube, search for Alpha Live Production. We'll release Warwick now. Thank you very much, Ransom. Thank you for the cake. Thank you for making, this has got to be the most remote comms box of the season.
I take exception to that.
And on that note,
I mean, I was about to say...
And that's a mute button.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Cheers, guys. I was about to say this has got to be the most remote comms box, or maybe it's Butmore, but then came the... Anyway.
These southerners coming in here in our comms box and taking the mick out of our simple lives.
As a Midlands boy, I'm neutral. Anyway, the second pit window's open, so people are pitting. If you want to see the end of this race, just before we start calling all these pit stops, look, there goes the 49. That was a very good gesture to say.
Hello there.
I'm going in now. That was brilliant. That's what we like to see. Head on over to YouTube, to the Alpha Live channel, to bring that up. We're sorry for the inconvenience. And another thing, whilst you're over there, please subscribe, because we've got Alpha Live do a lot of content on YouTube, and they're very aware. A lot of the audience watch us on Facebook, so if you don't visit the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel very often, now's a fantastic opportunity to like and subscribe, and you'll get all of the fantastic stuff that Alpha Live are working on throughout the year. So head on over there, folks. Let's have the YouTube audience growing for those of you who want to catch the end of today's action, because it would be kind of rubbish if we were going all guns blazing, getting excited in the latter stages of this race, and then it cut off. So there we go. Who were the early pitters of this window? Southampton A were one of them. They had a good stop, a 1:16, that'll do. UWTSD Swansea A, though, at 1:34, so they just lost some 20 seconds in the stop. We've seen 1:14s pitting. Cranfield A lost a lot of time at 1:34. Edinburgh A lost a lot of time at 1:39. So I think there's a bit of stacking at the fuel bowsers, and this is what you avoid if you pit later. Although there's a gesture from, I think was that Manchester acknowledging that they were going to come in to pit. As we're looking at James Mills' note, I think we did see the Manchester Grand Cross race his hand to the pit wall as if to say, yeah, I'll come through next time. I'm loving this helmet design, by the way.
It is great, isn't it?
It's a brilliant design. I love it.
Just it looks like Ocean Batch is actually going to try and have a go at Mills there. And yes, he does. Great move. Fantastic. And Manchester A go up to 4th.
That was the best clairvoyant
and
commentary.
Now he's going to go in the pits. So
yes.
I was about to say that's going to make me...
they're both going to go in.
Battle
of the pits, and that's... Well, that's risky, because I hope both fuel bowsers are free, because otherwise Loughborough A may be about to lose quite a bit of time.
And it could also lose them the lead in the championship.
Let's go down to Jacob.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Howard. We are down in the pits. Loughborough A to my right, to my left, Manchester. Clubman leaders, Manchester. Ocean back. I don't know if you want to say batch or back. I'm going to say back. I'm going to ask him about it in a minute. And Piers Pryor jumps in for Loughborough. These are 4th and 5th. Skylar Robinson goes out for Manchester, and away he goes. Loughborough hold that lead. I'm going to try and grab Ocean. Ocean! You currently lead the Clubman class. Can Skylar bring it home?
Of course he can. Best driver here.
And the commentators are struggling with your name. I'd pronounce it back.
Yeah.
They're saying Batch. Is it what? How do we say your name?
Bach. B-A-C-H.
Bach.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Posh inflection to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, good luck with this, and hopefully we'll see you on the Clubman podium.
Hopefully, yeah.
Andrew Howard, Ocean Bach has just told you how to pronounce his name. Back to you.
Bait? You're missing a Y.
I mean him no offence if that's a legitimate point, but I'm sceptical of that, because that's sounding very similar to Ocean Beach. Ocean Beach. Okay, no, fair play. I'm not sure. Had we been saying batch? I thought we were back. We probably have changed it.
Going to batch. Never mind. The number 35, Manchester Metropolitan, is still being the thorn in the side of Jack Ransom and the Brooks B car. They're just going past Titas Michelis in the number 7, who was looking a little bit weary there. He was like, oh no, I'm getting overtaken again.
To be fair, given, how can we say this? Given the condition I saw some of the Southampton teammates in this morning, it's probably getting a bit weary for them at this point.
They've come a very, very long way.
And the significance of what we saw, by the way, Brooks had a much better... Manchester lost out there to Loughborough.
Yeah, it wasn't a hold, it was actual. It was a switch, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Cambridge. Well, technically it wasn't a switch because Manchester had just got in front ahead of the pits, hadn't they?
I'm calling that a switch.
Fair enough. But the person who did lose time is Leeds had to wait behind the Loughborough cart.
Yes.
So Leeds lost time on their stop, so they didn't fare too well in that pit stop.
Right, now that's all kind of got itself hunky-dory again. Here's the important news. If nobody moves up and down in terms of where we were at halfway, Loughborough A have a chance here to lead the championship at the end of the evening. They would lead it by 1 point over Exeter A. Coventry A would be third, a further 3 points behind, and the further 3 points behind them would be Oxford Brooks B. Long way to go, of course, though. 17 minutes and 38 seconds. Here is your race leader, Jack Ransom, in the number 2 Oxford Brooks B car. Runners up last year. And Jack was arguably their fastest driver last year as well. He's currently having to deal with one of the back markers who's having a thought about overtaking, but he's better of it. Oxford Brooks A still in second place. Coventry A have quietly worked their way up. Now, last time round they pitted quite early. They pitted alongside Loughborough A early in the stint as the number 19 Newcastle A cart comes into the pits. You can see Joe Bleakley is ready in the pits as well. So that looks like he's going to be jumping into the Oxford Brooks B cart in place of Jack Ransom. In comes the number 19. We'll make the change now. So we'll start to see them going down the order. I think there was another one of the Brooks carts that just came in there. Didn't quite make out the number. It's the number 9. It was the Oxford Brooks C cart.
It was the D.
It was the D cart. Okay, thank you, Howard. It's the number 16 was in the top 20. Now, do Oxford Brooks pit the B cart on this one? No. No. Jack Ransom goes round again. Number 16 re-emerges. So that's Newcastle A back out there.
So stop for them. As we said, at 1 minute 22. So it feels like it may be a little while until we see Brooks be pitting, but Jack Ransom has definitely done the lion's share, hasn't he? We've still got 60 minutes to go, and it's been him all the way. as has been the case in the A-Kart with Gareth Haynes.
We need to keep an eye on Coventry C. We've not mentioned Clubman for a while. Now we've been talking about Manchester as Clubman leaders on the road. At the halfway point, Coventry C were your team on for winning in the Clubman class. That would be, again, another remarkable story in what's been a fantastic season so far for Coventry. Their A team is back in the championship battle for the first time in a couple of years. The B team is properly in the Clubman's battle, and the C team, which was already breaking records for the club, having been qualified into the mains for the first time in a good number of years, could, if they can just make this pit strategy work, be on to win in the Clubman class at a round. That would be quite remarkable, Howard.
Absolutely, and it would be just another waypoint on the path of Coventry back to being a really established part of the sharp end of this series, I have to say. As a race leader is coming in, Jack Ransom comes in with a bit of a flourish as well, I might add.
Crucial stop this, really, really crucial, not just for this race, not just for this round, but the championship. We're going to pass down to Jacob.
Yeah, down here, Jack Ransom slides up to the fuel barrier. So Joe Bleakley's been waiting a while. You've been seeing him in the corner of your screen, and I'm going to grab Jack Ransom as soon as he's out. They called him to this one, I think, maybe because Matt Lewis is waiting at the further one, but there's a flurry of karts coming in. Hirsch Reddy's just come in for Edinburgh and gone straight through. 52 kart comes up now. I'm going to go grab Jack while he's fresh out the kart. Jack, real quick. Don't jump in front of them because you'll get run over. Steady. I know you're fresh out of the kart. You said to me before the race you were here to enjoy yourself. Yeah. Are you having fun out there?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really good fun, that. The track's like, it's just so fast, you can't really pull away. So I think it was me and, is it Southampton, was it? I don't know, who I had behind me. And then Gary, my teammate, I should say Gareth, his mum would get angry at me. We're just by pushing each other around the whole time in a train, so that was properly enjoyable. I enjoyed that a lot.
Matt's about to come in, Gary's about to come in and be right, switching with Matt over there. Has Joe got in to hold Matt off?
Hopefully, yeah, I think so. Joe knows his track well. The only problem we've got, like we've been saying, is really since we switched over to these Rotax engines, the people who are slightly overweight just seem to be more penalised than the drivers like me. So people like Joey and Matt have seemed to be a little bit off the pace, so hopefully we've got the pace to stay at the front. But, you know, we'll see what happens.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jack, but they're in. We're sticking down here in the pit lane as Brooks come up to the same Bowser. In comes Gareth Haynes. Matt Lewis prepares to jump in the kart. Club 100 boys standing by on the fuel. The cap is off. In goes the nozzle. Out comes the seat insert. All looks to be running like clockwork in the Brooks team. In goes Matt Lewis. On goes the fuel cap. And away we go. Guys, how's it unfolding out on track?
We've lost Jacob. That was a good insight into the life of the Oxford Brooks teams. 2 laps in a row, 2 pit stops done in a row. Right. What's that done in terms of the order? Well, it's actually gone more in the favour of the Brooks B team. That looked like a quicker stop, and it was. 6 seconds is now the gap between Brooks B and Brooks A. The Birmingham A kart has popped up to 2nd place, but they owe us a pit stop, don't they, Howard?
Yes, they very much do. Doing a bit of a classic. I don't know if they've been doing it long enough to call it the classic, but the classic Birmingham of going quite late into a stint. Good demonstration there of how lucky teams can be. The 52 of Northumbria B came in to the pits there, and literally as the Brooks B kart pulled away from its stop, we saw they came in to do theirs. Yep. That's when it goes well, but that's almost always by accident and not by design, it has to be said. So they were somewhat lucky there with that.
The number 20 coming through. Developing battle here. The number 4 Loughborough A kart, Piers Pryor, who had a very quiet sprint. We didn't really see much of him this morning. Here he is, now trying to close down the number 20 with Rayanne Williams on board. And trying to close in their own B team as well. But again, the big teams No, it's a difficult one. It's a really difficult one, especially for Loughborough when they've still got 2 teams in the chance of the championship. You know, the B team is the more likely of the 2 to be able to win the round, but the A team is probably the more likely to win the championship. I mean, first Piers Pryor has got to catch Ryan Williams, the number 20, and overtake him. But how, if you end up with a situation where you've got the B team ahead of the A team in Loughborough ranks, how do you think they deal with that?
I think they switch them. I think I would.
Yep.
Which is
Birmingham are coming in. Yep. Simon Morton makes the gesture to say he is coming into the pits from second place. It's got to be a good stop though.
It does, and their first one did leave a little bit to be desired. I just checked it, and their first stop was a 1 minute 18 lap time.
There's the cake. See, there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's missing. So the slice that's missing was very good. So thank you to Warwick. It's a well-travelled cake now around the Paddock of Three Sisters. Do Warwick know how close you and I live to them? You know, they're welcome to...
They can bring round cake to my house anytime. I haven't got a kitchen at the moment. I need to eat it.
There goes Rihanna Percox out the pits after that second stop. And what's the time? It's a 1 minute 18 again. So...
Yeah, not good.
It's
that is a man enjoying life and enjoying his cake. He's literally having his cake and eating it.
Yeah.
I swear I get to use this phrase. You don't see that on Sky Sports F1.
I love this side. Right, we've got less than 10 minutes to go. Brooks B lead by 10 seconds from Brooks A. But there is a real battle going on over that second place between Brooks A and Loughborough B. So the numbers that we want to be looking out for there is the 1 and the 23. Then it's Coventry A, who are kind of by themselves a little bit. Then it's Loughborough A, who are also kind of by themselves a bit. Then it's Brooks C, the number 9, in 6th place, and they've got Manchester A, who have had a really good run this race. I've been very impressed by some of it. I know it's sort of, you know, track advantage, but I've been very impressed by the Manchester efforts I've seen today. But there's a good battle there in the closing moments between the 9 and the 60 going on over 6th place. Just to quickly cover the other battles that are going out there. Leeds A and De Montfort A having a good battle over 10th place. They're quite close. There's also a good battle going on between Newcastle B and Swansea A over 13th. Just kind of a quick look down for any other really good battles you've got going on. Tell me if anything exciting.
Sorry, mate. Has Loughborough B made their stop yet?
Yes.
That means they've jumped the 18 in the stops.
Let me double check that.
And here they are on screen now, fighting over second place. So James Ireland now at the wheel of that particular kart. He's taken over from Freddie Fincham. So yes, they have pitted.
Yeah, they have pitted.
They have pitted. So that is a genuine jump there from Loughborough B.
And it's, I don't know, the Brooks A stop. Yeah, the Brooks A stop was slow. I know Jacob was saying it looked like clockwork, but it was a clock that needed winding a bit more. It was just a little bit leisurely. Although we did both appreciate the dancing that went on in that
the
stop.
Club 100 staff dancing in the background.
That was amazing. Yes. Yeah, change for second place then, and this is going to be the battle to keep an eye on then, heading towards the end, is going to be Sam Dickens in the Loughborough B car, the 23, ahead of Brooks A's Matthew Lewis, as there's a contact warning for Manchester A, who are running very well. I don't want them to throw that away in the last few moments. We saw UWTSD Swansea A throw away, well, not throwing away as such, but they got a 4-place penalty in literally the last few laps of race number 1. That's not a good thing. Just very quickly finishing off with some of the good battles happening as the race comes to a close. Northumbria B are in 20th place and are just ahead of Brooks D and Southampton A. That's a good little battle. And Cranfield A are having a good battle with Aston A as well in the 26th position. So there's some good little battles to keep an eye on there. I'm going to mention this again. If you're watching us on Facebook, now is the time that you might want to think about switching over to YouTube. Not because we're particularly biased about either platform.
It's just like when the tennis switches over from BBC Two to BBC One.
It is, except we don't have Sue Barker here to tell you and welcome you to YouTube, but, you know, the same kind of principle. So, yeah, we should be moving over to YouTube. What are we looking at here? We're looking at the number 1.
This is a move for position. This is Coventry A going past the Brooks A cart.
Oh, it is? Yes, that's a very good point. Very good point. So, Brooks A, in the tail end of this race, is falling back somewhat here. And the next cart down the road is going to be Loughborough A. We might see a Brooks A, Loughborough A battle.
I'm afraid I've got bad news. The number 97, sorry I didn't clock this, the number 97 Coventry C cart that we were talking about earlier is having a chance to win Clubman. They've had a problem. They've had a major problem. They're down in 34th now, so any chance of winning Clubman has gone.
Okay, and so the drama continues to unfold. I'm just going to look back at their laps whilst keeping one eye on the screen. Pit stop, black flag.
It's going to be something extra because they were high up the order at halfway.
Yeah.
Piers Pryor making his way through. There's Ryan Williams. Can Loughborough A close in? Loughborough A have got past Brooks A now as well. Four minutes in this one to go.
So, closing moments of this race. Closing moments of the racing for the day here at Three Sisters. It's been a good visit. That's an understatement, actually. It's been a brilliant visit. I think this circuit has cemented itself as a very popular venue for the BUKC to go to. As we head into the dying few moments, I'm just going to say again, if you're watching us on Facebook, now's the time to switch over to YouTube because of various Facebook stuff to do with streaming. Stream's likely to cut out with just 2 minutes to go. And so, if you head over to YouTube and search for Alpha Live Productions, the live stream is over there as well. If you're already on YouTube, then you can just sit there kind of smugly, to be honest, and enjoy the last few moments of the racing for today. We're looking at Piers Pryor in the Loughborough A kart, and he has significantly got by Brooks A as well, have they now? So, and in fact there's been further change out there because Coventry A have got past Loughborough B over second place. So there is change going on in the last few moments of this race. And I've got timing back, which helps. So with just a few minutes to go, Brooks B lead by 9 seconds. Coventry A are in second place and are now 1.6 seconds to the good against Loughborough B. And the switch has happened between, I'm with it now, the switch has happened between the Loughborough carts. So Loughborough have done the switch. A is ahead of B. Apologies folks, I've just had timing go down for the last few minutes, so we're back with it now.
And that is crucial because that is not just a place in this race and a point and all the rest of it. That's a point in the championship as well. They've switched them in the round as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So all things, well, everything's counting here, and we know how close that this can get come the end of the season. As Andrew was saying earlier today of one of the races, you know, there will be some points that we look back on and say, was that the point where this changed? It's been an interesting day, I think. Well, it's been a very interesting day for the championship as we've got to the halfway point effectively, because don't forget, we've gone past the halfway point, because don't forget the qualifiers count as a round. So there's effectively 9 rounds to the championship. it's been the day when, if you're being honest, you saw the Brooks title defence in terms of A, holding on to that number 1 plate. It's the day that it's too dramatic to say it died, but it's the day that it really is now looking fairly implausible that they will be in the hunt to retain their championship. By the way, Brooks B
are very much
in the hunt. Hello, that was us briefly. Are very much in the hunt, and they are on their final tour of the circuit. It's been a really good drive. Jack Ransom did a fantastic job, and Joe Bleakley has got into the car for the last few minutes and has done exactly what he needs to do. He's just coming through the corner there. Here he is, good pick up by camera. He's going to come round now to the final corner to finish the final lap of the day.
Well, it's been a turmoil season so far for Oxford Brooks, but is this the start of a championship charge? Joe Bleakley takes victory here at Three Sisters, and Oxford Brooks B win round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship and establish themselves as a championship contender. Coventry A are another one of those contenders. They finished the race in second, but your championship leaders tonight are going to be Loughborough A. They finish in third place. A great drive there from Piers Pryor to pick up a crucial couple of positions and get that kart on to the podium. They finish second in the round. Loughborough B come home in fourth. They will be third in the round. Look at this over the line. There's some really tight finishes there in the mid-pack. So Loughborough B finished fourth. I've got them as finishing third in the round. So a double Loughborough podium. Fourth for Oxford Brooks A. Fifth for Oxford Brooks A. And combined with their 18th in round 1, I really do think that is it. That is it now for Oxford Brooks A. They have had more than 2 poor rounds by their very, very high standards. So that means they are having poor rounds counting towards their championships tally now. Brooks C finishing 6th. An absolutely brilliant day, especially considering they only had 3 drivers eligible. A brilliant day for Manchester A. They finish in 7th place. If only they had a 4th eligible driver, you know, they could have come away with a double Clubman round win today, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Nottingham Trent A, good recovery for them. They finished this one P8, but didn't have a good first race, so that's a shame for them. 9th were Nottingham B, 10th were Leeds A. Leeds have had a good day, showing some good form here. 11th were De Montfort A, 12th were Birmingham A, who I think their championship bid might be over as well. So room for improvement there. 13th for the 46 of Newcastle B, which I think has just missed out. I'm just going to check this. Yeah, I think they've just missed out on winning Clubman. So after I said earlier that I didn't think 91 was a high enough score for a Clubman team to hold on, I reckon Kingston A have won in Clubman for round 4. Moving further down the order, 14th were Swansea A, 15th were Cambridge A, 16th were University of Wales Trinity St David's Swansea A, 17th were Newcastle A, 18th were Sheffield A, 19th were De Montfort B, 20th were Southampton A, 21st were Warwick B, 22nd were Northumbria B, 23rd were Brooks D, 24th were Kingston B, 25th for Brighton B, 26th for Cranfield A, 27th Aston A, 28th for Birmingham B, who ran up towards the top early on, 29th for Manchester Metropolitan, 30th for Nottingham C, 31st for University of Wales Trinity St David's Swansea B, 32nd for Coventry C, who did have a chance to win in Clubman, but a problem for them later in the race meant they fell down a lot of positions in the second half. 33rd were Bristol A, ineligible. 34th were Oxford A, also ineligible. 35th were Southampton C, and 36th were Edinburgh A.
I have the right headset on now. I was wondering why I couldn't hear us. Right, I believe Jacob's ready for us to hand out in the pit lane, so just a quick thank you to everyone involved in the stream, to James, Fraser and Adam, who have been the cameramen today, to Luke and Morgan in the van. We've been Double Dash Motorsport Media. Please check us out. Thank you very much for supporting us. Let's hand down to Jacob.
Thank you, Howard. Come on in. Joe, I'm going to take my headset off so I can hear what you're saying rather than what Andrew and Howard aren't saying. You've gone from 0 to hero today, Joe. You were late for the briefing. Yeah. You had a severe telling off from JV midday, but now here you are picking up a race winner's medal.
Yeah.
Really happy with it, but it's all down to Jack Ransom. I can't knock anything away from him. I think he was fastest in the race. He's there. Yeah, he was fastest in the race, I think, and he carried me to it. I can't take much credit for it. Really, he was amazing.
Well, you had to hold off 2 charging Loughborough teams, not to mention Matt Lewis in the Oxford Brooks A kart.
Yeah, they all seemed pretty quick around here, but yeah, just managed to hold on. I don't know. Every time I was going around the hill, my dad was giving me signals, telling me how I was doing. So I just managed to sort of keep calm. And
can you give us some examples of those signals on just for the camera? So what?
Well, you say no swearing on the live stream. So.
Oh, okay, that kind of signals. Okay, you're a lip reader, are you?
Well, no, there's some gestures as well, but.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. Okay, fair enough then.
Some of them are like gap signals, like that. They're more PG ones.
Any Morse code?
No, you can't really hear that. There's an engine like right at the side here.
Yeah, but you can tap like.
Oh no, I don't know that. But Brooks, not Oxford.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough then. Jack's just waiting over there. Come on, it's all right. I'm in charge, so. I feel. Are we going to make him sit like? Can we all fit on the top step, or are you going to just jump out? Joe's going to. Look at that. Jack. Joe's just been saying that it was all you carried him.
No, definitely not. He had to finish, didn't he? And teamwork makes the dream work. So I'd say it's 50-50. But I enjoyed my stint for sure. I really liked the track. Awesome. And yeah, win finally. Got a good result. It's been taken all year. So
yeah, we've had an endurance win now for Brooks B. We've had one for Brooks A at Buckmore. Are things as bad as they seem?
No. I guess it's just last year, maybe, well, for me anyway, it was being my first year, and just how it went, that seems like the norm to me. And we were a lot more consistent last year. We didn't have the errors that we've had this year, so that area needs to be worked on for sure.
Joe, do you think the competition has got better this year?
I think, yeah, the combination. There's obviously some really quick drivers, like, come up to uni, but I think it's a bit more... I think it can hurt you a bit more having a worse kart. I'm not necessarily saying the karts are more spread apart, but on some circuits having a worse kart can definitely hurt you more than the TKM would. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah. But guys, what we're all dying to know is, are we going to see the full complement of Oxford Brooks down in Landau next weekend?
Yeah, we're all bar, I think, possibly Jamie might not be turning up, but I don't know yet for sure. But if he's not there, then it doesn't really matter, to be honest. We've got a lot of good drivers. We've got loads of good drivers who haven't even made the team, and they can come on and do it. So it shouldn't really affect us, to be honest. We just have a reshuffle. As far as we're concerned, I think we're just racing for Brooks. Doesn't really matter if you're racing for Brooks A, B, C or D, as long as Brooks do well. So that's all we care about. And I can't blame Jamie, because he wants to win, and he feels that he's not able to do that in the current kit that's been given. So I don't blame him at all. I wouldn't want to finish 10th, do my nutting. Yeah, trying to be political here.
I don't think you ever have, Jack, but Joe, are we going to see you down at Landau?
I'm not sure. I can't really complain after winning, but I still don't think the karts suit heavier drivers like me. I think maybe if this is to carry on with the Rotex, I think the weight plays a lot bigger part than it did with the TKM. I think maybe with the way the carburation works and things like that. But I don't know. I'd like to see a change, but obviously there's reasons to keep the weight the same, and then there's reasons to raise it. So I just think it hurts a bit more now.
Interesting points of view. Well, thanks for talking to us, and thanks both of you for being perfectly honest. We don't want to shy away from hard-hitting issues here on the BUKC live stream. Congratulations on your race win. I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes to give you a medal.
All right, thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, guys. And that, I'm afraid, is all we've got time for this afternoon. And that's it for the day. We are done here at Three Sisters in Wigan. It's been a fantastic day's worth of racing, whether you're heavy or not. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I understand that we're not on Facebook at the minute, but if you are watching on YouTube, thank you for being with us here today. As Andrew and Howard said, thank you to everyone who's worked on the live stream today. And we will be back a week Saturday at Llandau in South Wales. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then.